I was exiled from the hero's party, but I can obtain every skill. Volume 1, by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Expulsion. Orndula, I want you to leave the party by the end of today. I couldn't believe my ears. After the usual exploration of the great labyrinth was over, I had first returned to the mansion we rented as a party base. From then, I had been checking today's magic stones and magic beast drops, when all of a sudden I was expelled by the party leader Oliver. Like a bolt out of the blue, surely it was this. What kind of joke is this? It's not a joke or anything. All this while you were an old friend from the same village, so I let you into the party. But your current skills can no longer challenge the next floor. In short, your skills are insufficient, so get out of the party. Currently, no party has yet to reach the lowest 100th floor of the Southern Great Labyrinth, but this party has managed to descend to the 94th floor. Furthermore, of all the parties who have reached the 94th floor, this is the first and only party in the labyrinth's history to have done so. This party that has surpassed the records of their predecessors is known as the Hero Party and has attracted the attention of a wide range of people. I know my strengths are insufficient, but that's something that can be said of everyone else. As long as we carry on like this, the lower floors can. Your support magic is weak, that's why. In the middle of the conversation between Oliver and I, Derek the party tank interjects. A weak. Certainly, I know that my support magic compared to other enchanters is less effective. But that's exactly why I developed a number of original magics to cover for my shortcomings. It's thanks to that we can survive even if we go below the 91st floor. There's no reason to call it weak. Ah, are you a weakling unaware that you're weak? Ha ha ha, no way, you're such a shameless guy. You've been able to get by as an explorer all this, while simply because we were excellent. For the first time, I found out what it feels like to have your jaw drop. I'm stunned silent by what Derek said, and he looks at me and smiles as if he's victorious. Does he think I can't refute him because he had hit the mark? We didn't really understand how important an enchanter was. So until now, even if you could only use the lowest level of magic, we let you stay in the party. But last month during the joint subjugation was the first time we really felt the importance of enchanters. My body was light as a feather, my attack and defense also increased. I could never have imagined that real support magic is that amazing. When I thought that Derek's interjection was finally over, Oliver spoke with gleaming eyes as though reliving that incident. Last month, a dragon suddenly appeared overground. Since early subjugation was necessary, 3 S-rank parties jointly defeated the dragon. The joint subjugation he is speaking of was probably this one that happened last month. Among the members who participated in the joint subjugation, there was a genius called the best enchanter on the continent. Certainly, if compared to her, my support magic may not be enough. However, I'm not an enchanter by trade. It's natural that it's inferior to my original job. That's why I developed original magic. Enough with the excuses. Once again, Derek's interjection came. Let people speak. You converted to enchanter because your sword skills were also inferior to Oliver's. And what explorers need are results. The process doesn't matter. You converted to an enchanter because of circumstances, but now as an enchanter belonging to a party, your skills are inferior. You're not in a position to complain. We're the hero party. We have no choice but to go further into the labyrinth. We've already found an alternative enchanter to Orn. What Derek had to say might be right, but surely there's a better way of putting it. Is this the kind of attitude towards companions who have shared both joys and sorrows? Be that as it may, I understand that to these guys, I am no longer necessary. If you have already decided on a replacement, this party no longer has a place for me. Understood, I'll leave. I've been taken care of so far. While saying that, when I turn my back to get out of the mansion, you've finally left. It's refreshing. Until now, having only been looking at me with an expression like I was an idiot, the magician Annery satisfyingly shouts. Swordsmanship and magic both half-assed. Even if you say that you can do various things, with skills that can't even reach their rank, the fact that you thought you could offer your suggestions on every single thing made me sick. Do you know what they call people like you? Jack of all trades, master of none. For the likes of you to be in the hero party, anyone would find it strange. From now on, act in a way more befitting your stature. When I turn back and catch Annery in my line of sight, her just shouted harsh criticism seem almost like they didn't happen as she muttered, "Wah, what?" in a weak voice. These guys might have always thought of me in this way, huh? I had been intending to devote myself to this party. Why was I even in a party with these kinds of people? I sigh in my heart as I open the door and step outside. Section. Well, first of all, I need to secure a bed. After resetting my thoughts, I start walking around the city in search of a suitable inn. Chapter 2, From Enchanter to Swordsman. The next day when I woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Right after being kicked out of the party, to still be able to carefully sleep until the afternoon, I mocked myself a bit. Yesterday, after entering this inn, I just sulkily went to sleep, so I haven't yet decided on any plans. While slightly astounded by my own frivolousness, in order to make plans for the future, I reflect on my current situation. From my time in the hero party, I still have plenty of money and liquidable materials remaining, so I temporarily have no issues funding my living conditions. However, no matter how much remaining money I have left for spending, it's not enough that I can live without working. Therefore, from now, I must continue to earn money little by little. There are 3 main ways to earn money. The first is to continue as an explorer like before. Throughout the continent, there are scattered underground spaces where magic beasts appear called labyrinths. Those who dive into the labyrinth and sell what they obtain are called explorers. The items sold are mainly magic stones and materials obtained when the magic beasts are defeated, and various ores or plants that exist in the labyrinth. The second is to get a regular job by getting hired somewhere. You may earn less money, but there is little to no danger, and you can say that you are promised a stable life. But not to that extent if you're hired by a troublesome employer. The third is to open a store by myself and earn money on my own. I have some ideas that could make money, but the certainty of returns via this method is the lowest. However, in exchange, it has the highest chances for making big money. Of these options, being an explorer is my only real choice, huh? Honestly, I didn't really have to think that much. I don't particularly want to be rich, and I came to this city to be an explorer. I was with Oliver when I became an explorer, but it wasn't the case that I became an explorer to chase after Oliver. Being an explorer was of my own intention. Well then, since I've decided to go on as an explorer, first I need to get a grasp of my current abilities. Until yesterday, I had been exploring the labyrinth as an enchanter. There were various reasons why I had to be an enchanter, a large part due to the party situation. I no longer have to be tied up with the hero party, so from today I'll return to being a swordsman. There was a part of me that became an explorer after admiring Swordsman, so I can't give up on this job. In the hero party too, I was originally a swordsman. Before I converted to an enchanter, Oliver's skills as a swordsman were certainly above mine. Even now, if you only look at his physical abilities, that guy is better. However, thanks to having been an enchanter for a while, the current me compared to the me when I decided to quit being a swordsman is several levels stronger, I think. Maybe even more than Oliver, who has been titled the Sword Saint. Or so I say, but there has been a blank period after all, so I need to regain my combat senses. After regaining those senses, I should be able to clear the middle layers of the Great Labyrinth without much difficulty. Speaking of which, I heard that a labyrinth nearby opened the other day. Since it's a good opportunity, let's check it out. I decide to head to the newly found labyrinth, and after preparing the equipment for adventuring, I left the inn. Section. The reason for the existence of labyrinths is unknown. More than 100 years ago, it seems that they suddenly appeared in various places. The interior structure of labyrinths vary widely. Some have artificial stone passages, some are like caves, and some are similar to the wide spaces found above ground. Labyrinths are organized similarly, ranging from 10 to 30 floors, but on this continent there are 4 known exceptions. These are the giant labyrinths said to be composed of 100 layers, otherwise known as Great Labyrinths. In the Great Labyrinth, the environment changes as you go up certain levels, and what you can obtain also changes greatly. Because of that, it is said that if you challenge the Great Labyrinth, there is no need to challenge other labyrinths. All types of magic beast materials, magic stones, plant species, and minerals can be obtained. In actuality, that isn't the case, but I won't mention more here. Therefore, it is said that the lowest floor that you can reach in great labyrinths is one kind of status among explorers: arrival at the target labyrinth. Explorer guild staff are managing admission at the entrance to the labyrinth. You can enter the labyrinth by showing a guild card to the staff managing the entrance. I walk up to the guild staff and show my guild card. Are you diving alone in the labyrinth? A female guild employee looks around me, and then she asks this question after confirming there was nobody but me. Yes, is there a problem? According to the regulations, there are no problems. But labyrinths are very dangerous places, you know? It's reckless to go alone. If you go to the guild headquarters, there are explorers gathering members for parties, so I think it might be better if you party up first. The guild employee gives me advice in a gentle tone. What this person is saying is correct. However, I've heard that the strength of the magic beasts in this labyrinth is about the same as or weaker than the upper layers of the Great Labyrinth. In that case, I can deal with them alone without any problem. I know this person is giving me sincere advice, but at least check the guild card before deciding if the recipient is someone you should be giving advice to. I appreciate your warning. However, I will have no problems being alone. I think you can understand if you take a look at my card. Card A. The face of the guild staff, who checked my guild card, froze. The only use of a guild card above ground is to verify that the owner is an explorer. To that end, what is displayed is the owner's name and the lowest floor reached in the Great Labyrinth, only these two things. In other words, my guild card shows that I have reached the 94th floor of the Great Labyrinth in this city. 94th floor challenger? I beg your pardon. My apologies for being rude. The attitude of the guild staff who checked my card changes completely. With great vigor, she bowed her head. No, it's all right. Well then, is it okay if I enter? Of course. Please proceed. Receiving entry permission, I take a step into the labyrinth. Chapter 3, Jack of All Trades. The inside of the labyrinth is like a maze of man-made stone passageways and halls. Oars that emit light are fixed into the wall at regular intervals, so it is bright enough to look around several meters with any problems. I walk with caution for a while, but it does not seem like there are any kinds of traps. Entering a place that looks like a room, in front of me I see a shadow move. Upon careful observation, the true identity of the shadow is a horned rabbit. Horned rabbits are rabbit-type magic beasts that have horns growing. They move quickly, but their endurance is low, so even a new explorer can defeat them. I activate the bracelet-shaped magic tool I wear on my left wrist, which has storage magic sealed into it. From my storage, a sword appears near my right hand, and I grab it. It's been a while since I've wielded a sword. Since a horned rabbit is the opponent, in order to not lose sight of it, I decide to forgo casting support magic and fight it without buffs. As I gradually approach, it seems to notice my presence and tries to come at me with a headbutt. Slow. This rabbit was too slow for me, who up until yesterday had been fighting against the magic beasts in both the lower layers and deep layers of the Great Labyrinth. Hold on until the last moment, take a half step and evade the attack. My sword slashes at the horned rabbit passing right by me. The blade draws the trajectory I imagine and intersects the abdomen of the horned rabbit, slicing through it without any resistance. The horned rabbit's body disappears in a cloud of black mist, leaving only small magic stones in its place. It's been a long time since I've swung my sword, but my muscle memory is still there. I might have played it a little bit too safe. Let's quickly descend into the labyrinth. It was a dull battle, but just being able to swing my sword was enough to satisfy me. After that, I encountered magic beasts like goblins and slimes, but since they were only individuals, I was able to defeat them without much effort. While defeating the demonic beasts, I make it to the 3rd floor without taking any mistaken paths. Even though I said it has a maze-like structure, compared to the lower and deep layers of the Great Labyrinth, it's like child's play. The airflow and all sorts of other hints are way too numerous. After entering the 3rd level, the enemies start to come in multiples. I say multiple, but they're just multiple enemies of the same type, and the magic beasts that appear in this labyrinth have low intelligence. Although they can be easily defeated without buffs, I want to get used to the feeling of fighting with buffs, so I activate support magic on myself. Support magic is literally magic that supports any target through raising their abilities, such as increasing the physical abilities of allies or improving the performance of equipment. Well, on the other hand, magic that lowers the abilities of targets is also included as part of support magic. With that said, since it isn't particularly effective on powerful magic beasts, there isn't much chance to use it. A person who mainly uses support magic is called an enchanter. The job of enchanter is an unfortunate one. As a person who has been an enchanter for many years saying that, I don't think that's a wrong way to think about it. Enchanters are always being chased by time. For example, even activating the basic support magic, Strength Up. Since the effect of the buff is not permanent, it obviously eventually wears off, but the time taken for the effect to expire varies from person to person. This is because depending on individuals' magic resistance, the effective buff period ends up changing. In other words, the enchanter needs to grasp the different buff periods of their fellow companions, and they must reapply the buff before it expires. What's more, the people in other jobs seem to usually hold the impression of enchanters as people that only cast support magic while leaving the battle to their allies. Therefore, it became common for most parties to leave the task of taking command to the enchanter, because they look like they're just watching over the battle and not doing any fighting. The hero party was one of them. Well, this way of thinking is probably largely influenced by the appearance of the genius enchanter. Count the remaining time of the buffs of each individual ally, reapply the buff before it expires. Furthermore, while activating different kinds of support magic in response to changing situations, to also have to simultaneously give instructions. And finally, because their role is very inconspicuous, they aren't evaluated very positively. This is the current state of enchanters. With all this, you probably wouldn't stop me from saying that enchanters are unfortunate. The actual effort they put in is not matched by how they are evaluated by their surroundings. Support magic improves my physical abilities, allowing me to defeat multiple enemies in an instant without any danger. After defeating them, I stand by there in alert while waiting for my support magic to expire. It's just about 180 seconds, good that it's easy to count. The duration of my self-cast support magic is perfect for 3 minutes. I've used support magic on myself before. However, until now, I had prioritized the count of other party members, so I didn't know my own buff period. After grasping my buff period, I tried fighting in various patterns. First, I started the battle just before buff period ended, and tried to recast the support magic in the middle of battle. In addition, I tried various things such as using attack magic simultaneously along with close combat fighting, and testing the ease of using my original magic. One of my original magics has the effect of granting a large buff in exchange for lasting only an extremely short duration. Until now, it had been difficult to match my activation timing with my party members' movements. However, if I use it on myself, I can calculate all of my own timings, so it's a huge result that I can easily utilize this magic. Closing into nearly 20 battles, I am quickly approaching the establishment of a new style that combined my past efforts as a swordsman with my recent efforts as an enchanter. Jack of all trades, huh? My physical strength is average compared to other explorers. It can't reach the level of advanced rank explorers. As for magic, for some reason, I can't activate magic that is advanced level or above. I'm an average person, but even the average me has a redeeming feature. That is, the ability to quickly acquire skills that ordinary people can only obtain through great effort. Although I say I can acquire skills, they only come at the bare minimum level, and I still need to use considerable effort and time to improve the skill from there. After all, just a jack of all trades. Still, I had vowed to get stronger and became an explorer. That's why shortly after becoming an explorer and feeling the limits of my own abilities, I didn't just give up. The only thing I could do was to greedily acquire more knowledge and skills, to go to the limits of what can be done as an average person. As a result, the speed at which I activate magic is definitely much faster than advanced explorers, and with a deep understanding of magic, I have success in developing my own original magic. As for physical ability, I have managed to barely keep up with advanced explorers by maximizing my command of my body and learning various martial arts. The term jack of all trades, used by the current magician of the hero party, Annery, might be correct. Jack of all trades is certainly something that doesn't always have a positive meaning. However, if such a person were to improve all their trades to the extremes, couldn't they be said to be omnipotent? To no longer be mocked as a jack of all trades, someday I'll become known as an explorer with the mastery over anything and everything omnipotent. Chapter 4, Rescue. I proceeded smoothly through the labyrinth and arrived at the gentle spiral slope leading down to the 7th floor. At the entrance to the floor, I hold my guild card over a large crystal. In all labyrinths, there will always be a large crystal at the entrance to each level. This crystal acts as a transfer device, allowing you to move in an instant to the crystal at the entrance of the labyrinth. In the past, this used to only function as a one-way trip from each floor to the labyrinth entrance, and when re-entering the labyrinth, it was necessary to begin again from the first floor. Decades ago, however, the situation completely changed after the guild developed the guild card. After scanning a crystal with the guild card, it becomes possible to immediately transfer to that crystal from the labyrinth entrance. Thanks to that, progression speed through labyrinths has increased dramatically. It used to be that you had to camp overnight in the labyrinth while exploring, but nowadays, day trips have become mainstream. In addition, these crystals act as amulets. No magic beasts can enter within a 20-meter radius of the crystal, and so they are also resting places and useful sites for evacuation. A useful item for the keen explorer. Since it's about time the sun goes down, I decide to stop here for today. As I was about to transfer to the labyrinth entrance by scanning my guild card, a group of explorers who seemed to be a party rushed into the safe zone. They appear to have escaped from a magic beast, and their faces have the same sickly complexion. Looking at their equipment, they don't like a strong party. Shit, how did this happen? One of the party members barks, as though he hadn't been able to vent his emotions until now. It looks like you've made some sort of mistake, but well, as long as you keep your life, you can make up for it. This time's failure will be the seeds for next time's success. Who the hell was I to be even thinking of saying that? While I silently retorted myself, I hear the voices of the barking person and the best-equipped person, who looked most like the party leader, talking to each other. I don't mind if you hold a grudge against me, but I can proudly say I didn't make the wrong judgment. Still, abandoning a girl, not yet even an adult. Swallow your words. Magic beasts coming out like that from nowhere was something that none of us could have imagined. Rather than some girl I just met today, you guys who have been with me all this while are way more important. Apparently, an unexpected number of magic beasts had appeared, and one of their party members was left as a decoy for them to escape. As I listen to his words, I can understand what the leader is trying to say. It's not strange to prioritize the people who you've spent joys and sorrows with over the people you've just met for the first time. From a third-party perspective, though, these guys were nothing but the absolute worst. I shouldn't step into the circumstances of other parties. If it were normal, that abandoned girl was unfortunate, and the story ends there. However, for me, who'd been kicked out of a party the previous day, there's something about this situation I can't just ignore. It's painful to be thrown away by your party members. No matter how much I tried to forget, the faces of the hero party members would still float into my mind during unexpected occasions. Every time that happened, it reminded me of the fact that I'd been cut off. Furthermore, in the case of the girl, she had been abandoned in a place infested with magic beasts. It was a situation they couldn't escape from with all their party members. 8 or 9 times out of 10, the girl left behind will die. Since she chose to become an explorer, I think she will have been prepared to face death. But she probably never had the slightest fragment of thought that she would be abandoned by her party members and left to die. Even if against dozens of magic beasts as enemies in this labyrinth, I can deal with them without any problems. If I can make it, I want to help. Still, after all, I'm sick of listening to this. I can't stand the sight of that barking explorer arguing with the leader anymore, so I cut him off. What is it, you? The explorer, called out by an unexpected person, for a moment has a confused expression before his face is quickly tinged with anger. I've been listening, but you're like a kid pissing about. You don't seem to agree with your leader's instructions, but you're still here. Not only does that not help the girl, you're also just whining after escaping to a safe place. That kind of guy is the most annoying. You saying what you like. In that situation, even if I'd stayed back by myself, I wouldn't have been able to save her. The explorer rushes and tries to grab me. But before he can grab me, I grab his wrist and place my other hand against his neck as I turn and occupy his side. Then, while kicking the back of his leg, I pull his neck down, spinning him into a beautiful fall. I look down at the explorer lying with his back on the floor. Like I said, don't whine, lie down. The atmosphere freezes. Ignore it and talk to the leader. Where did you abandon the girl? Hey, hurry up and spit out the location where you abandoned the girl. FR from here, go straight to the end and turn right, follow along and then take the second path on the left. After hearing the location, to get there as soon as possible, I activate agility up on myself. Oh oi, are you going to help? If not, I wouldn't have asked for the place. While answering the leader's question, I head to the location I'd been told about. On my way to the objective, I encounter an orc, probably targeting the party from earlier. Time is short. I activate the intermediate magic rock bind, and the orc's body is immobilized with rocks. Without slowing down, I slip past the restrained orc. Following the directions given by the leader, I discover a group of orcs ahead. The orcs number 13. Certainly, a low-ranking party can't handle them, but I can defeat them without difficulty. No, stay away, stay away. I don't want to die, sister. All the orcs are facing the same direction towards a wall, and at the end of their line of sight is a girl with long scarlet hair in twintails. Even as the girl's pink eyes fill with tears, she desperately intercepts their attacks with a protective magic barrier. Although she's whimpering, the look in her eyes hasn't yet died. She hasn't given up even in this situation. Amazing. I'm honestly impressed with the strength of the girl's heart. Arrow shock. I calculated the timing of the girl's magic activation. Then, avoiding the interval between her casts, I activated the beginner magic arrow shock. The air between the girl and the orcs expands, creating a shock wave. It doesn't affect the girl who has her magic barrier. However, the same can't be said for the orcs, who rather than receiving damage, are pushed back about 3 steps due to the impact, making space between the girl and them. The girl looks surprised when the orcs suddenly give ground. I lightly kick the ground and jump over the group of orcs, land in front of the girl's eyes, and with the aim of blinding them, simultaneously activate Flash, robbing their sight. Focus on the magic barrier. I'll clean up the orcs. Why, yes. After briefly instructing the girl, I cast Strength up and Dexterity up on myself, and Sharpness up on my sword, before starting the orc extermination. Orcs are by nature low-intelligence magic beasts. Because of that, if they lose their sight, they're no different from lumps of meat. Slash the critical points of each and every single orc. Using a sword blessed by support magic, I can't feel any contact. It's almost as though my swings are missing. However, in my field of vision, large amounts of blood spout from the places they are cut. While evading the splashback of blood, and after swinging my sword about a dozen times, my surroundings are left with only magic stones. When I look back and check on the girl, perhaps still confused by my sudden intrusion, her magic barrier remains unbroken, and she has a blank look. She doesn't have any visible injuries, but just in case, I activate Heal on the girl and laugh to reassure her. Did I manage to laugh well? I'm alive? That was scary. Then the magical barrier dissipates. The girl, releasing her tension, sinks into the ground and starts shedding large tears. Is she probably about 14 years old? What to do? I don't really know how to handle a younger girl crying. The girl stifles her voice, but it doesn't look like she'll stop crying anytime soon. Saved from a situation she was resigned to dying in, it's all right to cry. That must have been scary. Abandoned by the party in that kind of situation. Putting myself in the position of the girl, my chest tightens, and before I even notice, I am patting her head. Chapter 5, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. As I continued to pat the girl's head, she appeared to have stopped crying sometime along the way and started staring at me with moist eyes. Oh, sorry. I ended up rudely touching your head. Promptly letting go of my patting hand, I hear a lonely ah from the girl. For coming to rescue me, thank you very much. The girl bows deeply. You're welcome. I thought it was all over, so I had half given up when you came to help me, I was so happy. The girl blushes and says with a smile. Her well-proportioned face coupled with her youthful looks results in a very cute expression. Magic beasts are approaching. This feeling, a goblin troop? Since she's only just been attacked by magic beasts, for now we should avoid fighting. Feeling the signs of magic beasts, I immediately decide on the future course of action. It was by coincidence that I arrived here, but I'm glad I was able to help. Well, let's leave together. Why, yes. After standing up, I reach out a hand to the girl who grabs on while saying, thank you very much. Like that, I pull her up to help her stand and briefly check her condition. I had already cast heal earlier, and it looks like she has no problems walking. We return to the entrance of the 7th floor, and the party that had been there earlier is already gone. In the end, they were a bunch of cold-hearted guys. Though I say that, even if they had remained, it would have turned out troublesome, so maybe it was better they left. Continuing on, we hold our guild cards over the crystal and transfer to the labyrinth entrance. Section, well, since we've returned safely to the surface, my escort mission ends here. The sun hasn't completely set yet. She should be all right by herself from here. Now that we're here, even if you're alone. Just as I was about to suggest we part ways, the girl interrupts me with a loud voice. So sorry for suddenly shouting. No, that's all right, but what's wrong? Once again, thank you very much for coming to rescue me. The girl bows deeply and thanks me again. I hadn't noticed until now, but that attire, the emblem on her mantle. The girl wears a primarily blue dress and black knee socks. Over her dress, she is cloaked in a mantle colored mostly black. Her attire is highly appropriate of a magician. And that mantle has an emblem with a lunar theme. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Sophia Claudel. That outfit, red hair, and Claudel. It was my bad, too, for not giving my name. My name is Dula. Orn, what a wonderful name. Sophia murmurs softly. She was probably talking to herself, but unfortunately I could hear her perfectly. Although I think it's a pretty mundane name. Well, it's all right. I'd rather have my name praised instead of mocked. Then Orn, I apologize for not having something better to express my gratitude towards you. It wasn't the case that I helped you because I wanted some reward. I've already received your words of thanks. I don't need anything else. I can't leave it like that. At least let me treat you to dinner. But it won't be homemade though. Is it okay to just have dinner? Certainly, if I were in the opposite position, I would feel uncomfortable if I couldn't do something more to express my thanks. As expected though, I can't let someone younger treat me, so one way or another I'll foot the bill. Understood. Well, I wonder whose treat it'll be. So when's good? For me, I don't have plans anytime soon, so I should be all right anytime. Then, it's sudden, but how about today? From tomorrow on, I might not be available. All right, if that's so, shall we go now? Have you got somewhere in mind? If not yet, I can recommend a place. I've already decided. It's a cheap store, but the food is really delicious. I'm not bothered about the price. As long as it's good, I'm looking forward to it. Section, from the entrance of the labyrinth, I walk around the city with Sophia for a while. We're here. As I suspected, a subsidiary of the Rabbit. I was guided to a public restaurant managed by the major clan, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. To put it simply, a clan is an organization that has explorers. Different clans each have their own individual policies, but fundamentally, clans process and sell the materials explorers retrieve from the labyrinth. Then, using these proceeds, they equip their explorers with better equipment so that they can explore even more lower layers of the labyrinth and obtain better materials. They are organizations that foster this positive feedback loop. Other than that, some of them also managed restaurants like this one or general stores. Because of these needs, other than explorers, blacksmiths, magic tool engineers, merchants, and the like can also be employed with clans. There are many clans in the country, but among them, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit is one of the best. The biggest reason is that of the only 3 S-rank parties in the country, one belonged to them. But that isn't all. Besides that, they also have a large number of members in the clan, several times higher than the average. Their huge success in using these members to develop various businesses is also another big factor. I've heard that in the last year, they've had some big internal issues, leading to a massive organizational shakeup. Still, from the fact that the public's evaluation of them were unchanged, you can tell that their executives are excellent. The emblem on Sophia's mantle is night sky's silver rabbits. From that, I can understand that Sophia is an explorer belonging to night sky's silver rabbit. But if that's so, she should be partying with people from the same clan. Why was Sophia partying with a random party? You can't blame me for not being able to come up with an answer. I enter the store with Sophia. The interior is stylish, and many of the customers are young. Even though there are many people, the atmosphere isn't rowdy, and I find it to be a cozy store. Hey, sister, why are you here? Looking around the store, Sophia seems to have found an acquaintance and called out to that person. Sister. Surprised, I follow Sophia's line of sight, and as I had thought, a woman I know eating by herself. Sophia, I had a meeting nearby today. The timing happened to work out, so I decided to grab dinner here. Anyway, Sophia, you've already got a boyfriend. As expected, I think it's still a bit too early for you, but the person called by Sophia also looked over and was probably trying to tease her for being with a man. However, when she catches me in her line of sight, the air around her tenses up. That's not it. Today, I was saved by this person, so I just wanted to return the favor. I'll introduce you to, this person is A. Sister. Sophia took her sister's teasing seriously and was desperately trying to refute her. After that, as she was trying to introduce me, she became perplexed by the change in her sister's mood. It's been a while, Orndula. Yeah, it's been a while. Selma Claudel. I know this person very well. This person is, in some sense, the one who caused me to be expelled from the hero party. Chapter 6, The Best Enchanter on the Continent. Dark red hair reaching below her ears, tied above her nape, and glaring at me with red eyes is a woman named Selma Claudel. She is the leader of the S-rank party under Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. And for the explorers in this country, her fame does not pale in comparison to the leader of the hero party, Oliver. Well, in addition to good looks, the best enchanter on the continent, many people acclaim her as such, so I can understand her reputation. But even so, why is this person glaring at me with such open hostility? Her party has reached the 92nd floor of the Great Labyrinth, among currently active explorers, the second deepest descent record after the hero party. Of course, when I was in the hero party, I paid close attention to her party's movements to make sure we wouldn't be overtaken by them. It would have been the same for her. However, there shouldn't be any reason for her to glare at me to this extent. Ensnaring my not even 14 years old cute little sister, you've got some nerve, haven't you? Is that why? It's a misunderstanding. Certainly, we are going to have a meal together, but not because of anything I'd have a guilty conscience about. So you're saying that my Sophia isn't cute. This person is troublesome. Stop saying things like a stupidly doting parent. Wouldn't both of my only possible responses have been wrong? Hey, sister, don't say something so rude to my lifesaver. What, lifesaver? Sophia, did you go into the labyrinth alone? After hearing Sophia's words, Selma looks at her suspiciously. That's I. Sophia, realizing that she had slipped up, was crestfallen like a child whose pranks had been exposed. You went. Even though I told you to hold yourself back for now. Since the day after tomorrow, we'll be diving into the Great Labyrinth for a long period. Sorry. Well, since you returned without any injuries, I'm not going to fault you. But you can't go on your own from now. Yes. Selma's expression changes, and with a soft smile, she pats Sophia's head. This is what they call the carrot and stick. Orn, I would like to express my gratitude to you for helping my sister. Apologies for addressing you with such a rude attitude earlier. I'm not bothered. Rather than that, the glances from our surroundings are getting unpleasant, so I would like to quickly take a seat. Shall we share? It appeared like I was arguing with the executive of the clan managing this store, so I had been getting dangerous looks from customers around me. To escape these kinds of eyes, I tried to impress upon the people around us that it wasn't a big deal for me to share seats with Selma. I had also asked her with this intention in mind. No problem, Sophia. Let's have dinner together. Yes. I sit in front of Selma, and Sophia next to Selma. After Sophia and I read the menu, we order some suitable items, and the three of us start eating. Section. Anyway, isn't this the first time we've had a normal conversation? The fact that she had just been glaring at me seems almost like a lie as she amicably speaks to me. That's right. Even in the joint subjugation last month, we didn't speak about anything unrelated to combat. Of course, she had also participated in last month's joint subjugation, and during the battle, we were both enchanters. Selma was in charge of combined command, and I was supporting her. Although I was acquainted with Selma last month, I had already known about her before that. Because she is known as the best enchanter on the continent, you might say that it's obvious that I knew of her. Regardless, the reason why she is called the continent's best is because she is the first explorer to main as an enchanter. While there might have been enchanters before her, the one who made enchanters famous as a job is without a doubt this woman. Until a few years ago, the common party compositions were either warriors or magicians, the so-called attackers in a party of 4, and the addition of 1 healer. Thinking about it now, they were really brute force, ridiculous compositions, but at that time, they was commonplace. The one who rejected such compositions was Selma when she was 16 years old. She developed the concept of roles beyond just the only role of attacker, such as the one that shields against enemy attacks, the defender, and the one that supports allies through support magic or healing, the support. She also instructed her party members in their various details. Because of this, their ability to sustain themselves after continuous battles dramatically improved, and in a blink of an eye, Selma's party rewrote the then lowest descent record among active explorers. Their success spread the concept of roles, and now it can be said to be the common sense of party composition. The hero party was also no exception to their influence, and as a result, I converted to an enchanter. Sister, did you two already know each other from before? What's Sophia, you don't know about Orn? Yeah, is he maybe someone famous? Of course. Orn is one of the members of the hero party that, for the first time in the history of the Southern Great Labyrinth, has descended into the 94th floor. Hero? Well, different from the other 4, there are few people that would know of me. The position of enchanter is also inconspicuous, and I was mostly dealing with the behind-the-scenes work for the hero party. That's why I was not heavily featured in the news. By the way, you might be wondering why famous and promising-looking explorers are featured in newspapers. That's because aristocrats or some big companies invest, or in other words, use the news as one indicator of whether they should sponsor and fund certain explorers, as well as parties or clans. The typical explorer basically sells magic stones and materials obtained from exploring the labyrinth to the Explorer Guild to earn money. This money is not just used as a living fund, but also the explorer's activity fund. There are various uses for these activity funds, but expenses for weapons, armor, and magic tools are some of the usual ones. Of course, there are all sorts of products out there. So if you're looking for something good, you need to fork out enough money. However, to have all your party members well equipped, covering the costs only with the money made from selling items to the Explorer Guild would be rather difficult. That's where the earlier mentioned aristocrats and big companies come into play. With their financial support, higher quality, better equipment can be prepared. So then, why exactly do they fund explorers? Of course, it's not the case that they only have good intentions for spending so much money. Well, although there might just be some crazy people who invest only with such good intentions. These investors, known as sponsors, don't really consider it as funding explorers. In their view, what they get in return is the ability to make direct purchases from explorers, or so this had become the case. As mentioned above, magic stones and labyrinth materials, as a general rule, should be purchased by the Explorer Guild, after which the guild sells them to interested parties. Therefore, apart from magic stones, there is no guarantee for anybody that they will actually get their hands on the materials they want. Consequently, these investors pay explorers in advance, and in the event that they require certain materials, they will have those explorers obtain them. With this, they could reliably acquire their desired materials. That's why, for the purpose of being able to select explorers with higher chances of returning alive, investors refer to information from the news. Well, apart from this, there are also other reasons to fund explorers, but I'll omit mentioning them for now because it's getting long. Sophia has been nervous since I met her, but now she seems even more nervous. After all, a beginner explorer who doesn't really know much about it would probably feel awkward about how to act around someone holding the title, hero. Although there's also the chance Sophia is simply nervous by nature. It's all right, in the first place, there's no real need to be respectful or anything you know. And anyway, I'm also not a hero anymore. As much as possible, I try to talk to Sophia in a gentle tone, but she can't loosen her tension and just shakes her head up and down without saying anything. Is not a hero. Don't tell me you left the party. Selma's keen ears picked up the words, not a hero, that I'd said and quickly hit the mark that I'd left the party. As expected, information about the hero party can't be ignored, huh? I said it quite casually, so I thought it might have passed unnoticed. Well, in a short while, it'd probably appear as big news, so maybe there's no problem mentioning it. Yeah, I left the party yesterday. I met Sophia today because I wanted to get a grasp on my current abilities and ended up going to a lower difficulty labyrinth. Today's labyrinth exploration, as a swordsman, showed me that my acquisition of various knowledge and skills has made me much stronger than the previous me at the point when I'd quit being a swordsman. Because of that, I realized that even in the middle layers of the Great Labyrinth, I will not have any problems exploring it alone. From now on, I will be working solo, and if I can have income from the middle layers, it will be unlikely that my money runs out. I was also able to rescue Sophia, so today's harvest was satisfactory. To let go of someone like you, is Oliver saying, no matter how anyone thinks about it, you should have been held back. Besides, why did you leave the party? Somehow, it seems Selma thinks I left the party on my own initiative. There's no particular need for me to correct her. Regardless of how I say it, it'll just be lame to mention that I was actually kicked out. There were some party circumstances. Oliver and I both have a mutual understanding. After being ridiculed to that extent, I had no plans to return. I see. Then, Orn, you're free now, right? Well, that's right. Selma looks like she's planning something. Might it be a clan invitation? It would be an honor, but currently I don't feel like belonging to any clan or party. If your schedule is open, then the day after tomorrow, would you be willing to participate in our clan's guided exploration? Of course, we promise you appropriate remuneration. Guided exploration. It wasn't a clan invitation. In response to words I wasn't used to hearing, I ended up unconsciously repeating what she had just said. My name is Selma Claudel, an explorer who belongs to the clan called Night Sky's Silver Rabbit and one of the clan executives in charge of explorer coordination. After I casually sent my feet over to this restaurant aimed at young people called Moon Teasing Pavilion, managed by Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, I happened to meet my younger sister, Sophia. Sophia was with Orn, a member of the hero party, and because I thought he was aiming for my cute little sister, I was initially wary. However, I was actually mistaken. He seemed to have helped Sophia and was apparently invited to a meal by Sophia. It's rare for the shy Sophia to invite people on her own initiative, and following the flow, I ended up eating together with them. Orn has black hair and Lappy's lazuli eyes, and his age, if I'm not wrong, is 18. He has a medium build and an average physique. In last month's joint subjugation, he was in a robe, dressed in the attire of a magician, but now he wears a hooded long coat that looks more suitable for agile movements. While we were eating, from the direction of the conversation, I found out that he had left the hero party and was currently free. And before I had even noticed, I was already requesting him to join our guided exploration. Guided exploration. Of course, knowing nothing about guided explorations, Orn would have questions. I'm sorry, let me explain first. This guided exploration is a new initiative that Night Sky's Silver Rabbit is trialing. This was something devised by our sponsors. I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, but in the end, I was the one tasked with executing it. And since I'm doing it, I can't accept anything other than making it an absolute success. Please continue. Orn's eyes turned serious. Seems to have caught his interest. The content of this plan is for beginner explorers under our clan to be led by a rank or above explorers to descend to the 51st floor of the Great Labyrinth in 3 days. 3 days for 51 floors, you say? That's a pretty unreasonable schedule. Orn's point is fair. The layers below 50 mark a turning point of the Great Labyrinth. While it is true that some say the difficulty level remains comparatively low until the 60th floor, those who say so are only a rank advanced explorers. For a new explorer to reach the 50th floor, no matter how excellent they may be, it is estimated that they will still take about half a year to a year. And I said that we will be overcoming that in 3 days. A decent explorer will be able to quickly understand exactly how absurd this is. Even though we did mention this, those old men's sponsors. It's true that it's an unreasonable schedule, but if we always proceed on the shortest path, it's not an impossibility. Fortunately, our clan has completed the mapping of over 90% of the upper and middle layers. Night Sky's silver rabbit is also abused in various ways, Orn appeared to understand the hidden circumstances behind this plan and sympathized with a bitter smile. Him saying, also, might suggest the hero party was made to do such unreasonable things in the past. If until now it's just an unreasonable plan, then you should still be able to reject it. You're also not a clan incapable of reasonably arguing against it, I'm sure. Even so, you decided to execute this plan. Does that mean you intend for the beginners to skip the floor bosses? This guy is really, exactly how sharp are you? I gave nothing but the bare minimum information. However, not only the circumstances behind this plan, but also its merits have been accurately pointed out by him. From my way of speaking, he had probably understood the current situation Night Sky's silver rabbit had been placed in. It's the same as when talking to President. It feels like he can see through everything. Every 10 floors of the Great Labyrinth, there exist powerful demonic beasts known as floor bosses. And you can't continue to the next floor unless you defeat the floor boss. Most explorers usually lose their lives or retire from suffering career-ending injuries due to battles against floor bosses. However, if advanced explorers accompany and deal with the floor boss on behalf of the beginners can still proceed to the next floor. This is due to the nature of the labyrinth. As long as you can register your guild card by holding it over the crystal at the entrance of a floor, you can transfer to that floor as and when you like, even without fighting any floor bosses. Thinking long-term, we do want beginners to grow and improve by defeating the floor bosses with their own strengths. But, considering these are beginners who are still not adults, there is no need to expose them to such danger yet, so the decision was made to execute the plan in this way. It's as you say, so how about it? Orn, if you happen to be free, we would definitely want to have you on this guided exploration. From what I'm hearing, I think this is an important plan for Night Sky's silver rabbit. But why are you requesting an outsider as escort? Orn faces me while asking with serious eyes. I feel like those eyes are saying lies won't be forgiven. It was during the joint subjugation last month that I learned of the existence of this explorer named Orndula. A few years ago, the hero party started making a name for themselves. And after I found out that they were going through the lower layers in the blink of an eye, I started to pay close attention to their movements. Information on the 4 other than Orn could be collected from various sources. It was only Orn that I couldn't find out anything about, and the impression I had of him was pretty much just his name, and that he was an unremarkable enchanter. When I first saw Orn's magic in a preparatory meeting for the joint subjugation, in my heart I had mocked him. The abilities enchanters require are many, but among them, the effectiveness of their support magic is one of the most important measures for the strength of an enchanter. An enchanter is said to be excellent if their support magic can increase abilities by 4 or 5 times. Compared to those enchanters, Orn's support magic only has a multiplier effect of 2. This is a level inferior even when compared to an average enchanter. And it was difficult for me to not be puzzled by why such a low-level enchanter was in the hero party. However, this impression was immediately blown away as the actual battle began. Certainly, the multiplier effect of his support magic is low, but his magic activation speed is abnormal. I also have confidence in my magic activation speed. But in the time I took to activate one spell, Orn could already activate 4 or more spells. I wasn't able to believe that humans could activate magic that quickly even though I was seeing it before my very eyes. Furthermore, even though I had thought highly of myself for being able to use any kind of support magic, he had used numerous magics that I had never seen or heard of before. I think this was probably magic that he had independently developed, and it was more than enough to compensate for the low effectiveness of his support magic. Situational judgment, foresight, precise timing of magical support. In these areas he was above me. That figure of Orn was my ideal as an enchanter. What I value about Orn is your high flexibility in adapting to different situations. This guided exploration will involve more than 50 people challenging the labyrinth. I can't say for sure that nothing unforeseen will happen along the way, but in that event, it would be reassuring to have Orn around. Even though the joint subjugation should have been the first time he fought under my command, in just a few minutes, it seemed as though he was able to grasp everything I was thinking and move to act how I wanted him to even before I could give any orders. I believe that with Orn's presence, he will be able to easily identify the optimal solutions and bring about the best results even in situations I cannot handle. I don't think I should be evaluated that highly. Orn says so with a troubled smile. The mood looks like it's heading towards rejection. I'm also participating in the guided exploration as a newcomer. So if Orn can also participate then, I would be really happy that, I think. Sophia, who had been silently reading the air until now, assists me at the best timing. Sophia, thank you. Understood, I'll cooperate. But please don't expect that much of me, yeah. There are also things I can't do. Really, thank you. However, I have one condition. Just as I thought the conversation was over, he brought up talk of a condition. Exactly what kind of condition? A large reward? Night Sky's silver rabbits confidential matters. As expected, that may be difficult. What is it? If it's within my ability, I'll do the best I can. From today on, I have converted to a swordsman, a vanguard attacker. It seems, Selma, you've evaluated me as an enchanter, but I would like you to have me on as a swordsman during the guided exploration. What is this guy saying? Even though he's overflowing with that much talent as an enchanter, why is he saying that he'll be a vanguard attacker? I don't really understand Orn's intentions, but in the case of any unexpected situations, I have no doubt that he'll be able to return to his original job as an enchanter. Got it, let's drink to that condition. Orn will accompany the guided exploration as a vanguard attacker. Then, tomorrow night at 8, can you come to the headquarters of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit? I want to talk to you about the specific details and rewards. Understood. Chapter 8, sighed Selma Anguish. And then, he appeared right in front of my eyes, and in an instant the entire group of orcs was defeated. After the meal, we parted from Orn at the restaurant, and now the two of us are heading towards our own lodgings in Night Sky's Silver Rabbit's headquarters. Shy by nature, Sophia can't speak well in front of people she meets for the first time, so as soon as Orn wasn't there, she started to become very talkative about the things that had happened today. Even so, this may be the first time in a while that I've seen Sophia in such a good mood. Well, for that guy, even if there had been dozens of orcs, the result would probably have been the same. Just as I thought. No matter what, he's an explorer that was part of the hero party. That amount would be no problem. I can do that too. Even against 100 orcs, I would be unscathed. I know. Sister is the #1 amazing enchanter, I remember. I have mixed feelings. I know that people call me the best enchanter on the continent, and until recently, I was proud of that. However, when I saw Orn fighting, that confidence had been shattered into pieces. Moreover, my party hasn't been able to explore the deep layers for the past year. If Orn joins my party, will I be able to overcome our current situation? Cheer up, faint-hearted me. In front of Sophia, there's no way I can whine weakly like this. I want to continue being a respected older sister to my younger sister. Ah, of course. From now on, too, I will continue to stay as the best enchanter. This is also a vow to myself, the ideal figure I saw last month. In order to get closer to that, I will continue my efforts. Even if only just one day sooner, I will do my best to become an explorer who can stand shoulder to shoulder next to sister. Yes, but you can't go into labyrinths by yourself anymore, okay. I know. Speaking of that, how should I treat the party that abandoned Sophia? A member of my clan, and what's more, my cute little sister. If you abandon someone, then you've prepared yourself to be retaliated against, right? I've already heard the names of those party members, and I could handle them right away, but for now, I should concentrate on the guided exploration. Section. As the two of us chatted, we arrived at the clan headquarters in no time. I have a little errand Sophia, you can return to your room. I don't mind if you head to bed first. Will you be late? No, I don't think it'll take that long. Then I'll stay up and wait. Good luck with your work, Sophia said with a smile and walked towards her room. Ah, my sister is the cutest in the world. Section. In the headquarters, I arrive in front of the room I needed to go to. Take a breath, then knock on the door. Please come in. After waiting for the voice from inside the room, I open the door and enter. Excuse me, President, I'm sorry for bothering you this late at night. The inside of the room is like a study, and there is a desk in the center of the room where a man is doing paperwork. His name is Vince Briers, over 30 years old with brown hair and black eyes. He is the head of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit and is called President by the members. It was only just last year that the President took the top position, but when the clan had faced its most turbulent period, it was the President's skillful abilities that allowed the clan to be restored, so because of that, the clan members have the utmost trust in him. Selma, is there anything? There are about 2 things I would like to report. Fumo. The President stops his hands from moving and shifts his gaze from his paperwork to me. The first has to do with the hero party. Sue. After hearing the phrase hero party, an extraordinary pressure was released from the President, making me swallow my breath. My bad. I did not expect the topic to be about that hero party. Please continue. Yes, it seems that the hero party enchanter, Orndula, has left the party. It's not that I'm doubting you, but is that true? The President asks for confirmation with a skeptical expression. If I had heard it from a third party, I would have also found it hard to believe. Yes, it's true. Earlier, I happened to meet the person in question by coincidence, and I heard it straight from his mouth. If it's the actual person himself saying it, then it is probably true. There would be no reason to lie about something that could be investigated so easily. I nod my head at the President's muttering and continue speaking. With this, the hero party is without a doubt weaker. That party, with Orn missing, let alone S rank, they should no longer be able to reach the deep layers. If so, we can think that the chances of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit returning to the forefront are greatly increased. Putting aside Orn, the members of the hero party are also certainly highly trained, and there is nothing to criticize about their cooperation. However, if you ask me if all of them have the strength comparable to those in the S rank, I would find it difficult to answer yes with confidence. The hero party, due to Orn's support magic, has had all their members raised to a higher stage. Because of that, it is more convincing to say that he is the one who achieved the feat of reaching the 94th floor. I heard about Orndula last month too. However, are you sure about him? Other than you, there is no one else who has evaluated him highly. Enchanters are difficult to evaluate. The evidence is in how, despite there being many excellent enchanters in our clan, the world's attention is only concentrated on me. For you to say, that makes my ears hurt. It will be a pity if I do not think a bit more about how we can promote our enchanters. No, I have no intention of criticizing anyone. It's just a fact. I've also been considering ways to publicize, but nothing really comes to mind. This is something we need to gradually tackle, returning to what you have said. Even if the hero party can no longer progress in their capture of the Great Labyrinth, it is impossible for the current Night Sky's Silver Rabbit to reach the 94th floor, definitely. Therefore, it is unlikely for us to be able to catch up to them. It's as you say. So that brings me to my second point. For the guided exploration being conducted from the day after tomorrow, Orn will be joining us. What did you offer him? No, nothing. It was just luck that the conversation proceeded there. We'll be paying him compensation, but I don't think the amount will be too exorbitant. I wasn't able to talk specifics with him outside, so tomorrow night, he'll be coming to the clan headquarters and we'll work out the details then. It's just that there's a possibility he might have already grasped the situation of our clan from when I requested him. The issue with the sponsors. Yes, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit has received a large amount of funding from aristocratic sponsors. Although we have had success in expanding our business activities, even with that, our current financial situation is dominated by more than half of our clan's income coming from sponsorships, making it difficult for us to cut off their support. Until a year ago, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit had the most progress made in the labyrinth among active explorers, and was more than a match for the hero party. But after our party experienced the departure of our absolute ace, we were now separated by 2 floors. The sponsors took offense, and it became a situation where we didn't want to make any more unnecessary waves. This current guided exploration also involves the sponsors' requests for obtaining more resources from the middle layers, and so we were instructed to embark on this kind of sloppy plan by them. Therefore, behind the scenes of this matter, we did not want to further provoke the anger of our sponsors, and also because there are merits that can be obtained, so we reluctantly agreed. I do not think there is a need to be vigilant if he has already left the hero party, but just in case. I will also be there tomorrow. Understood. Then, the guided exploration has the other objective of selecting one of the escorting explorers for promotion into the first unit. Are you considering making Orndula the 5th member of the first unit? The first unit is the party that I am the leader of. Currently, we have reached the 92nd floor. The ultimate goal of the first unit is, of course, to clear the southern Great Labyrinth. In other words, defeating the floor boss of the 100th floor. Other than us in Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, there are many explorers in various other parties. They are divided and grouped by rank. The A rank party is the 2nd unit, and the B rank party is the 3rd unit. I'm also thinking that as one option. Orndula is an excellent explorer. I understand that very well, but is he not an enchanter? The first unit already has a widely recognized, excellent enchanter in you. Last year, we mourned the loss of our absolute ace vanguard attacker. I just cannot really imagine that adding another enchanter will be connected in any way to success. Considering the balance of the party, I cannot grant you permission. You're right. The president's words are fair. If Orn is included as the 5th member, it would end up being 4 people in the rear guard and 1 vanguard. Challenging the labyrinth with this composition can't be done. In the end, as planned from the start, is it more realistic to promote one of the accompanying officers to the first unit? In the first place, I don't even know if he might join Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. If we were to entertain the possibility, I think the chances of him not joining are higher. I say that, but there is no problem in just having him follow on the guided exploration. As a member of the hero party, he should be experienced with undergoing through numerous difficulties. Understood, that's all for the report. Please excuse me. I leave the president's office. All paths are blocked. Even though the hero party is self-destructing, we ourselves haven't been able to take even a single step forward for the past year. How can we overcome this situation? For now, I want to be spoiled by Sophia. Chapter 9, Guided Exploration. The day after having a meal with Sophia and Selma. Since from tomorrow I will be exploring the Great Labyrinth, I want to purchase consumables such as recovery medicine. So I head to the general store that I always go to. Grandpa, hello. Oh, Orn, it's been a long time. The owner of the general store has a long beard that is completely white, a grandfather around the age of 60. Since I arrived at this city and became an explorer, I often visit this store. During the times when I didn't make a lot of money, I received discounts, free trial products, and sometimes even life advice from a senior. I've been very well taken care of by Grandpa. It's not been that long, yeah, I was just here 4 days ago. Is that so? Recently, there have been more customers, and I have had more chances to talk to different kinds of people. As long as you're doing well. Ho ho ho. That's also thanks to Orn. I didn't do anything. It's simply because the medicine and products made by Grandpa are high quality. I am aware you promote my store. Although you have become a top explorer, you continue coming to my store, and I'm already grateful for that. But you even publicize my store. I am really thankful to you, Orn. Grandpa suddenly said words of gratitude to me. What's happening suddenly? And also, you're the one who's always been taking care of me. You can always convey your gratitude. It's something you can show whenever you have the chance. Certainly, you don't know when your last farewell might come. Gratitude is something you can show whenever you have the chance, is something Grandpa always tells me. Even so, I may already no longer be able to return his kindness. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm no longer a member of the hero party, so from now on, I probably won't be able to publicize your store anymore. Until now, this store had been promoted using the fame of the hero party. I myself am not famous, and the me who is no longer a member of the hero party doesn't have much influence on my surroundings. After I confess I'm no longer part of the hero party, and I can't promote the store anymore, Grandpa strokes my head with his usual, unchanged, soft expression. A kid doesn't need to worry about something like that. It's almost been 9 years since I met you. 9 years talking to this old fool, that alone is enough for your gratitude. It's okay if you don't worry about that. Besides, making sure the customers brought by Orn don't leave is something I need to do. Orn, you've done enough for me. Thank you. That's me too, thank you. Touched by Grandpa's kindness, I can't resist the tears. Normally, I don't think I would have cried, but being expelled from the hero party seems to have inflicted more damage to my heart than I'd thought. When Oliver, who I had been together with since I was born, expelled me from the party, I felt like everything I had done up to now was being denied. That's why when I was acknowledged by the grandpa with whom I had spent so much time in the past 9 years, I felt redeemed. The grandpa who always listens to my idle complaints. The grandpa who always helps me. The grandpa who always is on my side. I don't have a family. I think of Grandpa as my real grandfather. I will never betray this person. Once again affirming this, I swear firmly in my heart. Section. After buying the necessary items at Grandpa's store and lightly warming up my body against demonic beasts in the labyrinth, I visit Night Sky's Silver Rabbit's headquarters to discuss the matter of tomorrow's guided exploration. The interior is stunning. Until now, I've pretty much only seen the outside of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit's headquarters while passing by. Today is my first time stepping inside. During my time in the hero party, one of our marquee sponsors had organized a party in the lounge of a top-class hotel. This lounge doesn't lose out to that lounge. Even I, not really familiar with furniture, can tell that there are many objects of high value. You're here, Orn. Selma, sitting on a chair in the resting area of the lounge, calls out to me after I enter. Good evening, Selma. It's my first time entering, but this is a wonderful lounge. Thank you. Well, it's because this is the entrance that there's a bit more effort put into it. Other places aren't like this, you know. Then, I'll guide you right away. Follow me. I follow Selma. Just as Selma said, as we head towards the back of the building, I can tell the furniture is on a lower level. That said, for explorers, they're adequately good. Entering the room I was guided to that looks like a conference room, a man in his early 30s is already seated inside. The man is dressed mainly in black and blue, colors symbolizing Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, and on his left chest the clan emblem is embroidered. An administrative person fits his air. Orn, let me introduce you. This person is president of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, Vince Briers. I see. This is the person at the top of the clan. Then I can understand the air he exudes. Since it is likely that circumstances behind this guided exploration means they have to succeed without fail, so much so that they are willing to have an outsider like me participate, I did think that at least a clan executive will come to meet me. Nevertheless, for the top to meet me directly, I wonder what intentions they might have. He's also definitely not somebody with this much free time on his hands. Nice to meet you, I'm Vince Briers. I have heard rumors about you. I have been thinking of wanting to speak with you at least once, and the information that you would be coming here today reached my ears. So I hurried to come here. Rumors about me? I haven't heard of any, and I'm also not well known. Even in the hero party, there should only be a bare minimum amount of information released about me. I wonder exactly what you've heard. Nice to meet you, I'm Orn Dula. It's an honor for me to have this chance to meet the president of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. It is all right for you to not be so vigilant. I hear that you have left the hero party. Surely then, it becomes no longer necessary for us to probe each other like this? I can't read the thoughts of this person. Most people generally reveal their thoughts through their facial expressions. Unless the other person is at the level of a high-rank aristocrat, I can more or less infer their thoughts through their expressions, but I can't read anything from this person. It's true that the sponsors of the hero party and Night Sky's Silver Rabbit belong to different factions. After we had both reached the same floor, there were times when the sponsors had instructed me to sabotage them through inhumane methods. To be honest, I didn't want to bring the circumstances of aristocrats into the labyrinth, but in light of their funding, I also couldn't just bluntly refuse. I didn't do anything inhumane, but we did compete in mutually dragging each other down. That was a period of time when I was really fed up. After the internal turmoil of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit and the progress of the hero party to the next floor, those sorts of instructions ended up ceasing. Anyway, aside from the hero party sponsors, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit sponsors probably don't find their current situation amusing. That's true. Then, I hear you have a more detailed explanation for me today regarding tomorrow's guided exploration. The explanation will be provided by Selma. The general outline is as I had mentioned yesterday. In 3 days, we will be capturing the 1st to 51st floors of the Great Labyrinth in one swoop. As for the specifics, on the first day we will proceed until the 21st floor, the second day until the 36th floor, and the third day until the 51st floor. Even after hearing it again, I still find it a ridiculous schedule. The guy who made this plan probably not only had an extremely poor understanding of the Great Labyrinth, but had also probably only consulted the opinions of overconfident advanced explorers. If we're talking about accompanying beginners, then it'll be a day trip, right? That's right. As one might expect, having beginners stay overnight in the labyrinth will be too much of a mental burden. Following the shortest route, having advanced explorers defeat the floor bosses, then was this doable? Next, regarding the demonic beast encounters, there will be a total of 10 beginner parties. For the demonic beasts met along the path of travel, we will have the beginners fight them in rotation. For the demonic beasts that appear from the left, right, and back, the officers will handle them. Officers probably refer to me, Selma, and the other advanced explorers. 10 parties fighting in a rotation, advanced explorers to deal with surprise attacks from demonic beasts that appear. Certainly the burden on newcomers will be reduced. A simple calculation suggests they will only need to engage in less than 1/10 of the battles of a typical exploration. Well, considering the fatigue of traveling, I feel like it will end up quite similar though. The participating officers, including Orn and I, will number 5. Each officer will be in charge of 2 parties, and will be required to step in if the parties they are in charge of fall into a pinch during battles. In the upper layers, we will have the beginner parties themselves handle their own battle organization. From the 31st floor, after entering the middle layers, we want the officers to give battle instructions. The southern Great Labyrinth can be roughly divided into 4 sections. The upper layers consisting of the 1st to the 31st floor. The middle layers, the 31st to 61st floor. The lower layers, the 61st to 91st floor. And the deep layers below the 91st floor. Obviously, as you progress lower into the layers, the more powerful the demonic beasts that appear, and the floors also become more vast. And the ranks of parties are also divided into 4 stages. If the average floor a party can descend to is in the upper layers, then they are C rank, the middle layers B rank, the lower layers A rank, and the deep layers S rank. I think I've covered everything. Do you have any questions? Questions? I have too many things I'd like to criticize about this plan. However, my criticisms are probably already considered as unavoidable parts of the plan, so pointing them out wouldn't help matters. I'll ask about the thing that bothers me the most. Then, only one. Why are there only 5 officers? With this kind of unreasonable schedule, I think it will be good if multiple A-rank parties were to follow, so we can have advanced explorers to also deal with the demonic beasts encounters along the path. That, certainly, the objective is to bring the beginner explorers to the 51st floor. However, they have this rare opportunity to receive support from advanced explorers. There won't be many such good chances. Won't it be a waste if we lose this possibility to nurture our newcomers? No matter how you think about it, this is a front. The only thing that matters for this plan are the results. It doesn't matter what means they use. Night Sky's Silver Rabbit should also be aware of this. Therefore, there should still be another reason for only going with these members, but as expected, they won't be telling me. Selma's expressions are surprisingly easily readable, and I think I will be able to obtain some more information if I can get my hooks into her. But Vince Briers is also here. If I do something unnecessary, it's not unlikely that my own neck ends up being strangled. Understood. It seems like it's going to be a tough 3 days, but I'll cooperate. Thank you. Next will be regarding the reward. We would like to pay you 2 gold coins in advance, and 10 gold coins as the remuneration. What do you think about that? That's pretty high. The currency of this world consists of 7 types of coins: iron coins, small bronze coins, large bronze coins, small silver coins, large silver coins, gold coins, and platinum coins. Iron coins have the lowest value, platinum coins have the highest value. 10 coins of one type has the same value as 1 coin of the higher type. To understand their value more intuitively, think of 1 gold coin as sufficient monthly expenses for a commoner. There's no problem with me, but isn't this quite high? That's how much it costs to hire you, Orn. We'll be counting on you from tomorrow. Understood, I'll put in my best effort. In the end, the president over there let the conversation end without saying a single word. Seriously, why'd you even come? Chapter 10, Methods to Relieve Anxiety. The next morning, when I headed to the assembly point at the plaza, a small distance away from the entrance of the Great Labyrinth, there had already gathered a considerable number of people. Most of them are children who are not yet adults. Among them, some are kids not even the age of 10. Surely you don't need to have those under 10 participate. Is this also an instruction from some stupid aristocrat? All the children have stiff, anxious faces. Morning, Orn, why are you standing so far away? As I am waiting from slightly farther, Selma approaches me. Good morning. Since I'm more or less an outsider, I thought that if I mix in while everyone else is wearing similar clothes, I might further stir the beginner's anxieties. Explorers who belong to Night Sky's Silver Rabbit wear various kinds of clothes, but they are unified in having black and blue as their main colors. As expected, these newcomers are wearing a uniform set of clothes based on their roles, but the A-rank party of this clan I had previously seen were dressed in their own individual styles. Selma, in front of me, is also wearing a mainly black and blue robe embroidered with the emblem of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Now that I think about it, the clothes these beginner magicians are wearing are different from the clothes Sophia previously wore. Was she specially provided for because she was Selma's sister? Ha ha ha, it's true that these beginners are all stiff, huh? Then, to quickly relieve their anxiety, lend me your power. Follow me. Selma has a look like she's planning something and briskly walks. You're getting me to do something? I can't not go along with her, so I chase after her back. In the direction Selma is heading to, there are 3 other explorers, probably the officers. From their appearance, the 2 men are defenders and the woman is a healer, I would say. I think everyone is probably in their early 20s. The 3 of you morning. Good morning. Selma greets the 3, and the 3 likewise respond. Let me introduce him to the 3 of you first. He's the collaborator I notified you 3 about yesterday. His abilities are guaranteed by me. Endorsed by Selma, huh? Then it looks like we can expect good things. One of the defenders says so, while looking at me as though trying to evaluate me. I'd thought that because it was Selma, she would have already mentioned to them that I was a former member of the hero party, but that doesn't seem to have been the case. It's okay to have high expectations. Selma's stirring things up. I will be troubled if you have that high expectations of me. Please don't raise the hurdle. Nice to meet you. I'm Orn. I'm a vanguard attacker. I look forward to working with you 3. When I introduce myself to the 3, they also introduce themselves. As I had guessed, the 2 men are defenders and the woman is a healer. The composition of the officers is well balanced. Actually, if I had participated as an enchanter, who would have been the damage dealer? For floor bosses down to the middle layers, even an A-rank defender can inflict good damage, but it would be definitely different compared to someone who deals damage as their main job. I have nothing but worries about this plan. I need to follow up as much as I'm capable of. Well, the 4 of you, for the next 3 days, let's work well together. Then, I need to greet the beginners. The 5 of us head to the place where the beginners are gathered. Everyone, morning. Just as you all know by now, from today on we're aiming for the 51st floor of the Great Labyrinth. Standing on stone steps a level taller, we are able to look at all the beginners. And Selma was speaking to all of them. All the explorers who hear Selma's voice are paying attention. Some of them are the kids I was talking about earlier, but they seem to have been properly educated. Everyone looks so tense. After all, is it scary to suddenly go to the middle layers? But rest assured, this time the one in command is the best enchanter on this continent, I myself. What's more, to deal with any unexpected situations, I've also prepared a powerful assistant. Let me introduce him. His name is Orn. He's an explorer that has achieved something even we are not capable of, reaching the 94th floor. How's it? Surely you now have the spirit to go to the 51st floor. The newcomers who had been silent, while listening to Selma's speech, started buzzing. That's what you meant by relieving anxiety, who? Look, your 3 officers' mouths are wide open. You're definitely not just saying this to have some fun, right? He's already left the hero party, but he knows more details about the Great Labyrinth than anyone else here. So let's start exploring the labyrinth. The newcomers cheerfully resound with an ooh to Selma's call. In 10 minutes, move to the Great Labyrinth, form lines according to your parties, and stand by. Selma gets off the stone step with a satisfied expression as though saying, I've said everything I wanted to say. Please cut me a break. Section. Now then, officers make the final checks. Everyone got off the stone step and gathered in one place. Apologies. The attitude I adopted earlier when speaking to you was rude. The defender, who had been previously looking to evaluate me, apologizes. No, I'm not bothered by that, and I'm the one that's younger, so you don't need to speak politely. Please speak normally. I see. Got it. Still, is it all right for a person from the hero party to cooperate with our plan? Former, you mean? I don't belong to the hero party anymore, so there's no problems. My bad for while you're speaking, but we're pressed for time. Start the final checks. With Selma's one voice, the atmosphere of the 3 tenses up. The final checks are the same as what I had been informed yesterday. After finishing the final checks, each leader is to head to the beginner parties they are responsible for. I am in charge of the 9th and 10th squad. As I, too, was about to leave, Selma called out to me. The 10th squad comprises our promising rookies. If they can polish their party cooperation, then they will have the ability to handle even the middle layers without difficulty. I look forward to you guiding them. Don't entrust such promising rookies to an outsider. Come on. Understood, I'll do everything I can. Chapter 11, Problem Children. I approach the 2 newcomer parties that I am in charge of. There are 8 boys and girls. From the children, I hear a small voice saying, Yay, he's a hero. I'm not a hero anymore though, ha. Checking their lines, there are 5 people in the 9th squad and 3 in the 10th squad. Sophia is in the 10th squad. Well, even though as a beginner she allowed herself to be cornered by more than 10 orcs, she was still able to hold on for a short while. No one would be corrected if they were to call her an anticipated rookie. By the way, Sophia's clothes are now the same as the other beginners. To be honest, her previous attire was cuter. I'm the one who was introduced earlier by Selma, Orn. Let's do well together for the next 3 days. After I greet them, the newcomers reply, Please take care of us. So then, is there anyone late in the 10th squad? Fundamentally, parties have 5 people, at most 6. This is the standard theory. If the number is too small, there's a chance that they will be unable to deal with unexpected situations. If too large, conversely, the difficulty level of effective cooperation will jump. Moreover, demonic beasts have the tendency of attacking areas with more people, so with more people, it becomes challenging for the defender to attract attacks. Therefore, 5 people is currently considered the optimal number. No, we are a 3-person party. A young boy with gold hair and purple eyes belonging to the 10th squad replies. Among the 2 parties, the 9th squad is composed of 3 boys and 2 girls, and the 10th squad, 1 boy and 2 girls. 3-person party, that's rare, huh? I unintentionally spill my thoughts. For parties, there are greater risks associated with fewer people than more people. This definitely isn't a clan that doesn't understand that, so why are there only 3 people? As far as I can tell from an earlier brief glance, there are 2 6-person parties. They could have transferred one from each into the 10th squad. As beginners, it should still be flexible for them to change parties. That's because there's no one else who can keep up with us. The boy says, so full of confidence. I see. Since they are promising rookies compared to the other beginners, the difference in levels is too big. Regardless, this boy at this age already has this kind of attitude, huh? There are some explorers who, along with the improvement in their own abilities, also become more arrogant. If he's already like this now, I can only be worried about the future. Perhaps it's my job to rectify his personality? No, the clan probably has their own plans. Yeah, that must be right. So then there's no need for me to do anything of my own accord as an outsider. Definitely not the case that I think it'll be troublesome, so it'd be easier to leave it. Okay, there's no issue if all the members are present. Moving on, there's not much time, so would it be okay for everyone to tell me just your name and role? I get each person to do a self-introduction. After the self-introduction of the 9th squad, it's the turn of the 10th squad. I'm the leader of this party, Logan Hayward. My job is Enchanter. I'm the man who will eventually surpass Selma. The Enchanter of the 10th squad is this guy. Common to all parties in Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, the Enchanter is the one that takes command during battle. This young boy being the one taking command is already enough to make me worried. Maybe there's still a chance that he won't have any problems with commanding battles. That's something you can't know until you see him in actual battle. Please do your best. Next. Yes, my name is Caroline Inglot, job defender. Next to speak is an emerald-eyed girl with slightly curly, chestnut-colored hair that extended to her waist. Her stature and appearance are similar to that of her peers, except for one area. Where that is, I won't say. Anyway, she's a cheerful child. We're short on time, and we should be proceeding with the next person, but since next is Sophia, whom I already know, and there's something I really need to make sure, I ask Caroline a question. You don't seem to be wearing any kind of armor. Will you be equipping it after entering the labyrinth? You too, even brother is asking me that. I'm an armorless, shieldless defender. No, even if you say that with a smug face. Defender is a job that takes attacks from demonic beasts on behalf of their allies. Armor and shields should be essential. No, there's just one. Apart from the hero party and Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, there's another S-rank party defender who doesn't equip armor or use a shield. Are you aiming to be an evasion-type defender? That's right, I don't want to be touched by demonic beasts. But I want to chop up lots of demonic beasts, so I became the one that will get closest to them, defender. I want to hold my head in my hands. The strength of evasive defenders is directly related to their combat experience. It's not something that a beginner can just do, and what's more, evasion types are helpless against demonic beasts they see for the first time. That S-rank woman possesses a special power, so it's something that's achievable for her. If you work yourself to death, there's a chance you might be able to approach her, but if you don't have a special power like that woman, I'm willing to declare that you won't be able to stand on the same stage as her. Still, the reason for becoming a defender is because you want to chop up lots of demonic beasts. Isn't the 10th squad really a gathering of problem children? No, Sophia isn't a problem child, so it might not be. Speaking of which, she broke her promise with Selma and went into the labyrinth without permission, didn't she? With that, I can't claim 100% that she isn't a problem child. It might be better if you give up on being an evasion type. Did the clan not advise you to stop? Isn't it obvious that she was told so? Despite that, this guy's just ignoring them. My question is answered by Logan. Well, Logan also doesn't listen to what the teachers say. You can't talk about other people. Quarreling is not good. Logan and Caroline start arguing, and Sophia is trying to stop them. My head is seriously starting to hurt. Next. Yes, I'm Sophia Claudel. My position is rearguard attacker, job magician. Although the way she introduced herself is exactly the same as the members of the 9th squad. For some reason, I feel relieved. All right, I've remembered everyone's faces and names. Once again, let's work well together for the next 3 days. Other squads are starting to move. Let's move out too. I stand at the front and follow the back of the 8th squad. Then we enter the Great Labyrinth. Finally, the guided exploration has begun. While we are in the Great Labyrinth, I will follow you all from the back, so you should be sticking behind the 7th and 8th squads. After notifying the leader of the 9th squad and Logan, I move to the rear. In the Great Labyrinth, the beginners will be proceeding in 2 files, and the leaders will have to be wary of the surrounding back, left and right of their files for anything that appears. Section. Hey. Why's someone from the hero party exploring with us? The hero party doesn't think our clan is a rival. Shortly after entering the Great Labyrinth, Caroline speaks to me. The other newcomers are tense and stiff, but this kid looks no different from how she was on the surface. Should I say she's bold or something else? Did you not hear what Selma said? I've already left the hero party. That's why I can participate. Besides, when I was part of the hero party, I did see Night Sky's Silver Rabbit as a threat. I was always paying attention to their movements. A. Why did you leave? Everyone looks up to the hero party. What a waste. Don't go there. It also doesn't seem like she's saying that because she's two-faced. This is a type I'm bad with. Whatever. It's not something that concerns you. A. Why not? Tell me. A. What was it again? Ah, it's for my future reference. Differences in aims, something like that. Ooh, differences in aims. What a cool way of saying it. That's something you'd usually say when you're trying to avoid further questions, but cool. This kid doesn't know how to read between the lines. However, she seems convinced, so all's well that ends well. But the conversation with Caroline didn't end there. While I thought it was bothersome, I also couldn't flatly refuse her, so I listened to her speak and replied appropriately. Section: Two white wolf-like demonic beasts. White wolves approach the night sky's silver rabbit group from behind. The white wolves rely on their sense of smell to gradually draw closer. However, the white wolves are unable to catch up to the group of people from night sky's silver rabbit. This is because all of a sudden, the ground uplifts into spears that skewer the white wolves. The reason why the ground rose was simple. Orn had activated timed magic on the ground. The skewered white wolves turn into black mist, leaving only magic stones in their place. While talking to Caroline, Orn had sensed the presence of demonic beasts from far behind. He then calculated how long it would take for those beasts to arrive at his current position, and set magic into the ground that would activate at that time. Orn, from the moment he entered the labyrinth, had already subjugated numerous demonic beasts. If the demonic beasts Orn defeated were instead allowed to catch up with their group, obviously a battle would occur, stalling their progress. The leaders thought they were fortunate that only a few demonic beasts had approached them, but in fact, Orn was subduing the monsters from the back without anyone noticing. Chapter 12: The Abilities of These Promising Rookies. No major trouble occurred, and we proceeded at a good pace, arriving at the 20th floor earlier than planned. It won't take more than 10 more minutes for us to reach the floor boss. With the officers, the floor boss can be easily defeated, and it looks like we'll be ending with this today. Up to here, the 10th squad had engaged in several battles. I had been concerned with them only having 3 people, but by the midpoint of today's guided exploration, I came around to thinking that there would be no problem with their 3-person composition. First, Logan. His ability to choose appropriate support magic, activation timing, multiplier effect of support magic, all of them are at a high value. Since today was in the upper layers, battles ended quickly, and there are still aspects that can't be judged, but if he can maintain this level even in a prolonged battle, honestly he can play an active role in a rank parties. He also passes the level of attack magic required of enchanters, and I can understand Logan adopting that kind of arrogant attitude. No doubt he's a genius. Only, I will be remiss if I didn't mention that his instructions are poor. Well, this requires a lot of combat experience, so it'd probably improve from here on. Next, Caroline. Befitting her words of aiming at being an evasion-type defender, she had high agility, and could even toy around with the speed-focused demonic beasts of the upper layers, horned rabbits and white wolves. However, there are also problem points. First of all, as soon as she finds a demonic beast, she rushes at it. Given that she's a defender, it's okay if she closes the distance, but in her case, before she's attacked she already attacks. Fighting with that kind of attitude makes those watching nervous. Also, her choice of weapon is dual daggers. Daggers match her nimble movements, but in this 3-person party, there is no vanguard other than her. Because of this, I'm left with worries about her low attack power. Finally, Sophia. Regarding this girl, the other 2 are at a high level, so in comparison she ends up looking unfavorable, but the might of her magic, and the time it takes until it activates is high enough to the level where you can't think of her as a beginner. Perhaps because of her personality, she can't be proactive in battle, but this can probably be improved if she starts opening up to her companions. Compared to advanced explorers, of course they're still a long way off, but their flaws are not flaws you'd usually find in beginners, and they're kids that leave you looking forward to their future growth. The 9th squad, yeah, in the future they might start showing promise. While thinking about that, the officers, excluding Selma and I, defeat the 20th floor boss. For the time being, that concludes today, huh? I'd thought more problems would arise, but I guess the clan had made sufficient preparations. Even when they encountered situations where it was difficult to make straightforward decisions, no one panicked and they were able to deal with them. To be honest, I didn't think it would go this smoothly. It seems I had underestimated this organization called Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Though I say that, from tomorrow we will be entering the middle layers. There will be fewer levels to traverse than today, but it's definitely going to become harder. Arriving at the 20th floor, the newcomers take turns to hold their guild card over the crystal. After they finish, we all transfer to the surface. Even though we end earlier than planned, the sun has already set. I catch sight of many among the beginners who have reached peak tension and fatigue. Today's exploration is really terrible on the beginners. Seriously, to make this kind of plan, I really want to lecture that thoughtless, idiotic aristocrat. All of us moved to the plaza where we had gathered in the morning. There, Selma expresses her thanks to the beginners, and today comes to an end. Naturally, even I was a little tired, so I was thinking of finishing a proper dinner and quickly hurrying to bed, when Selma called out to me. "Orn, how are the beginners?" "Well, the 9th squad might show future promise. The 10th squad, just as you said, Selma, are promising rookies, but they are entirely incapable of coordinating. Especially Caroline, who honestly does nothing but worry me." "Ha ha ha, that's already much better than before." Selma murmurs with a vexed face. "If that's better, how exactly was it like before?" "Then, I'll be counting on you tomorrow too." "Yeah, good night." I part from Selma and walk around the city to arrange dinner. Chapter 13, News with Malicious Intent. This comes after all, huh? On the morning of the second day of the guided exploration, per my daily routine, I read the newspaper. The front page of the newspaper has a headline about the hero party's enchanter being replaced. The contents are as follows. "We have received information that the hero party replaced their enchanter the previous day." This newspaper was able to secure an exclusive interview, and the information obtained from that interview will be reported here. First, the biggest reason leading to the replacement of their enchanter was because the previous individual, Orndula, was lacking in ability. The leader of the hero party, Sword Saint Oliver, aware that enchanters are indispensable for challenging the labyrinth, had allowed the enchanter Orndula to remain in the party up to now. However, Sword Saint Oliver was unaware that Orndula's capabilities were inferior to even the average enchanter. That is to say, the hero party, while with that kind of inadequate enchanter, was still able to achieve the unprecedented feat of descending to the 94th floor of the Great Labyrinth. Already from yesterday, an explorer previously active in the Western Great Labyrinth, Philly Carpenter, has joined them in replacement. The strength of this explorer appears to approach that of the best enchanter on the continent, Selma Claudel from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. With the addition of this new member to the hero party, expectations can only grow for their future challenge of the Great Labyrinth. The publisher of this report is connected to a sponsor of the hero party with a big fat pipe. So information about the hero party is virtually monopolized by this newspaper. Nevertheless, I feel like there's no need to be this derisive of me. There are about 2 other newspapers that can be called major publishers. Neither company deals with information on the hero party, they mainly write about the trends of other clans and parties. At least wait until the guided exploration was over. That's the only thing I was hoping for, ha. The envious looks I got from yesterday's beginners will probably turn into contempt. Especially the 10th squad's Logan, heading into the middle layer. I'm supposed to be the one taking command, but whether that highly prideful guy will follow my instructions. Haya, thinking of it won't help things. For now, I should go to the plaza. Section, Orn. As I'm walking towards the assembly point, I was called from behind. Turning back, there is a beautiful girl with purple-blue hair extending to her waist. Her name is Luna Flockhart. She is a supporter who belongs to the hero party. During the time I was in the hero party, amidst the gradual worsening of the members' treatment towards me, she was the only one that acted towards me the same way as before. When I was expelled from the party, she seemed to have important business back at her family home and wasn't present in the mansion rented for the hero party. If Luna had been there, I might have not been expelled. With that said, Oliver probably chose that precise timing when Luna wasn't there, and in the end, I guess it would have happened sooner or later. The way I'm thinking about this seems to suggest I still have lingering attachments to the hero party. I should have already cut our ties, though. It's been a while, right, Orn? That's right. Actually, 4 days haven't even passed, but it feels like it's been a really long time since I've seen Luna's face. Sorry, even though you're about to dive into the labyrinth, I ended up calling out to you. Somehow Luna knew about my cooperation with Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Well, since it's information related to Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, after all, it'll be out quickly, huh? I had been wondering if Oliver would find more fault with me regarding this matter, but as far as I could see from the article, I was out of their sight and worrying too much about nothing. No, it's all right, so is there anything you need? That. Luna lowers her gaze as she pauses for a moment before returning her eyes to me. Orn, please, won't it be possible for you to return to our party? We need Orn's strength. I was wondering if she might say that. She values me highly. Is that the consensus of the party? From what I saw in this morning's article, I don't think that's the case. It's at my own discretion, but if Orn, you can come back, I'll do everything I can to convince everyone. Her eyes are serious. She intends to earnestly persuade the other members. But in many ways, it's already too late. With that kind of article going around, don't you agree that it's impossible for me to return? Besides, I myself have no desires about returning. No way, we promised. To clear the Great Labyrinth together. That's a promise I made with you and Oliver, the three of us. That Oliver expelled me from the party, so the promise has already been broken. That might be the case, but my bad. I'm about to be late, so I'll be going. It's a little direct, but it would have been difficult if she keeps persisting, so I turn my back on Luna and head for the plaza. Section. When I arrive at the plaza, the beginners' gazes concentrate on me. However, their looks are not like the envy from yesterday and carry confusion. After their expectations had been fanned like that yesterday to this morning's article. It can't be helped that the beginners are puzzled. Orn's sorry. At some point, Selma had come next to me and apologized. There's nothing Selma needs to apologize for, I'm sure. But yesterday, I exploited you like that to stir up the beginners. Their current reaction is probably because of that. Selma, who usually cuts a figure full of confidence, has become dispirited. She looks like she's really fretting over it. If you're like this, the guided exploration will end up failing, you know? I'll properly provide support, so please be dignified and imposing. That's more Selma-like. Who, I've been told, if you're saying that much to me. Then, today too, I'll do it as usual. I leave the support to you. It seems like she's recovered her mood. She releases a powerful voice. After all, this fits Selma better. Yeah, leave it to me. Chapter 14, Rebellion. Selma speaks to the beginners, and the second day of the guided exploration begins. Orn, you were kicked out of the hero party because of your lack of skills, apparently. But didn't you say yesterday that a difference in goals was the main reason? Immediately after entering the labyrinth, Logan speaks to me in a mocking tone. Well, I was the one who found it tiresome yesterday and just gave some sloppy reason. If only I hadn't tried to hold on to my pride. I say that, but it couldn't be helped that I did end up using that excuse. Don't uselessly flap your gums, concentrate. The demonic beasts here are more troublesome than yesterday's. These upper-layer demonic beasts can't even catch up to me, can they? Ah, someone lacking in skill like you would have tough fights, even in the upper layers, right? Haya, they say that the smaller the dog, the louder the bark. But they didn't say that the noise would be this jarring to the ear. In the first place, I want you to not think just from that article that your skills are better than mine. I said concentrate, you didn't hear me. Sue, Tusk, I understand. When I warn him again, while lightly instilling some bloodlust, he finally shuts up. Have I not yet grown up? It wasn't just Logan, but even Caroline's attitude towards me has become like she's looking down on me. These kids are seriously. The attitudes of these two are worrisome. But the exploration itself proceeds smoothly, and we reach the 30th floor. From here on, I will be giving battle instructions. Properly following my instructions, probably not, ha. My worry is proven right. Entering the middle layers, the 10th squad's first battle. The enemy consists of 5 goblins at the front and an orc at a slight distance behind. Caroline, attract the goblins. Logan, support magic on Caroline. Sophia, clean up the orc behind. Ha, what passive directions. Caroline, defeat the orc. I'll handle the goblins. Sophia 2, take down 1 goblin. Logan ignores me and instructs the party. What the? Your instructions neglect everything about party roles. I don't know if Caroline is following Logan's instructions, or if she just wants to fight against a strong demonic beast, but she rushes through the goblins and into the orc. Logan also defeats 4 goblins as he declared. Sophia, in confusion from 2 conflicting sets of instructions, isn't able to do anything. Tusk, useless. Logan badmouths Sophia while defeating the remaining one. Taking a bit more time, Caroline defeats the orc. The battle concludes with everyone unscathed. What was that battle? When Caroline returns, I call out to the members of the 10th squad. The nearby Selma isn't trying to stop me, so I'll continue with this talk. That was our successful battle strategy. Ended without a single person wounded. I hold back my feelings of wanting to shout, and am trying my best to calm down so I can speak calmly. For something like goblins, even I alone can deal with them. If that's the case, then it isn't a strange decision to have Caroline tackle the strong enemy orc, right? Orn, you're a guy too obsessed with going by the book, yeah. With a head screwed on that tight, you can't explore the labyrinth, you know. That's why you were kicked out of your party, huh? Let's assume that the way you just fought was correct. In fact, as you say, there were no casualties. So you can properly understand what I was thinking. I'll praise you for your honesty. Who the hell do you think you are, this guy? But your instructions were poor. Can you say where exactly there was a mistake? Please stop with the unjustified criticisms. Earlier, didn't you ridicule Sophia? That's because it was her bad for just standing there dumbly, without listening to my instructions. Putting your own mistakes on others, you still dare to say things like that, huh? There were no problems with my instructions. I clearly said, Sophia 2, take down 1 goblin, didn't I? The only person that can understand that kind of instruction is you, the one envisioning the entire scene in your own mind. Among the 5, exactly which 4 was to be taken by you, which one was to be taken by Sophia? Without knowing that, don't you think anyone in that situation wouldn't be able to target their attacks? In the case of the previous battle, where the 2 of you defeated all the enemies, it might have been a different story entirely if you had actually earlier discussed and coordinated on issues such as like who would be attacking from the right. But since you probably didn't even do that, there's nothing else to say except that your earlier instructions were poor. Esu. I am being glared at frustratedly, but no reply comes. Logan got scolded, ahaha. While looking at the Logan that was criticized by me, Caroline laughs. You too, Caroline, why did you plunge into the orc? Because Logan said he would defeat the goblins, and because I want to kill a strong demonic beast. You're a defender. You're in a party, so play your part. If you can do that, still have breathing room, and don't do anything that troubles the party, then you can do anything you like freely, nobody will complain. Yes, both of them show facial expressions that they're not convinced at all. If only what I just said can resonate with them. Selma, I'm sorry, I ended up taking some time. Let's resume the exploration. Got it, then let's carry on. Section, we reach today's final objective, the 36th floor. Today, too, there have been no problems overall, and things proceeded smoothly. It was just that those 2 members of the 10th squad didn't follow a single one of my instructions to the end. If they had struggled even a slight bit during battles, they might have been more receptive to my words. However, even without putting much thought into battle, their individual abilities are high, and after entering the middle layers, even battles that seemed like they would be tough were no challenge at all. After returning from the Great Labyrinth, Selma calls for everyone to disperse, and the day concludes. I stop the members of the 10th squad who are about to leave. You guys, you've conveyed very clearly your feelings of not wanting to follow my instructions. However, this is your clan's plan. You guys are members of your clan, and I am an explorer hired by your clan. This will all be over in one day, so tomorrow, can you not disregard my instructions? Honestly, I want to leave these kids alone, but as long as I am under official request from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, I must work for my pay. There's no way I will learn anything from someone who was expelled from their party, because their skills are lacking. The truth is listening to your instructions will just be a waste of time, won't it? Logan utters exasperatedly from the bottom of his heart. Then, whether it's useless or not, You can decide that after acting according to my commands once. I can tell before I even try, you know. I don't do useless things. Why is this guy so rebellious? Don't tell me you seriously think you're stronger than me. I can understand this guy has a rebellious attitude because of his arrogant personality, but what line of thinking exactly did he go through to reach the conclusion that he's stronger than me? I think following Orn's instructions will be better. Sophia, quiet. After all, we're the only beginner party today to not suffer a single loss. Results are everything for explorers, so there's nothing wrong with following my instructions. Certainly, results are everything. I can agree with that opinion. But you guys should still have some leeway. And if you do have leeway to spare, then wouldn't it be good to search for different methods? Try different things, because there's not only one answer. Sue, shut up. I just don't want to be commanded by a weak guy who got kicked out of his party. Finally, Logan explodes. Apparently, no matter what I say, my words can't reach that guy. I've already done so much up to now. Isn't it enough? Logan, cut it out. Selma intervenes, perhaps even she can no longer overlook this. Logan flinches, he probably hadn't expected Selma intervention. Sue, I beg your pardon. Logan departs without saying anything more. Caroline follows him. Sophia panics, but Selma tells her to chase after Logan, and Sophia does so. Sorry, Orn, I didn't think Logan would make things this complicated. I convey to Selma, who had come to apologize, that I'm not bothered. Thank you. Afterwards, I'll make sure to explain to them in detail that they are to follow your instructions tomorrow. There's no need for that. Why? If you lecture them, in the worst case, negative outcomes may arise in tomorrow's exploration. So if you want to do so, please do it after the guided exploration is over. For the time being, I'll just make sure that they at least don't die. Orn, Logan is one of our important companions. I'm aware that it's an audacious request, but I would like for you to help him before he gets hurt. I will handle the emotional follow-up. Please. To be honest, I don't care if Logan dies, but if Selma is going this far to ask me, I can't refuse. Understood. However, he seems to want to fight freely, so I'll let him do as he likes. That's okay. The conversation with Selma ends, and as I'm about to head back. Yo, Orn, you good for a bit? I am called out to. When I turn to the source of the voice, I see the two defender officers. Next is time for these two to find fault with me, huh? I think, well, fed up. What is it? How to put it, thanks for your hard work. No, how about grabbing dinner together? We were thinking. How's it? Go for a drink. Not criticism, an invitation to eat. Since I'm currently probably not in the best mental state to be alone, and thinking that it might be a bit of fun, I decide to have a meal with them. Chapter 15, The Ideal Swordsman. The two officers who invited me to a meal are the one that tried to evaluate me on the first day, a serious young man, Anson, and a frivolous young man, Bernard. Bernard, appearing very familiar with this place, opens the door and enters. Anson and I follow behind. As soon as we head in, an employee rushes over. Ah, Mr. Bernard, Mr. Anson, welcome. Matching what one might expect from a place they recommend, they seem quite well acquainted with this employee. Yo, Nia, today I've got a special guest. Tata, one of the people who's reached the 94th floor of the Great Labyrinth, Orn. 94th floor, you're saying? Then you're a hero. Wow. Meeting you is a great honor. Without asking, she grabs my hand and energetically shakes it up and down. You're a friendly person, huh? Moreover, it doesn't look like she's seen that newspaper article published today. Apologies for not being able to meet your expectations. I am no longer a hero. But someone who reached the 94th floor. The woman named Nia is perplexed by my statement. I have been to the 94th floor, but I've already left the party. I see that's true now that I think about it, but you still did go to the 94th floor, right? Then it doesn't matter. In the past 20 years, there hasn't appeared anyone who's been able to reach the 93rd floor again. Yet you're someone who's gone beyond that to the unexplored 94th floor. Make no mistake, you're an individual deserving of being called a heroic explorer. You're very familiar. Suddenly being spoken about, I can't hide my confusion. Ahaha, I was an explorer too a while back. I haven't guided you to your seats. I apologize, got carried away. She shows a sly look while slightly sticking out her tongue. Is the usual private room okay? Of course. Bernard answers the employee's question. The The place we are guided to is a private room wide enough for about 6 people to relax. Come, today we drink till dawn. Orn, I want to hear every single little thing about you. Ah, of course, within the limits of what you can talk about is okay so. The first words come from Bernard after everyone takes their seats. No, surely we can't drink till dawn, there's an exploration tomorrow. Hoo-hoo-hoo. I've got a body that doesn't get hangover, so there's no problem no matter how much I drink. Even still, being sleep-deprived will also be bad. It's as Orn says. Even though we're talking about just middle-layer exploration, there's also the educating and escorting of the beginners. We should approach it in the exact same way we would like for a normal exploration, in peak condition. Tusk. Orn's the same serious type like Anson. Unstood. Today till midnight, no leaving till midnight. From then on, the 3 of us talk about each other while relishing the food and alcohol. Befitting a place they recommend, the food here will have no problems being served to aristocrats. By the way, you are considered an adult from the age of 15 in this country, and since I'm 18, I can drink alcohol. It seems that in other countries, you can't drink until you're 20. To be a regular at such a high-class place looks like a rank explorers in Night Sky's Silver Rabbit make pretty good money. Normally, I won't ask these kinds of intrusive, personal questions, but under the influence of alcohol and being carried away along with the 2 of them, I end up asking such a question. Says the person who was in the hero party, I don't think we're paid that much. But it's a profession where you never know when you're going to die, explorers. So I decided to live without regrets and eat delicious food. That's right. You sure you weren't the one living it up every day? I've never done anything like living it up. I also had to handle the administrative work for the party, so I pretty much had no time to play around. Oh, hey, do the hero party really actually get along? Some rumors floating around saying you don't. Don't go there. I usually don't answer things like this, but I've been a little bit sick to my stomach with this morning's article, so other than what I really can't talk about, I decide to speak. It's not the case that we were on bad terms, but we also weren't really hanging out in our private time. Our hobbies and tastes, too, are completely different, so we rarely even had the chance to do stuff like have dinner together. Oi, is it okay for you to say things like that? As expected, this isn't good. Anson probably thinks as he checks with me. I don't think there'll be any problems. The party leader portrays himself publicly as an upright and exemplary person, so in fact, if there's anything I can't say, then that would be bad. Somehow the way you've said that is filled with meaning. Ah, speaking of which, there's something I've been wanting to ask about. Orn, when you were in the hero party, you were an enchanter, right? When we first met, you said you were a vanguard attacker, and your movements also resemble vanguard attacker guys. Movements, you're paying real close attention, huh, Anson? Even though Orn hasn't fought a single time yet. That's because I'm a defender, so I closely observe the movements of all my allies. Actually, I converted to a swordsman after leaving the party. The 2 of them open their eyes wide at my remark. Well, you'd be surprised if you hear that someone has changed the role they'd been doing for the last few years. Would it be all right if I ask why you converted to a swordsman? Anson turns a face full of curiosity towards me. I started out as a swordsman in the hero party, you know. My grandfather was a former explorer, and on one particular day, a demonic beast appeared in my village, and he defeated it with a single sword. Since witnessing that, my admiration of swordsmen has always been stronger than the average person's, and when the time came for me to become an explorer, I didn't hesitate to take up the sword. I thought that leaving the hero party would be a great opportunity, so I decided once again on being a swordsman. I see, but if that's the case, on the contrary, even though you have such great admiration for swordsmen, why did you take on being an enchanter? After we entered the lower layers, the pace of our labyrinth conquest slowed. Well, since the size of each floor and the strength of the demonic beasts suddenly increases substantially once you start heading down into the lower layers. It's only natural that the pace would fall, but at that time we weren't very knowledgeable, so that was something we didn't understand. We who had proceeded smoothly through the upper and middle layers entered the lower layers and for the first time hit a wall. There was nothing strange about that. Rather, it was strange that we had been advancing that steadily. By all rights, we were supposed to gradually improve our abilities there, but because of certain circumstances, it became necessary for us to progress quickly. And at the same time, that was also when the value of enchanters started to rise, so we also had our eyes set on that job. Then, since by nature I'm rather adaptable and can pretty much manage anything without too many mistakes, the arrow landed on me. I myself, during that time, also felt like the prospects of me becoming the swordsman of my ideals were dimming, and because I had interest in magic as well, decided to take on the role. So that was what happened. Certainly, it's not uncommon for there to be people who convert due to party circumstances. Besides, in the end you were able to reach the 94th floor. Judging by the result, it was the right decision. No, it was a bad move. Regardless of whether I became an enchanter or not, we shouldn't have rushed to clear the labyrinth, and we should have improved our skills more. Naturally, I can't say any more to these two. Because the possibility of the hero party clearing floors below the 94th floor is non-existent, I leave that part out. Then, Orn, what's the ideal swordsman to you? No problems talking about that, right? Maybe Bernard can sense my mood, so he changes the topic for me. Ideal swordsman, there are various aspects, but to get straight to the point, a swordsman who can challenge the deep layers alone. Section. The next morning, as I walk along the street stalls to get to the assembly point, there are some people chatting excitedly even while busy preparing for opening. Oi, you heard. Sounds like the new hero party will be diving in the deep layers. Really? Then, if they're quick, they'll reach the 95th floor today. Nah, I heard they'll probably be diving into the 92nd floor. Seems like they're just trying to check their cooperation as a new party. They're acting unexpectedly fast. I thought they might have been a bit more relaxed. Even so, testing their coordination by diving into the 92nd floor. Apparently, they're not doing something stupid like trying to clear the 94th floor as soon as possible. But if it's the first time you're checking how well you cooperate, you should at least do that in the lower layers. That's something that doesn't concern me anymore. Chapter 16, Side Hero Party, Oliver A. Party that has no more reason to worry. Nice to meet you all. My name is Philly Carpenter. Never did I think that I could become a member of the hero party. I'm very honored to have been invited. 2 days have passed since Orn was expelled from the party. Acting as Orn's successor, she will be joining our party from today. With her, we can constantly taste that feeling of omnipotence. Philly is an explorer who was active in the Western Great Labyrinth until 3 months ago. A different explorer had cleared the Western Great Labyrinth, and the demonic beasts no longer appear. It sounds like that was why she had come to the city with the Southern Great Labyrinth, which people say is more challenging. On the continent, there exist 4 great labyrinths, but they all differ in difficulty. All 4 seem to be composed of 100 floors, but the Western and Eastern labyrinths have no deep layers. That's why they say that the challenge difficulty is higher in the Southern and Northern labyrinths, where there are deep layers. Although you weren't able to clear the Western Great Labyrinth, Philly, you're the only enchanter who reached the 100th floor, right? With such an enchanter entering our party, the honor is all ours. That's right. Now we can progress even farther in our capture of the Southern Great Labyrinth. To accomplish that, if even just a day faster, I will become part of everyone's strength and do all I can for everyone. For today's first meeting, the Defender Derek, Magician Annery, Philly, and I are gathered in the living room of the mansion. Luna mentioned she had something to do back at her parents' place, and she hasn't been back since our labyrinth exploration finished 2 days ago. Or so I was thinking when the door to the living room opened and Luna entered. I have returned. Are you a guest? It's rare for you people to receive guests. Until now, handling guests had been something done by Orn. Luna's reaction, not knowing that Orn had already left the party, is natural. Not a guest, a comrade. Well, that's fine. My apologies for saying this to a guest, but I have something urgent to verify. Could you give us a bit of time? It's all right, carry on speaking. However, it's probably something she doesn't want to talk about with outsiders present. However, Philly is a party member, so it doesn't matter even if she does hear it. I need to find a good time to inform Luna about Orn leaving. No problem. Is that so? Then, this morning, information reached my ears about Orn diving into the Great Labyrinth with members of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. But why is he doing something like that? I haven't heard anything about this. Orn and Night Sky's Silver Rabbit? Did you transfer to Night Sky's Silver Rabbit so quickly? Even though I told you to act in a way befitting your stature, why did you immediately run off to that rabbit place? As my thoughts drift, Annery sitting next to me mutters. Apparently she's quite angry. Ha ha ha, totally, still thinks he can pass off as an S rank. In a mocking tone, Derek agrees with Annery. I didn't want you two to say that here. I haven't told Luna yet about the Orn matter. Of course, I had made known to her previously about wanting to expel Orn, but she was opposed. To force the decision through when she was absent, I won't be able to escape her criticism. That's why I had been thinking of finding a good time to talk. As expected, Luna looks suspicious. It might be better if I speak before it gets complicated. I think, Luna, you didn't know this, but that Jack, Orn left the party yesterday. As I am about to try explaining, Annery ends up talking first. Orn left the party. Does that mean he finally ended up seeing us as useless and gave up on us? Luna can't hide her confusion, and her voice trembles as she mutters. Her remarks possibly touch a nerve. Derek raises his voice. Oi, why are you saying it like we're the ones abandoned? It's the other way round. Use some common sense. We kicked that jack of all trades out. After hearing that, Luna's expression becomes blank, and she turns to me. Is that true? I am being questioned. Her tone is imbued with coldness from the bottom of her heart. I feel my spine will freeze. It's true. Because of that, this woman is joining as our new enchanter member. There's already nothing I can do. Getting desperate, I could only just introduce Philly to Luna. Nice to meet you. My name is Philly. I'm looking forward to working with you. I remember being opposed to it. Why did it end up like this while I was away? Luna ignores Philly's self-introduction and continues questioning me. Oi, our new comrade is greeting you, don't ignore it. Derek scolds Luna for her attitude. In response to that, Luna only shoots a glance at Derek before quickly returning her gaze to me. Stop ignoring. Hey. Derek, unable to accept her attitude, attempts to stand up from his seat and grab Luna. I promptly press his shoulders down. Calm down, Derek, you can't do that. Derek clicks his tongue because I hold him back, though he stays seated. Luna, you know very well, don't you? With Orn's abilities, he won't be useful beyond this point. I try to persuade Luna. I don't know, the core of this party is Orn. We could come this far because of Orn's presence. What's more, regarding abilities, there should be nothing to criticize about him. Rather, if Orn isn't here, we can't progress any further. She simply has the tendency to overestimate Orn. Love is blind, they do say. Maybe it can't be helped. Even so, exactly what's so good about Orn? You've been noisy since a while ago. With your rose-tinted glasses, that jack-of-all-trades might look excellent to you, but the rest of the world doesn't evaluate him highly. Besides, it's already done, you know. It's too late for you to shout, nothing will change. Please swallow your words even if you don't like this. Finally, Annery explodes. Annery has a personal grudge with Orn and should be satisfied with the outcome. However, because Luna is denying this outcome, it's understandable why Annery is getting angry. Certainly, I also think that Orn is too meddlesome. You're right, it might already be too late. Luna mutters in a spiritless voice and tries to leave the room. Luna, there's going to be an interview later on. I'll be troubled if you leave. After this, I will be speaking to reporters about Philly joining. Until now, Orn had been handling the media responses. That was the only thing that guy was useful for, but he's no longer around. With that, it falls onto me to provide answers, but I'm not used to it, so I want Luna to be there. Derek and Annery have difficulties with communicating. Having heard my words, Luna turned cold eyes towards me. Interview, is it? In any case, it's going to be about Philly, right? If so, for me who hasn't been informed of a single thing, nothing changes whether I'm there or not. Please let me be alone now. With that announcement, Luna leaves the living room. I hear footsteps climbing stairs, so it sounds like she's going back to her own room. What was that? That attitude? Disgusting. Absolutely. That person's. I like Orn feeling in everything she does makes me sick. These guys say the things that come to their minds too often. I want you two to pay a little more attention to your surroundings. Luna was it? Will I be able to get along well with Luna? It seems that from listening to our conversation, Philly thinks of Luna as someone difficult. I think it will be all right. She just lost her composure. She's a good person, so you should definitely be able to get along. I see, I'm relieved to hear that. Due to that guy leaving, there's a bit of turmoil. But after some time, Luna will probably also be back to her normal self, and then this party will have no more reason to worry. I'm a hero. Even if only a single day earlier, I have an obligation to clear the Great Labyrinth, and to make my name ring out all across the continent. Chapter 17, Side Hero Party, Oliver Loaded. A short time after Luna left the living room, several reporters finally arrive at the mansion. I lead them to the living room. The reporters have a strange reaction, but there are a lot of people after all, so there should be no problem with this room, right? No, for Oliver yourself to kindly receive our requests for an interview, it's a great honor. What, accepting interviews, is also part of our responsibility. Besides, it's also because today, I have something I want to talk about. Something you want to talk about, you say? That's indeed something to be very curious about. There's no use trying to hide, so I'll tell you straight away. We have replaced one of our party members. From then, without concealing anything, I tell the reporters everything. The fact that Orn is an incompetent enchanter. That as his replacement, we have welcomed Philly, previously active in the Western Great Labyrinth. That even with one hand tied behind our backs, we were able to reach the 94th floor. And that with this now flawless party, we will be able to reach the 95th floor, to achieve clearing the Southern Great Labyrinth in the not-too-distant future. All of that? Why, to think you would let us hear this much, tomorrow's headlines can already be decided. Make it big. The bigger the scale of the report, the more money we can receive from the aristocrats too. After hearing this news, no aristocrats would not want to invest in me. With this, we can buy all the magic tools that we haven't been able to because Orn kept saying it would be a waste of money. Section. Usually, we each have dinner on our own, but today we decided to have a party dinner as a welcome party for Philly. We hired a famous chef from this city to our mansion to make dinner. At that time, he had praised, even though it looks like it's been used every day, I can tell it's been thoroughly maintained. Despite there being no one here who uses this kitchen, why did this chef say such nonsense? I don't expect Luna to be the type to neglect the welcome party. She just doesn't seem to be feeling better yet. She might regain her condition tomorrow. Well then, once again, Philly, welcome to the hero party. Let's work together from now on. Cheers. Cheers. Thank you very much, to even prepare such an expensive meal for me. What, it's no problem. The naggy treasurer is already gone, did you know? The guy managed the accounts, that what you call it. I saw a piece of paper that recorded our money. There was so much money I thought my eyes were going to pop out. That was really surprising. Even though we had that much money, why was that guy so stingy? With that much money, we're only losing out if we don't use it. Accounts. Certainly, the task of managing the money was left to Orn, but did we have that much? Speaking of which, I don't even know how much we have saved. No, that's money that guy uses for playing around. Letting that guy manage the money was a mistake. Expelling him was right. Our money was being used in places we didn't know about. Is that the party's activity fund? Philly raises a question about Derek's remarks. Activity funds. But we use our own money to pay for the things we need. No, not that. Things other than labyrinth exploration also require money, right? For example, like the rent for this mansion. Rent, I see. Like you say, that's a thing that costs money. But with that much, wouldn't it be better to quickly buy this place? What you think, Oliver? We're not buying this mansion. Anyway, we're going to be using this as a party base for a while. When we leave, we can just sell it. Derek, that's genius. Let's do it. Then there'll be no problem in using the remaining money as we like. Regarding that, let me consider it for a little while. Tomorrow will be a free day, and the day after that, I think we will dive into the 92nd floor. There's a part of me that wants to say we will challenge the 94th floor, but naturally, I won't do such a reckless thing. If there is no problem after testing our cooperation in the 92nd floor, I plan to embark on our long-awaited challenge of the 94th floor. You're saying something very lukewarm. It can't be anything but the 94th floor, right? Yeah, now that Philly has joined, then it should be simple for us to reach even the 95th floor. I understand how you two feel, but this will be Philly's first time in the Southern Great Labyrinth. Up to now, she has never dived in the deep layers. If so, we should practice our coordination not on a floor that we haven't seen before, but on one where we can cover for her. Right, Philly's first time diving into deep layers. That's true. Then just as Oliver first suggested, let's explore the 92nd floor. Everyone, because of me I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. We're comrades. We're going to the 92nd floor because we have great expectations for Philly's participation. I object. Just as the conversation is about to be nicely wrapped up, opposition appears. With the same furrowed brows from earlier, the one who hadn't been here but still interjected is Luna. You, again, stop messing up our party vibes. Derek, calm down. Luna, why are you opposing? It's simple. I don't have the desire to commit suicide. Suicide? It's like she's saying we'll die if we go to the 92nd floor like this. Luna, we can't die by going to the 92nd floor. Why are you so confident in saying so? We reached the 94th floor while we had Orn. Now we have Philly, an enchanter several times superior to Orn. If it's with these members, our overall abilities will be raised by several levels. But I don't know anything about Philly's capabilities. Now that she said that, that is true. I informed Luna about Philly joining only today. If I tell you about Philly's achievements, your thinking might change. She is an explorer who is active in the Great Labyrinth of the West. Furthermore, she has reached the 100th floor of the Western Great Labyrinth. Until the West's 100th floor, certainly an excellent enchanter, it can be said. If the 100th floor, then did you belong to that hero's party? Hero is also the alias of the explorer who cleared the Western Great Labyrinth. I don't know why he is called a hero. No. That's a different party. I see. I can understand that she is an excellent enchanter. Still, I am against going to the 92nd floor. This person, how long is she going to cling onto her illusionary fantasy of Orn? I want you to see the reality. Luna, this is a settled matter. I won't allow refusal. Haya, understood. Looks like everything will soon be over. It was likely that no one other than me, who is nearby, was able to hear that. That's right, it'll soon be over. In the exploration happening the day after tomorrow, you will grasp just how lacking Orn's abilities are. Then Luna will wake up. Chapter 18, Side Hero Party, Oliver Slump. Oria. I let out my frustrations by swinging my sword with all my strength and defeat the demonic beasts. Somehow I managed to defeat all of them. Damn, annoying. The biggest cause for my irritation is that the new member who's following us today, Philly, her buffs quickly wear off. Although at first, I was excited that her support magic was much more effective than Orn's. However, it's natural that your frustrations will pile up if during these kinds of battles, your bodily senses keep being disturbed. When support magic buffs run out, obviously your physical abilities will return to normal. What's more, it isn't a gradual return, but happens in an instant. It wouldn't matter when you're staying still or walking around, but it does matter during the middle of a battle with intense movements. If the buff expires during those times, then you get attacked by the feeling of having large weights attached to your entire body. Light as a feather, body pressed down by weights, again light as a feather. Going through that time after time is a serious burden for both body and mind. That guy, on the first day of exploration when he used support magic, it only took an hour for his buffs to stop expiring during battle. It's already been a few hours since you've dived into the labyrinth, you know? I'm sorry. I'll get the feeling for it soon. Philly apologizes with her head, remorsefully looking down. It is true that that guy's adaptability is abnormally high. No one will argue if you say that. I can admit that. For a normal enchanter, it may take a bit more time for them to make sure their buffs don't suddenly cut off. I'm counting on you. And since Derek and I are vanguard attackers, we have many blind spots. Let us know how the demonic beasts in our blind spots will be moving next. Enchanters have the overview, so that much should be doable, right? Impossible. Right now it's already too overwhelming just handling the support magic. This is the first time for Philly to be exploring with this party. Besides, I am also aware that my magic resistance is high. She is definitely an excellent enchanter, but to ask her to do the same things as Orn, who had been exploring with us for close to a decade, might be a bit harsh. I can't blame Philly, so I turn my anger at Annery, who is the next source of my irritation. Annery, you know this is the deep layer. Even if the objective is to practice cooperation, do you not know that this isn't a good place to play around? Up to now, Annery has yet to directly defeat a single demonic beast. She has been activating her attack magic, but all of that has been nothing but the level of weak magic suitable only for inflicting damage on monsters from the lower layers. She's sending burdens over to Derek and me. I'm doing it properly, the same as usual. Even so, why? Why can't I activate anything other than this kind of weak magic? Annery hysterically screams. Judging from her attitude, it doesn't sound like she's lying, so what's happening? Don't take it out on other people, Oliver. Even your condition ain't that great today. Well, me too. Is this that thing they call a slump? For 3 out of 5 people to suddenly slump, can't say it's anything other than bad luck. It's as Derek said. I myself have lower attack power than normal. Usually when I shout now and swing my sword, I can cut through the opponent no matter how tough they are. But I can't do that today. Even though my physical abilities should be several levels higher, thanks to Philly's support magic. Why? As for Derek, previously, no matter what kind of attack, his posture would never break. However, today, his guard was easily broken through after receiving attacks from demonic beasts, and we even saw him taking a direct attack. Damn, I haven't neglected my daily solo exploration. Even so, why have I become this weak? As a party leader, I try not to whine, but I was so filled with frustration and lacking in calm that my complaints finally leak. Do you not even understand that? From the end of the welcoming party 2 days ago to now, Luna, who hadn't opened her mouth, now questions with a shocked tone that came from the bottom of her heart. Luna, you know why we've got such bad form. Speaking of which, you're the only one same as usual. Derek, who quickly reacts to her remarks, asks Luna, if you know the reason, please by all means, I want you to tell me. I must clear this great labyrinth. I can't stop at a place like this. Haya, you really don't understand. I'm so amazed I can't say a thing. With that, Luna once again shuts her mouth. Hey, tell us. What's up with that attitude when your comrades are in trouble? Annery, offended by Luna's attitude, presses for the answer. Comrades, is it? Certainly, for now we're still like that, ha-ha, it can't be helped. The reason why you guys are weaker, Sue. Just as Luna looked like she was going to be telling us the reason, a thunderous roar echoed in the sky. Why? Somebody mutters, as we raise our heads to look at the direction of the roar. Perhaps it was me. At the end of gazes, a body wrapped in obsidian-like lustrous black scales that looked like an enormous reptile. From its back grew wings that were large enough to cover almost its enormous body. Ominous is the perfect word to describe this demonic beast. I know this guy. Why are you here? Black Dragon. The floor boss of the 92nd floor, the Black Dragon, looked down on us from above in the far sky. Chapter 19, Side Hero Party, Oliver Hero Party vs. Black Dragon. Down to the 90th floor, there's a floor boss every 10 floors. But in the deep layers, there starts to be a floor boss on every floor. This is the big difference between the lower layers and the deep layers. A floor boss is a demonic beast that has great power in exchange for being restricted to moving within a certain range. It's unclear whether floor bosses can go beyond that range, but until now, there hasn't been reports about a single time where that has happened. Therefore, floor bosses are demonic beasts that don't move is common sense for explorers. Even though that was what people said, despite this being a place far away from the boss area, where it should never be, the Black Dragon is here as if it's natural. Why? The Black Dragon releases a loud roar as it plunges towards us, who are still confused. Derek promptly goes forward, raising his shield. Sue, Philly, prioritize Derek, buff everyone with everything you have. Philly, like in trance, didn't show a single reaction to my words. Sue, no buffs. Everyone, evade on your own. While carrying Philly, I call out to everyone and we start to leave. If it were Orn, even before I shouted, he would have already activated magic to support Derek. An enchanter better than Orn, but why can't you do the things Orn can do? The Black Dragon, carrying its momentum, lands on the ground on all fours. When it lands, Philly and I receive the impact from behind and are blown away. As I try to somehow break my fall and land upright, a lump of flame approaches me. The Black Dragon's pursuit. Even if I manage to somehow dodge, the high temperature of the radiating heat will leave me with light burns. Quickly look around my surroundings. Annery, safe, Luna has rushed to Derek and is using recovery magic. I can't tell the state of his injuries from here, but he looks conscious. Oliver, please buy us time to retreat. In our current state, we have no prospects of winning. Luna, in a loud voice, requests for us to withdraw. Now that the defender can't function, it's not a situation where we can directly fight the black dragon. Ku can't be helped, huh? Philly, can you already move? Why, yes, I'm sorry. The impact that sent us flying earlier appears to have helped her slightly regain her calm. Apologize later. First, buff everyone. Then join Luna. Yes. Philly immediately buffs me. I collect the mana that exists in the air onto my blade. By nature, mana is invisible to the eye, but due to the mana gathering in one place, something like pale golden flames wrap around my blade. Among humans, there are sometimes a rare few who possess special abilities known as talents. Talents, different from magic used by humans, different from magic used by demonic beasts, a general term for an entirely different type of power. The talent I hold is Magic Convergence. Magic Convergence is a straightforward ability that allows me to collect the mana in the surroundings into one place. However, the destructive power of the shock wave generated from instantly releasing the converged mana can exceed even special-grade magic, which requires a long time for activation. Heavenly Flash. Swing my sword clad in golden flames, sending out in a flying slash the mana collected on my blade, my strongest technique. To weaken the flying abilities of the black dragon, blast away the wings. Our previous subjugation was enough proof that without its wings, its flight would be severely handicapped. A golden slash hits the black dragon's wings, and the slash bursts into a gigantic shockwave. Like this, even if we retreat, it won't be able to chase after us. What? The last time we had defeated the black dragon, I was able to rupture its wings with Heavenly Flash. But this time, not only are the wings still left, it doesn't even look like it has suffered any major injuries. Why? Oliver, danger. I feel like I hear Anari's voice. Gahea. The fact that Heavenly Flash was unable to inflict a single wound made my head blank. When I realize the black dragon's tail is already approaching me at a speed that I can't track with my eyes, launching me spinning into the air. Coho. I can't perform the necessary breakfall and hit the ground, but thanks to Philly's buff, the damage isn't enough to be fatal. Anari attacks in place of me, but like before, her power isn't enough, and the black dragon doesn't even look like it cares. Fortunately, I was blown away to a place near Derek and Luna, and I receive Luna's recovery magic. Oliver, let's use the capricious door. Even though we'll end up fighting another floor boss, it'll be many times better than facing the black dragon. Luna suggests while treating me. Capricious Door is a magic tool that can only be used in the Great Labyrinth. With this tool, you can forcibly connect the space where you use it with the space of some other place, and you can move there. However, the destination is random, except that it will definitely connect to a boss area other than one in the deep layer. Normally, there would be no way you would use a magic tool like this that makes you fight a floor boss immediately after moving. However, the demonic beast at the destination will be definitely weaker than the black dragon. Even though we might have fallen into a slump, with these members, any floor boss other than deep layer floor bosses can be defeated. Got it. After recovering, I take out a glass flask containing white smoke from my storage magic tool. Using Capricious Door, everyone jump in. After informing the other members, I strike the retrieved flask against the ground. White smoke rises from the broken flask, distorting the space. As everyone is trying to get into that distorted space, the black dragon slams both its forelegs on the ground. That impact causes the ground to shake and split in many places. Our balance breaks, our hands touch the ground. Staying in that position, the black dragon flies while hugging close to the surface and charges towards us. From our habits as veteran explorers, everyone instantly moves away to dodge the black dragon's charge. And like that, the black dragon touches the distorted space. Swallowed by the distortion, the black dragon disappears before our eyes. As though the previous battle had been an illusion, silence dominates the space. Chapter 20, Side Hero Party, Oliver Support Magic. Were we saved? Anari murmurs. You think you can say that in this kind of situation? It's the worst-case scenario. The black dragon has moved to some boss area using the Capricious Door. Let's say if it were the 10th floor, what's going to happen? Luna dismisses Anari's muttering. The explorers who challenge the 10th floor boss are mostly beginners. Some of them may have only been explorers for a few days at most. For such explorers to suddenly fight against a deep layer boss. If that happens, I can imagine nothing but a beginner who has no clue about anything, trembling as they are trampled by the black dragon. The air floating around us becomes even heavier. To think the capricious door can be used by floor bosses, I should have considered that possibility when it showed up at a place it wasn't supposed to be in for now. We need to immediately return to the surface and request the guild to use deportation. Luna has regrets about her suggestion, but quickly refocuses and makes a new suggestion. Guild cards have another function in addition to just being able to register them at the crystals set on every floor. That function is deportation. Deportation refers to the guild forcibly transferring people within the labyrinth to outside the labyrinth. However, it is only used when a criminal escapes into the labyrinth or during emergency situations, and the guild cannot use it unnecessarily. This is definitely an emergency. It's unclear which boss area it has moved to, but I don't think there are any explorers who can defeat the Black Dragon. You're right, we will probably be punished in some way, but this isn't the situation to be saying that. Derek and Annery look dissatisfied, but they don't argue. After that, replacing Philly with Orn, we will go around to each and every individual floor boss. Today, he should still be diving together with the newcomers of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. After the deportation, and when we are all brought outside, I'll somehow try to catch hold. Wait up. Derek cuts into the middle of Luna's proposal. It's true that what she's saying makes you want to cut in, but it's really a bad habit of his to not finish listening to people talk. Injured people should quietly receive their treatment, because we will need to run later on. Why do you want Orn to join? We don't need him, we're already in a slump. And if someone lacking abilities, treatment is done. Time is short, so let's continue while we move. Don't interrupt when people are talking. Derek, there is not a single person here who will agree with what you are saying. Philly, is it all right for you apply agility up on everyone? Understood. Luna ignores Derek's words and requests Philly to activate support magic. As our movement speeds increase, we rush to the entrance of the 92nd floor. Section, I missed my chance to speak earlier, regarding the matter of you guys saying you're in a slump. In fact, nothing has changed about you guys. While Luna runs, she begins to continue talking about what she had been saying before she was cut off by the appearance of the Black Dragon. But it's not wrong that our abilities have decreased. Even my Heavenly Flash, this time I couldn't even inflict damage on that guy. As I speak, my bitterness surges. Why didn't my strongest technique work? The answer is simple. It's because Orn isn't here. Without accumulating enough mana, the power of your Heavenly Flash has always only amounted to that much. Not enough mana. It's true that I am spending less time to converge the mana compared to what I normally did in the past. But that's because my proficiency with magic convergence has improved, and even with a shorter duration, I can exert the same or even more power than what I used to be capable of. All this while, Orn had been casting original magic on Oliver's attacks, Derek's defenses, and Annery's magic. Before talking about that, I want to confirm that we are on the same page. Are you aware of the characteristics shared by all support magic? Derek and Annery have a bitter look at Luna's question. Apparently they can't answer. The multiplier effect depends on the caster, and the effective buff period changes depending on the person who receives the buff, right? If I'm right, the average time is 3 minutes. That's why the enchanter needs to recast the buff every 3 minutes, isn't it? I check if my answer is correct with the one who actually had the job, Philly. Yes, you're more or less there. However, in this party, especially Oliver, magic resistances are rather high, so I must redo the buff around every minute. Oliver has a body that makes enchanters cry. Don't say it in such a weird way, is that so? Philly, you have a higher multiplier effect than Orn, that's excellent. There's no need for you to change anything. Certainly, Oliver, there's truth to what you are saying. However, that's only if Orn is merely an ordinary enchanter. To avoid misunderstandings in advance, I will say that I do also think Philly is an excellent enchanter. When only looking at the multiplier effect of your support magic, it is at a level where you can compete with Selma from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. That's why that jack of all trades is un. I should have already said it. That's only if Orn was an ordinary enchanter. Derek, please stay silent. The conversation can't progress otherwise. What? Perhaps Luna used some kind of magic. Derek looks like he's yelling, but his voice doesn't come out. In this party, only Luna and I have talents. Combining her magic with her talent, there are many mysteries in the magic she can use. I have asked about her talent in the past, but I couldn't understand even half of it. Orn understood very well that he would be inferior to other enchanters if he were to only use his own abilities in the normal way. For that reason, to not fall behind enchanters, and to work towards differentiating himself, he developed a series of original magic to make up for his shortcomings. Among those magics, there's one magic that can raise abilities by around 50 times. That's impossible. Assuming if something like that can be used. Philly desperately denies it. What's making her this shocked? Even Selma, known as the best enchanter on the continent, is said to have support magic with a 10 times multiplier effect. Among such top enchanters, although it only lasts for an instant less than a second, Orn is the only one who can use a magic that increases abilities by 50 times. What? Isn't that guy's support magic multiplier effect supposed to be low? You seem to finally understand. Oliver's heavenly flash, when you attack while shouting, now, Anari's magic, everyone benefited from this 50-fold increase. Oliver, you had been getting a leg up from Orn's support magic to compensate for a shorter convergence time. If you had properly performed the convergence, I think you could have been able to inflict sufficient damage to that wing. My heavenly flash is an attack that goes hand in hand together with Orn's support magic. That's a lie. Anari, too, mistook the strength of the attack supported by Orn's magic for her own power, didn't she? You never had an ear for when Orn or I would warn you. As a result, you ended up with the habit of activating magic as fast as possible in exchange for it becoming weaker. With Orn's support, even your intermediate-grade attack magic was sufficient, so now you can no longer activate special-grade magic, no. If that's so, then you shouldn't have just used words. For example, it would have been better if you didn't use that ability-increasing magic, and teach me by making me feel the effects. Why didn't you that for me? By the time Anari joined the party, we had already reached the 86th floor. It was not a floor where we could cut corners. I remember Orn also anguished over the decision. Even so, as long as Orn was present, your activation speed was desirable. Besides, Orn did try to bring you along to the middle layers, but the one who said it was troublesome and rejected him was you, wasn't it? Does that mean my defense was also supported by that guy? Yes. Despite the effect time only lasting for an instant, in that instant, you will gain tremendous ability. To say more, that magic is something activated on equipment or other magic, so when the buff expires, there is none of that feeling associated with your body suddenly becoming heavier. All these are reasons why I was so against Orn leaving. Well, I've said this much, but have I been able to help you understand? Whether I liked it or not, I was made to understand. The fact is that despite facing a black dragon we had previously been able to defeat, we were now completely paralyzed against it. Were we a party held together by Orn? No one can speak any further, only the sounds of footsteps continues. About 20 minutes after the black dragon was transported to another floor, we finally returned to the entrance of the Great Labyrinth. Philly had been casting agility up on everyone every minute, so she is out of breath and sweating an unusual amount. Perhaps all this while waiting for our return, the people who notice us start cheering. We throw a glance backwards at those cheering people as we head to the Explorers Guild. Chapter 21, Officers vs. 40th Floor Boss. When I arrive at the assembly place, the members of the 9th and 10th squads were already all there. As usual, Logan's gaze at me is full of hostility. For the time being, I've decided to let Logan do as he likes, so I call out to Caroline. Caroline, for today, keep in mind the movements of a defender. Why? I mean, in the first place, do we even need to work together? After Caroline replies with a dissatisfied voice, she asks about the necessity of cooperation. Must I explain starting from there? Even though this probably should have been something already taught by the clan. I'm strong, right? Caroline continues to speak. Certainly, compared to the surrounding beginners, she is overwhelmingly strong. If she continues to steadily develop like this, she'll likely become a famed explorer. Maybe soon, I think I'll become the ace of this clan, That's why I kill demonic beasts. It's okay as long as everyone can just support me. What is selfish? That's probably not okay. I hear that Albert, the previous ace of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, also placed importance on cooperation. There are limits to what you can do as an individual. So that's why everyone parties up to explore the labyrinth, right? Albert sensible. Until the previous year, he was part of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit and was an explorer known as the absolute ace of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Last year, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit had challenged the 92nd floor boss, and he lost his life in the battle with the Black Dragon. His death appeared to have triggered the start of various kinds of internal trouble within the clan, but since that's a long story, I won't mention more here. And he ended up dying while covering his friends, right? Although he was a defender. That person is stupid. Even though he should have known that if he died, everyone would stop smiling. I feel an abnormal pressure from Caroline as she murmurs that. She's a kid who seems to harbor some kind of darkness. As an outsider, I think this isn't something that I should tread into. In the end, not only Logan, but also Caroline are acting as they please. These guys have the ability, so is it all right? For now, I'll just prepare in case I need quickly intervene in any situations that might become dangerous. Well then, going ahead into the 36th to 50th floors, what are the traits? Ornd. What's wrong, Sophia? As I am about to recall the structure and traits of the demonic beasts of the floors we are diving into today, Sophia called out to me. That, my party members have been adopting very rude attitudes to you. I apologize. I want to continue receiving Orn's guidance. Might you not be willing to guide? Sophia turned serious eyes straight toward me. In these past 2 days, what I felt from watching Sophia was that there were occasions when she was trying too hard. Even on the day we first met, she had set out on exploring the labyrinth with a random party. And this was despite her being banned by Selma. Her serious personality, I think, is a virtue. However, I can see that because of that, she's somewhat wasting her efforts on misguided ways. I hope she won't head in a negative direction. Nonetheless, it will also be bad to water down her motivation, and I do have time to spare since I won't be giving instructions to the 10th squad. Of course it's okay. What do you want me to teach you about? Then, what might it be that I am lacking? Lacking? You've already cleared the level required of beginners. If so, then it will be good to tell her what she needs to advance to the next stage. Got it. It's almost time to enter the labyrinth, so, after entering, I'll teach you when there's time to spare. Thank you very much. Sophia faces me with a dazzling smile. Section, as has been thus far, the guided exploration begins from Selma's command. As I step into the 36th floor, while dividing my attention and remaining vigilant of the surroundings, I speak to Sophia. Now, first, Sophia, I want to know the degree of your understanding towards magic. Please explain to me about magic. Why, yes. First of all, given the fact that mana exists in the air, using this mana to cause various phenomena is what is known as sorcery. However, sorcery cannot be used by other than demonic beasts. The method of magic was invented and based upon sorcery. By imbuing mana into a technical formula that functions as an intermediary, humans, who by nature are unable to use sorcery, become able to cause phenomena similar to that produced by sorcery. It's pretty much correct. To be more precise, the technical formula refers to the thing that enables the process of turning mana into a phenomenon. In other words, sorcery and magic are essentially the same thing. It will probably be confusing to delve into more detail, so I will omit any further explanation. In short, only the names are different in actuality, both of them are pretty much the same. You've got a good grasp of it. Then next, what is the procedure for activating magic? The procedure for activating magic can be divided into 2 stages. Construction of the formula and inflow of mana. Okay, explain these 2 stages. Construction of the formula refers to adding to the basic equation that makes up every magic spell, parameters such as power and range. Next, the inflow of mana refers to injecting mana into the completed formula. As long as you understand this much, you can have a passing score. To be honest, I didn't expect her to be able to answer this much. If it were an ordinary magician, performing difficult calculations in your head, combining the derived answers with mana in the air, that's how magic is activated, will probably be the level of understanding they usually have. Magic is very complicated. If you're not thinking of developing new magic, that much level of understanding is fine. You have a fairly thorough understanding. Honestly, I'm surprised. Thank you very much. Then, in order for Sophia to progress to the next level, I'll teach you the kind of thinking and knowledge you need. I look forward to receiving your instruction. Section. The conversation with Sophia was interrupted due to a battle with demon beasts, but that can't be helped. Anyway, Logan is really quiet. I did tell Selma not to scold him, but she might have said a little something to him. Repeating this pattern of talking and fighting, we arrive at the 40th floor boss arena. So far, the floor bosses have been fought by Anthem, Bernard, and the healer officer her name is Kathy, just the three of them. If all the officers challenge upper layer floor bosses, the floor bosses will be defeated in an instant. Therefore, to show the beginners how a fight with floor bosses should be like, up to now, only those 3 people have been involved. Onwards from the 40th floor, we enter the middle layers where the floor bosses jump up in strength. And in addition to that, there will be 2 boss battles today. Therefore, the 40th and 50th floor bosses will be subdued by all 5 of us. Orn, counting on you. Bernard, standing next to me, shouted out. Yes, although this time I'm just mainly acting as support. My time will come on the 50th floor. What you said during the meeting, can you really do it? Even with your gap period as a swordsman, though I don't think it can be done even if there was no gap. There's no problem, then let's quickly finish it. 5 officers enter the boss area. The beginners follow suit. The boss area is like a huge hall. The beginners watch the battle of the officers while standing by along the wall. In the center of the hall, around 5 meters tall, a 4-armed giant stands imposingly. All of the giant's muscles are pumped, its characteristic, hard muscle natural amour. Though we did have a meeting, this is our first battle with this party. Aim to move according to your individual roles. Strength up, vitality up, agility up. After Selma calls out to the members, she applies buffs to Anson and Bernard. By the way, because I want to cast my own buffs according to the situation, I had conveyed to Selma that I didn't need her buffs. The 2 who had received the buffs approached the giant from the front with lighter movements than in their previous floor boss battles. I cast the buffs strength up, dexterity up, agility up on myself, and maneuver around to the opponent's blind spot, while paying attention to make sure I'm not attacking too much such that the giant's attention becomes directed to me. I slash at the relatively softer parts of its body, like the joints. The 2 defenders can afford to attack while blocking the giant's attacks with their shields. Our vanguard attacks mainly target the lower body. Selma and Kathy aim for the upper body with magic. In front of 5 advanced explorers, the giant is helpless. 5 minutes after the start of the battle, we subjugate the giant without difficulty. When demonic beasts die, their physical bodies transform into something like black mist, leaving in place only the magic stones within their bodies. During this time, there are rare cases when a part of the body does not change into black mist, and instead remains where it is. This is known as demonic beast material, and can be reborn by a craftsman's hands into a weapon, armor, magic tool, or an item entirely irrelevant to explorers. However, in the case of the floor boss, after you subjugate it, a demonic beast material will always appear, although the specific parts will be random. With good fortune, the entire corpse can also remain as is, intact. I leave the collection of the giant's magic stones and demonic beast materials to the 2 defenders, and I return to the beginners. You just poked at it from the back. What a passive way of attacking. Even if you hadn't been there, the battle situation wouldn't have changed, would it? Are you really a vanguard attacker? As soon as I return, Logan makes some snide remarks. To begin with, my main role in that battle was support, and it had concluded more abruptly than I had thought it would. Certainly, I myself did also think that it would have been fine even if I didn't participate in that battle. Maybe. After my curt reply, Logan softly clicks his tongue and says nothing more. Section. Oh, oi, Anson, what was that just now? When I was checking and storing the materials of the giant, Bernard utters in a confused voice. I can understand his confusion. The battle was too one-sided. We are A-rank explorers. We have reached the 87th floor of the Great Labyrinth. Still, the opponent was a floor boss. Even with Selma's support magic, it shouldn't have been an opponent that we could defeat that easily. The biggest factor making that possible, definitely Orndula. The speed and strength of his sword is better than the vanguard attacker in my party. Looking only at his ability as a swordsman, Orn is probably at the level of approaching a rank. However, Orn's actions could not be properly summarized in such a one-dimensional way. This time, as Orn himself said, he was devoted to support. The giant's movements were entirely sealed. Demonic beasts are also living things. They always have tells that show before they move. This is a guess, but it looked like Orn was predicting what sort of attacks the opponent would be making next from its tells. Then, by first attacking the critical point required for the opponent to make that incoming attack, everything was suppressed by him. The result was that the giant couldn't make any threatening attacks and was easily defeated by us. It was my first time participating in such a dominating battle. Seriously, what was that? I can't believe that was with a few gap years. Orn had said yesterday, even if your physical abilities are low, you can compensate with skills and experience. That battle seemed designed to demonstrate this. On top of that, if he really can do that thing he claimed he could during the last meeting, Orn will likely be pretty close to what he himself described as his ideal swordsman. It looks like we might be once again in for a surprise during the 50th floor boss battle. Chapter 22, Parallel Construction. Parallel Construction. Lectures to Sophia continue. Currently, I am teaching something that won't be an exaggeration if described as indispensable for a rank magician's parallel construction. Yes, just as the name suggests, a technique for constructing two or more formulae at the same time. Two or more at the same time, can that be done? It sounds very difficult. Certainly, parallel construction is difficult, enough to be called one of the breaking points for magicians. In the first place, the construction of a formula involves performing a huge amount of calculations in the head. To simultaneously perform multiple calculations requires some getting used to. Once you can get used to it, you'll be able to do around too. Some people can construct dozens of formulae at the same time. Dozens? I can't do that. But why is parallel construction a necessary technique? I mean, I feel there won't be any problems if you can just use special grade magic. Attack magic is divided into 4 grades: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and special. The higher the grade, the greater the power and the wider the range. But of course, the difficulty of constructing the formula also increases, so it adds more time to formula construction. Starting from the demonic beasts in the lower layers, it will be challenging for even special grade magic to kill them one shot. You know that the time between a magician activating one magic to their next magic is called the interval, right? Most magicians become powerless during this interval. Because of that, parallel construction becomes useful. Its fundamental use is when one formula is half completed to begin constructing another formula. With this and oversimplifying the calculation, the interval time will be halved. I see. It definitely sounds good that the time you can't do anything becomes shorter. Also, lower layer demonic beasts are so strong that even special grade magic can't defeat them. It's not simply the case that it would be ideal to just cast powerful magic repeatedly. Even a rank magicians often use intermediate magic. Although naturally, most of them no longer use beginner magic. The important point is in how you use it. Certainly, special grade magic has high power, but its range is also large. Consequently, there's a chance that your party members in the vanguard might be wrapped up in the attack. Opening with special grade magic, following up with intermediate or advanced magic. This sequence has come to be considered as the standard approach for rank magicians. I've learned a lot. I thought that I should try to learn special grade magic as soon as possible. But only learning special grade magic is no good for a magician, I realize now. I will try my best and work hard to be able to perform parallel construction. Yeah, do your best. Sophia, you already have the ability to fight in the middle layers. That's why from now on, take this chance to practice parallel construction so you can fight in the lower layers. Fortunately, you have a lot of seniors in Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. You can get your seniors to teach you. Particularly Selma, I think if it's her, she will be very happy to teach you. From how Selma doted on Sophia at that restaurant, this can't be wrong. Understood, but the one I want to be taught by is not my sister, Orn will be better, just kidding. Sophia's face turns red as her face turns down, and she whispers in a small voice. It was so soft that I barely missed it. Me. Why yes, is it not okay? Sophia's looked at me with upturned eyes. To be honest, it's very cute. She's not doing this on purpose, no way, right? Nevertheless, you want me to teach you, huh? I can do that, but I do wonder if it's okay for me to teach, seeing that I'm an outsider. Night Sky's silver rabbit probably has their own training plans, so should I check with Selma? Wait, somehow, I have a feeling that it will become very troublesome. Though I say that, I do want to respect the will of this child who mustered her courage to make this request of me. It can't be helped, although it'll probably develop into something annoying. If Selma is willing to provide permission, I will gladly teach Sophia. If Selma says it's all right, then I'm fine with it. As an outsider, I don't think I can be allowed to instruct others without permission. Really, sister is soft on me, so it's okay. Thank you very much. Selma, it sounds like this is how your little sister thinks of you. Chapter 23, Officers vs. 50th Floor Boss. One way or another, we arrive at the 50th floor boss area. Getting here without any major problems, I honestly didn't think that was possible. Even though as we progressed farther into the labyrinth, there were more cases when the beginner parties looked like they were about to be defeated and the officers had to step in to support them. That was something unavoidable. Still, perhaps the beginners have become more accustomed through these past 3 days to exploring the labyrinth. Today's schedule is well ahead of time. Then, let's quickly defeat the floor boss and go celebrate. While shouting out to the officers, Selma casts various buffs. Ew. The 50th floor boss is a giant crab demonic beast. Although its body is overall large, its left claw is about the same size as its body, making it look extremely unbalanced. This time, I have a big part to play in the battle. To sever that annoying left claw. Crab claws are extremely durable, so it should take time to lop off normally. I cut in front and dash towards the crab. While running, I cast the buffs I need on myself. The crab raises its left claw in an attempt to swing it down on me. I'm grateful to it for setting the stage on its own for my operation. Kick the ground, jump just a bit over the crab's head, quicker than it can swing that claw. Cross over the crab, aim at the joint connecting the left claw, brandish my sword. Right before the blade makes contact, activate impact. Impact is one of my original magics. The effect is simple. For a moment less than a second, the equipment that this magic is cast on has its capabilities, durability, and magic power forcibly increased by a maximum of 100 times. In the process of getting to deeply understand magic, I discovered a bug. Although I call it a bug, it doesn't affect my normal ability to use magic. I took advantage of this bug and cheated to create this impact magic and one other spell. There is some guilt when I use these spells, but they didn't have any demerits like threatening the lives of the people I use it on. Although the difficulty in constructing the formula is extremely high, formula construction is one of the skills I have polished to the extreme. Because of this, the difficulty of constructing the formula doesn't hinder me. As an enchanter with a low support magic multiplier effect, this is the one way I have that allows me to leave with my life intact from the deep layers. I will use it without hesitation. This is my identity, and no matter how useful it is, I know that it's a cheat. Therefore, this magic will not be publicized. Thus, this is my own magic that only I can use. The sword I swing meets no resistance, and the claw is sent flying from the joint. Jump over the crab, land behind it. Seriously, he seriously hacked off the claw with a single strike. From the other side of the crab, I can hear Bernard's exhilarated voice. I did say I would cut it with my first slash. You didn't believe me, huh? The crab tries to turn around to attack me, but before it can do so, the two defenders approach and earn the crab's hate. If that troublesome claw is gone, all that remains is a weak demonic beast covered in a hard shell. The two defenders attack from the front and I from behind, targeting mainly its feet and nailing it to the spot. Selma and Kathy concentrate attack magic on the shell from the sky. When the shell cracks, I stab that opening with my sword. In less than 5 minutes, the crab turns into black mist. Section. After the two defenders recover the magic stone and the demonic beast materials, they return to the beginners. Everyone is celebrating the end of these 3 days with faces full of smiles. It's a clan with a good atmosphere. Looking at that, my heart starts to warm. But I didn't join their circle, and since defeating the crab, I haven't been able to move over to them. Besides, somehow, this feeling, almost like when you're in the deep layers, surrounding air that doesn't resemble air of the middle layers, that ends up making me feel nervous even if I don't want to be. While thinking about that, suddenly, the space in the middle of the boss area distorts. Immediately after, with a roar like thunder, an enormous black something appears. Chapter 24, Oath. The space echoing with joyous laughter turns silent. At this inconceivable situation, my head goes blank, but my body that has overcome numerous battles instinctively moves. I can't see anything except the back, but those shiny black scales and this pressure, there's no doubt. This is the 92nd floor boss, the Black Dragon. Why did it appear this suddenly? Wait, this isn't the time to be thinking about these things. My thoughts catch up to my actions. Beyond the Black Dragon, there's everyone from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. The Black Dragon is already prepared to attack them, evidence being the flames leaking out from its mouth. I try to circle around the Black Dragon to rush in front of everyone, but I realize the Black Dragon will be faster. Change strategy, instantly build a formula. Officers, prepare to protect the beginners with your lives on the line. While screaming, I activate Vitality up and Resistance up on Anson and Bernard, as well as Durability up and Weight up on their armor and shields. The officers react to my voice. Anson and Bernard step forward, lower their center of gravity, and raise their shields. Selma and Kathy deploy a magical barrier in front of the defenders. They should still be in the midst of confusion. Even so, they can instantly move. This is only possible for these advanced explorers nominated for this guided exploration. The Black Dragon opens its mouth wide. A huge flame bullet shoots out. Anticipating the flame bullet hitting that deployed magic barrier, just before it makes contact, I activate Impact on the barrier, increasing its durability to the utmost limit. The flame bullet hits the magical barrier and explodes. The members of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit are covered in smoke. Section. The smoke clears after a while. Fortunately, there are no dead. Somehow the beginners have been protected. However, the two defenders are covered in wounds. It's a situation where Kathy has to immediately treat them, but her body is trembling and she can't move. Not only the beginners, even Selma has a pale face. Then I finally notice. The size of this boss area has more than doubled from earlier. To suit the Black Dragon, even though it should be an irregular occurrence for the Black Dragon to be here, what's the mechanism behind this? Maybe I myself am still confused. I end up constantly thinking of unnecessary things. Currently, none of the members from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit will be useful. There are two options I can take. The first is to leave them to die and quickly head towards the 51st floor. Since the crab has already been defeated, the path to the 51st floor is open. The Black Dragon will likely notice my existence, but demonic beasts have the tendency to target areas with more people. If it's just me alone, I can probably move to the 51st floor. The second, to fight the Black Dragon. However, those guys can't be counted on to contribute. There are many of them weak at the knees and unable to move. If we fight, I should be prepared to throw away half-hearted ideas of trying to just buy time for everyone to escape to the 51st floor. To save everyone, I can do nothing except win. Shit. Why am I recalling that right now? Section. I was born and raised in a poor village that wasn't even marked on maps. Oliver and I were popular in the village. Since we were born, the two of us had excellent memory and physical abilities. We learnt the sword from my grandfather, and at the age of 8, we possessed abilities that were by no means inferior to B-rank explorers. For us to strive higher and succeed as explorers in the future, our daily routine was to train deep in the mountains near our village. One day, an incident happened. The village was attacked by bandits. By the time we returned, it was already too late. Houses were burnt. All the people who had been lively in the morning were now corpses, scattered everywhere. When we got a grasp on the situation, we cried until our voices could no longer come out. And by the time we stopped crying, the sun had already risen. Oliver, if everyone stays like this, they'll be sad. Let's properly bury them. That's true. Whether fortunately or unfortunately, as we were clever for our age, We soon realized what we needed to be doing and took action. We silently dug a hole and carefully put the corpses in. After placing all the corpses within, we set fire in the hole. Orn, I'm going to be stronger. So that nothing can be taken from me anymore, I'll be much more stronger. I'll be so strong that just by hearing my name, they won't have the guts to do such ridiculous things. I'll also be stronger. Even when things get unfair, I won't lose anything. No matter what happens, I'll become strong enough to protect the things important to me. Tears that should have already dried up started shedding again. We swore an oath, while the image of our family and the village burning was seared into our eyes. After the burial was over, we left the place of the village and became explorers in Tutril, where the southern Great Labyrinth was. Section: Unfair things are abundant in this world. The current situation is just one such example. In order to not just only cry in frustration when unfair things happened, I became an explorer in search of power and knowledge. Hasn't my answer already been decided from the beginning? Right now, my role is to bring along these beginners who had just become explorers to the 51st floor. And what's necessary to achieve that is to cross over this unfairness that was right before my eyes. It's nothing difficult. You only need to defeat the enemy in front of you. If I muster all the things I've cultivated since becoming an explorer, this isn't an opponent I can't win against. There is a chance of winning. Now, let the subjugation commence. Section: I take out a spare sword from my storage magic tool and activate strength up and dexterity up. The entire body of the black dragon is covered with hard scales, but as long as it's a living thing, there will be places a blade can cut. I aim the spare sword at the eyes of the black dragon and throw with all my might. The reaction of the black dragon is faster than the speed of the sword approaching its eyes. The sword I release is blocked by the stiff eyelids of the black dragon. For the first time, the black dragon turns its head towards where I am. Unfortunately, I am no longer there. I've already moved to above the black dragon. While spinning in the air, I put all my strength into swinging my sword. My attack is a surprise hit, and combined with the effect of enchanting my sword with impact, the black dragon that receives my attack roars as its face is slammed into the ground. Chapter 25, Orn vs. Black Dragon 1 Stacking. Following that, I land near where everyone is gathered. Immediately retrieve from my storage magic tool a necklace with a processed magic stone attached and hang it around my neck. Selma, I'll be taking that guy on as an opponent, so, together with the officers, please protect the beginners with all you've got. The beginners may be scared, but get them to stay still. I'll definitely protect them. Hey. Selma's trying to say something, but I ignore her. The black dragon raises its head. I slowly distance myself from everyone by running counterclockwise around the black dragon. The black dragon moves its face along with my run, fixing me in the center of its field of vision and not letting go. I'm probably earning its attention. Without changing my leisurely pace, after I reach about 1/3 counterclockwise, the black dragon starts to move. Growing tired of my movements, it fires the same flame bullet as it had just after it appeared. You think that kind of simple attack will work on me? While facing my left hand towards the direction of the black dragon, I flow mana into a formula I had previously constructed. Then an original magic activates, Reflective Barrier. In front of my left palm, a translucent gray wall appears. After the flame bullet touches this wall, the flame bullet flies back at the black dragon like it's fighting against a current. Reflective Barrier is magic that forcibly changes the direction of any force that touches the wall in a perpendicular direction. Well, in short, it causes things that touch the wall to bounce off. At the unexpected phenomenon of its own flame bullet being returned, the black dragon cannot react and the flame bullet directly strikes its head. Eat your own flame. While the black dragon's view is blocked by the explosion of the flame bullet, I put my left hand on the ground. Build the formula for another original magic, and let the mana flow. I don't know whether there'll be the opportunity to use this, but I need some insurance. Remove my left hand from the ground and stand. The black smoke in front of its eyes clears, the figure of Black Dragon appears. The black dragon's face was unscathed. I did know it was going to be like this, but wouldn't it have been good if you were just a little bit hurt? Isn't that your signature skill? I need to be prepared to use this. I really don't like it. While muttering, I build a formation and supply my mana to activate magic. Status Up, Quintuple. Status Up refers to the 6 basic types of support magic: Strength Up, Vitality Up, Magic Up, Resistance Up, Dexterity Up, and Agility Up, constructed in parallel and activated at the same time. Rather than the name of a magic, it's closer to a shorthand for activating them all at the same time. The difficulty of activation increases, but since they are activated at the same time, the buffs have the same duration and become easier to manage. And stacking. This is the other magic I developed through using a bug and cheating. Usually, support magic will only reset the buff duration if you cast the same buff on someone already buffed. My support magic can only raise abilities by about double. However, with stacking, as the name suggests, the abilities that are doubled can be further doubled. In other words, 4 times. Quintuple, then, repeats the same thing 3 more times, producing a multiplier effect of 32 times. For me in this state, even in a scenario where Oliver were to receive Selma's support magic, I would be strong enough to easily handle him. However, there are demerits. For some reason, I couldn't use this on other people. When I was in the hero party, I had tried several times, but not once did it succeed on someone else other than me. Next is that it places a huge burden on the brain. Stacking also involves parallel construction, and what's more, the magic is pretty much activated simultaneously. Therefore, just now, to buff myself, I had to build a total of 30 formulae at the same time. Formula construction requires a massive amount of mental calculation. Overuse of magic is, in short, overuse of the head. If you use too much, the brain starts to cry and headaches erupt. Using magic in that state will leave you temporarily unable to stand. The duration effect of my support magic is just 3 minutes. To have to repeat this every 3 minutes means that it's not sustainable for long battles. This battle, too, must be decided in the short term. By the time I finish buffing, the black dragon moves its center of gravity forward as though to brace its front legs. When I see that, I immediately jump vertically in place, moving a number of meters up into the air. As I'd thought, even though my physical abilities have increased more than 30 times, I can quickly adapt. I can almost mistake my current condition for my usual condition. There's no sense of difference. Is this really also due to being a jack of all trades? Well, for now let's concentrate on the battle. Immediately after I jump, at the place I was previously, a black shadow cuts through at high speed. As I had anticipated, a tail attack. This guy's tail swing attack is quite quick, and it would have been difficult to evade by reacting to it after seeing it. It's a pretty nasty attack, but it's easy to avoid if you don't miss the tell. While I am in midair and unable to maneuver, the black dragon looks like it's preparing to pursue me with a flame bullet. I show the black dragon the palm of my left hand. Perhaps wary from the earlier reflective barrier, it ends up not shooting the flame bullet. Once again, it shifts its center of gravity forward and looks like it's trying to time another tail attack with my landing. Your choice would be correct if your opponent wasn't me. I use magic convergence to converge the mana at my feet and create an instant foothold. Magic convergence is a talent that only Oliver and I can use. Talents are supposed to be unique abilities by nature. However, for some reason, Oliver and I have the same talent of magical convergence. Oliver uses this as a killing blow, but there are many different ways of using it. Land on the mana foothold, kick it, and plunge at the black dragon. When kicking, release the mana that makes up the foothold, let it expand and turn the impact into a tailwind, further increasing my movement speed. The black dragon seems like it had thought that was its chance to attack, and it reacts slowly. In the time before I reach the black dragon, I apply the buffs Sharpness Up and Durability Up on my sword. As we pass each other, I add impact and slash its neck. The sword I swing with all my might crushes the scales of the black dragon and inflicts a cut. Land behind the black dragon, slide on the ground to kill my momentum while taking distance from the black dragon. The black dragon roars. Unlike the first time it appeared, I can feel hostility. Looks like the black dragon has finally recognized me as an enemy. Around the black dragon, I can see some kind of an aura-like, ominous purple haze. Tisk. In the end, it wasn't that much damage after all, huh? I wanted to accumulate some damage while it was still in its wait-and-see state. While muttering, I make more distance between me and the black dragon. Immediately after that, the purple haze turns into something like a whip as it lashes at where I just was. As you could tell from that giant body, the black dragon does not move very fast. The main attacks of the black dragon are high-speed attacks with flame bullets and its tails, and physical attacks using its giant body. In the first place, attacking using its own body would normally not be that threatening. However, since its entire body is protected by hard scales, that attack alone is sufficient to make it an annoying enemy. In addition to that, the black dragon has this purple haze. This haze, sometimes like a whip, sometimes like a spear, can transform into various shapes to attack in all directions. It's likely that this is magic that uses the mana in the surroundings, similar to magic convergence. Even just one is a hassle to deal with. Previously in the hero party's subjugation, that black dragon had ended up using 10 at the same time. In other words, this black dragon hasn't gotten serious yet. While the black dragon attacks with its haze, it keeps turning its body to keep me in its sight. As I evade the haze, I activate attack magic. Fire bullet. The fire bullet I shoot is easily blocked by the purple haze. Fire bullet produces a small explosion, and the smoke erases me from the black dragon's vision. Having escaped from the sight of the black dragon, I again approach the black dragon, slashing its right forefoot to make a shallow wound. The black dragon does not overlook the opening made from me having to slow down to swing my sword, and the haze once again attacks like a whip. I catch that in my peripheral vision, and dodging the haze, I dive under the black dragon's stomach. Like that I slash its belly, but this also ends up being only a shallow cut. Seriously, your whole body is tough. From the right side of the black dragon, the haze transforms into countless needles that come towards me. Rock wall. Raise the ground into a sharp tip. The erupting ground attacks the abdomen of the black dragon while also blocking the needle attack. I move towards the opposite side of where the needles are coming from to take distance away from the black dragon. As I slip out from below the black dragon, the tail chases me with great momentum. Sue, reflective barrier. Instantly activate reflective barrier. The tail that touches the wall bounces and flies off in the opposite direction. Dangerous. I'm glad I prepared the formula for reflective barrier in advance just to be safe. Section. After that, this offense and defense continued several times. While dodging the black dragon's attacks, I've slashed the black dragon many times, but I can do nothing but make shallow wounds. It's been almost 3 minutes since my buff. I take a big distance from the black dragon, and once again cast the 30 spells to reset the buff duration. Because I got a grasp on the movements of a black dragon from my previous battle, I can evade its attacks. However, I can't land any decisive blows. I have no choice but to do things a bit more recklessly, damn. If only those guys were here now, I keep unintentionally thinking about that. In that previous black dragon battle, Derek and Luna dealt with the haze, so Oliver and Annery were able to make full use of their firepower to defeat it. However, right now, not a single one of those members are in this place. Nothing good can ever come from wishing for something that can't be done. Then, in order to beat that black dragon, I just need to fill in for the roles of all those guys in the hero party. That's my ideal as a swordsman. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 26, Ornn vs. Black Dragon 2, just a one-man party. The cornerstone of party battles is the defender. They have the role of absorbing enemy attacks and allowing the other members to concentrate on their own roles. At the current moment, it looks like the black dragon only has me in its sights. With this, more than half of a defender's job has been accomplished. For the remaining, if the opponent's attacks can also be blocked, that will be best. But if I do that, I can't dedicate resources to attacking, so I'll have to let that go. Therefore, I have no choice but to be an evasion type. Make the opponent focus their attacks on me and evade all of them. If so, I can devote efforts to attacking and also aim for counters. Even though I said that it was impossible for Caroline, I ended up being forced to imitate this type. The next most important to party battles is the supporter. Treating the wounded, buffing allies according to the battle situation, a role that supports allies. It's impossible to reenact the performance of Luna, the other supporter of the hero party, because she has a talent. Speaking of which, she usually moves in a way similar to a healer, but for now I will exclude this role. If you don't get hit, you don't need healing. Enchanter is already something I can do even without thinking because it's been so ingrained in my body, so there's no problem. Finally, the star of the party, the attacker. There's probably no need to explain this. It's the role of attacking and defeating the enemy. In the hero party, there is the vanguard attacker, Oliver, and the rearguard attacker, Annery. Both of them are able to use high-power attacks repeatedly, so they are excellent attackers. For Oliver's role, my current abilities exceed that guy's when he had previously defeated the Black Dragon, so there's no issue. As for Annery's role, I can't fire off her kind of attack magic so freely. However, together with my original magic, I can activate a number of magics with high power, so it's also possible to reproduce her role. All right. It's doable. In a moment, I finish the simulation in my mind. I again activate Fire Bullet to use the explosion to block the Black Dragon's view and start pressing towards it. Create a foothold with Magic Convergence, and in addition to my earlier movements that use the 4 directions, I include verticality. Circling around the Black Dragon in 3 dimensions at high speed without slowing down, I slash every time I pass by. This time, I don't activate Impact. Not only the Black Dragon, but also the attacks from the haze transformed into many various shapes, I avoid them all. I've slashed the Black Dragon dozens of times, but of course they weren't decisive hits. However, that is something I know very well. This time, I had been slashing the Black Dragon only because I couldn't pass up the opportunity. I was actually flying around the Black Dragon for another purpose. Turn my back to the Black Dragon and land on the Black Dragon's right side. Not missing this gap, the Black Dragon transforms the haze into a many slender spear-like shapes and drives them towards me. You keep using that attack in situations where I'm relatively easier to hit, but I've already seen that too often. I had manipulated him to make this attack, so I evade with only the barest of movements. Next is my turn. While informing the Black Dragon, release mana. With that, more than 40 magic formations appear and cover the Black Dragon. This was the reason why I had been jumping all around the Black Dragon until a while ago. Each time I changed directions in midair, I set up an attack magic formula on that spot. Now that all the formulae have received mana, magic activates. Fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, ice, attack magic of various attributes are launched within the range of the Black Dragon, and along with a boom, the Black Dragon is wrapped in smoke. The silhouette of the Black Dragon seen through the smoke nimbly raises its wings and vigorously unfurls them. The resulting strong winds produced disperse the smoke. It feels like the Black Dragon is looking at me with a displeased gaze. This attack seems to have caused no damage, while with a fearless smile on my face. The power is weak for the number of magic used, you're thinking? Well, you're exactly right. I can't use magic above the advanced grade. Besides, just now I was trying to save energy by using only beginner magic. Still, is it okay for you to be so relaxed? After I alert the Black Dragon is again covered by appearing magic formations. However, this time I didn't release mana. This is something caused by my original magic, Raise Repeat. Raise Repeat is fixed magic that relies on magic convergence. When attack magic passes through the place where it is installed, that attack magic is copied. And automatically, the same attack magic will be fired but with amplified power after taking in the surrounding mana. Magic that is several times more powerful than before attacks the Black Dragon. This time it appears like damage has been inflicted, and the Black Dragon releases a sound resembling a scream. While the Black Dragon is targeted by attack magic from Raise Repeat, I use Magic Convergence to concentrate the surrounding mana on my blade. Darker than the Black Dragon's haze, the blade is clad in a pitch-black aura. No matter how many times I see it, it still looks like something a bad guy uses. It would have been good if mine is pale gold like Oliver's. Oliver's converged mana is like a morning sun that illuminates the world with warm light. On the other hand, mine is a cold darkness that symbolizes the lightless night. Even though the effect should be the same, the appearance is exactly the opposite. When the attack magic copied by Raise Repeat stops, again the Black Dragon disperses the surrounding smoke. And the Black Dragon that comes out from the smoke is more wounded than before. You can tell just from looking that it is damaged. The Black Dragon releases killing intent uncomparable to before, but it seems it hasn't lost its calm. It got more vigilant after seeing the mana gather on my blade. Looks like you can still take it. Then, no breaks, time for the third wave. For the third time, magic formations appear, and attacks containing more threat than the second wave target the black dragon. No matter how weak beginner magic might be, its power has been amplified, then further amplified. The power has likely been raised to an extent only slightly inferior to special-grade magic. The scream of the black dragon echoes throughout the boss floor. When the attacks stop, I hold a sword clad in a black aura. The black dragon doesn't scatter the smoke like it previously did. The smoke gradually clears, the silhouette of the black dragon starts to show. Aim at the black dragon's wings, release a pitch black slash. Heavenly flash. Towards the wings of the black dragon, a murky slash flies in a straight line. Of course, just before it hits the wings, I activate impact to ensure they are severed. Or so that was how it was supposed to go. The black dragon blocked my slash with its tail. Needless to say, colliding with that expanding mana, the tail was cut, but the power was much lower than my estimation. Impact cannot increase the power for more than only a short time, less than a second. Because the mana was released at a point before my original calculations, the attack ended up finishing before impact was even activated. How did it know I was aiming for the wings? It was covered in smoke, so it shouldn't have seen the slash. That being the case, it wasn't that it had blocked it by reacting. If it didn't know in advance that I was aiming for the wings, it wouldn't have moved like that. It should be the first time that this Particluar dragon is seeing heavenly flash, so why? Using this moment where I am shaken, the black dragon flaps its wings and takes to the sky. This boss area had turned into something like a dome, so there was a ceiling. Black dragon closes in on the ceiling, and from about 50 meters in the air, looks down at me. Shit, couldn't stop it from flying, huh? If I could have blasted its wings, it wouldn't have been able to fly like that. As long as it can stay in the air, this will become an extremely difficult fight. Since there is magic convergence, I can, to some extent, do aerial battles, but surface battles are definitely easier to fight. I don't want to fight on the opponent's stage, but if I remain on the ground like this, I'll just receive flame bullets and haze attacks from the air one-sidedly. As I am about to chase it up into the air, I feel a flow of mana and realize that the members of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit are trying to activate magic. It seems that mana can't be felt by ordinary people. However, perhaps because of my talent magical convergence, I can grasp the sensation of mana somewhat. Don't attack too much and attract too much attention, and don't hit me by mistake. I was thinking that, but I notice it is Selma who is trying to activate magic. I know from the previous joint subjugation that Selma doesn't have effective attack magic against that black dragon, so that means support magic on me. Currently, my abilities are being raised to a level beyond Selma's support magic. Furthermore, stacking is composed of extremely unstable conditions, like walking on thin ice. If something like a third-person support magic is added, it will surely collapse. In this battle, that kind of opening will be deadly. I instantly come to that conclusion and take action. To interfere with Selma's magic, use magic convergence to disturb the mana around Selma and prevent her inflow of mana. Selma's magic activation is delayed. No need support magic, throws off my senses. Think first about protecting yourselves. While I shouted at the members of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, from the sky, the black dragon's flame bullet fell. Immediately leave the spot and dodge the flame bullet. Following which, while constructing footholds with magic convergence, move front, back, left, right in a random manner to prevent being locked on. Every time I change direction, as before, set both beginner magic and raise repeat. Half of them will be activated immediately, and half are put in a standby state where they can be activated once mana is injected. While firing various attack magic, dash up 50 meters into the sky where the black dragon is. Chapter 27, Ornn vs. Black Dragon 3 Aerial Battle. As I approach the black dragon, the haze tendrils, which have split to its maximum of 10 separate tendrils, attack me in various forms. After narrowly avoiding the haze attacks, if I can get close, I use my sword. If I gain some distance, I also input mana into some of the formulae I had set up earlier to activate magic, keeping up the attack. Because the battlefield is in midair, the shortcomings of raise repeat become clear. Raise Repeat definitely allows magic to be fired with power increased by several levels. However, the direction in which the magic is shot follows the same course that the previous magic passed through and cannot be changed. Also, since the activation timing is fixed in advance, it's quite difficult to hit a black dragon that has mobility in the air. If so, Reflective Barrier. The magic amplified 2 times is easily avoided, but with Reflective Barrier, I forcibly change its path. Reflective Barrier is not magic that can be activated instantly, so it was only possible to redirect one spell. However, this attack is also modified with impact, so it causes considerable damage to the black dragon. Part of its back hit by this attack is gouged out. Following that, I erase the foothold created through magic convergence and let my body fall freely by gravity. When some distance is created from the black dragon, I make another foothold and land there. Extend my left hand towards where the black dragon is. Thunder Shock. An amount of thunder, shock enough to blanket the ceiling, activates. Pain runs through my head. Overuse of magic. But this isn't the time to care about something like that. As long as this is a closed space, there is no escape for the black dragon. Thunder Shock hits the black dragon directly. However, there is no damage because it is beginner magic, if not for Raise Repeat. Thunder Shock has its power increased by 2 stages over time, dealing great damage to the black dragon. While its movements remain sluggish, immediately after I activate the magic, I clad my sword in the pitch black aura and close in on the black dragon. If it's the current me, I can endure it. Approaching as close as possible, I fire a jet black slash at the abdomen of the black dragon. This time, without being avoided, impact is also added. Being too close to the black dragon, the resulting shockwaves from Heavenly Flash also send me flying away. While regaining my balance in the air, I somehow manage to land safely on a magic convergence foothold. Quickly turn my gaze towards the black dragon. Its stomach has a gaping hole. As I had thought, it wouldn't be as easily damaged like the wings and tail, but that blow was critical. Section. Is this Ornn's true abilities? So what he's shown us up to now was only a small part. In my sight, I see a young man more than a match against a black dragon that even all the members in the first unit of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit had been unable to defeat. The scene is awe-inspiring. Physical abilities, number of magic formulas constructed and activated in parallel, that dark slash. Everything that's happening before me is beyond the realms of my imagination, even for me. I wonder what the officers and the beginners are thinking about this current scene. It was a wise decision for me to invite Ornn to this guided exploration. Without Ornn, we would all be dead already. But at the same time, I don't think we should have shown this to the beginners. It clearly illustrates the difference in quality between Ornn and us. I'd say there are some beginners here who will quit being explorers. As though ridiculing the efforts of us explorers in Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, Ornn is overwhelming the black dragon. You don't need my support magic, huh? I knew that the world that Ornn sees is different from mine. Still, for the past month I've been training, aiming for what I saw last month from him. And yet now I'm being shown a further distance, far enough that my support magic is unneeded. I thought I wanted to become an explorer who could stand shoulder to shoulder next to him. But will that day ever come? Even though I left my parents' house, ran away from home, and have no other path than to succeed as an explorer. My goal is too far. Chapter 28, Ornn vs. Black Dragon for conclusion. Since then, the Black Dragon and I have been fighting back and forth. I've either evaded or parried all the attacks of the Black Dragon, so I have almost no external wounds. However, I've already recast my buffs 10 times. My headache has reached a peak, and my nose has bled many times. I know this is a sign warning me that my body is being pushed to its limits, but every time my nose bleeds, I just roughly wipe with my left hand and ignore it. The black dragon I'm facing has holes on its back and belly. Furthermore, its right eye is crushed, parts of the scales over its body are shattered, leaking blood, and the number of haze tendrils has decreased from 10 to 2. It won't be going too far to say that both of us were hurt all over. The black dragon's altitude has dropped considerably, and now it's just a few meters above the sky. And at long last, the black dragon can no longer continue to fly, landing on the ground. Seeing that, I also land. Ha ha, finally he fell. To be honest, it was dangerous. If it had been able to stick in the air for any more than this, I didn't see myself winning. Judging from intuition, I can use magic for at most a few more times. I can already no longer recast the buff that requires me to simultaneously activate 30 magics. If I do that, I'll definitely collapse on the spot. I take my right hand off the hilt of my sword. The sword naturally falls to the ground, ringing out with a high-pitched sound. Without worrying about that, I stick my right hand forward. The place where I'm standing now is the first time I used reflective barrier to repel a flame bullet, and when I had set magic in the ground. A huge magic formation with radius about 10 meters appears in response to my movement. Magic sword destruction. As I mutter, the core of the magic formation rises, and a dusky mass appears. When I touch it with my right hand, pressure that can be mistaken for a blast of wind is released from the center of this dim mass, shuttering the space. Following that, the dusky mass changes shape and becomes a huge, terrifying, pitch-black sword about the same height as me. Magic sword destruction is originally a support magic known as clay weapon, which solidifies the surrounding ground and makes it into an instant weapon. And when that magic is used together with magic convergence, it becomes this magic sword destruction. The sword created from magic sword destruction is in a state where mana has been converged to a limit. Even without activating impact, its destructive power can exceed special-grade magic. It's a magic sword because it's made from converging mana. While dragging the magic sword, I slowly approach the black dragon. Perhaps fearful of the pressure emanating from the magic sword, the black dragon attacks with 2 haze tendrils. Reflective barrier. Reflective barrier activates on the ground, and I step on it with all my strength. It's a wall that could easily bounce even the black dragon's attacks. So of course, it doesn't break when I step on it, and I'm bounced straight up. Reflective barrier, reflective barrier. Again, I activate reflective barrier in the air, at an angle this time. I touch the wall while spinning, and I'm bounced again to the head of the black dragon. And above the black dragon is a reflective barrier set parallel to the ground. When I touch that, I plummet directly downwards. Having just attacked with all of its haze tendrils, the black dragon has no way of meeting me while I dive at it from overhead. Wait up. Make the magic sword, which is already quite heavy, even heavier. Taking full advantage of my physical abilities that were violently increased by the buff, while rotating, I swing the magic sword down with all I have. A reenactment of my first attack, except for the sword I currently hold. Of course, if I'm reenacting my first attack, there would need to be impact. Just before the blade strikes, I activate the magic that had continued to support the hero party, my forte, impact. The magic sword slices through the neck of the black dragon without it even being able to put up the thought of any resistance, and then slams into the ground. But still, its momentum does not stop. After severing the neck and digging into the ground, it finally stops. Section. The black dragon, who has been decapitated, is dead. I'm in a state where I can only somehow stand by leaning on the magic sword that's stuck into the ground. I managed to win. My head hurts. I want to sleep right now. By the way, is everyone else safe? In the second half of the battle, I had completely forgotten about their presence. When I turn my gaze toward the members of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, the atmosphere freezes over. Some are relieved that the threat has passed, some have yet to accept reality, but what they had in common was the fear of me. An enemy that even Selma, who boasts the top ability of the clan they belonged to, feared, was single-handedly defeated. It's natural to be scared. I'd prepared myself to be exposed to such looks hostile, just like before they're frightened. What, just like before? Isn't it the first time I've received these kinds of looks? Why did I just have the feeling that I'd already experienced this? Right now, I have a strange sense of uneasiness that I shouldn't ignore. However, I didn't feel like thinking anymore because I'm covered in pain. Well, if everyone is safe, then that's okay. I don't want to think about anything now, though what to do about the aftermath, I have absolutely no strength left to spare. While I was thinking about that, all the explorers, including me, and the corpse of the black dragon are wrapped in a pale light. Chapter 29, Side Hero Party, Luna Deportation. After leaving the Great Labyrinth, we hurry to the guild. We are Golden Daybreak. Please get the guildmaster or the deputy guildmaster. It's a race against time. As soon as possible, please. As soon as I enter the guild building, I raise my voice loudly. It's unbefitting, but this isn't not a situation to be concerned about such matters. Golden Daybreak, the hero party. Someone hurry up and inform the guildmaster. One of the guild staff who notices us shouts out to another person. Golden Daybreak is the name of our party. After reaching the 94th floor, we're more often called the hero party. However, this name has never changed since 9 years ago, when Orn, Oliver, and I started this party as beginners. The origin of this party name, well, I'll mention it when I have the chance. I don't have time for that now. Luna, what are you in such a hurry? Shall we move to the conference room for now? The guildmaster will be coming soon. In the commotion caused by our sudden intrusion, a female guild employee who remains calm calls out to me. She is Eleonora, a guild employee who is in charge of our party and who we have been indebted to since the formation of Golden Daybreak. When I see Eleonora, my anxious feelings slightly ease. This person's reassuring and trusting aura is something I hope to have one day. The room we are guided to by Eleonora is quite large. Perhaps guild executives other than the guildmaster will also come. As expected of the influence a call of someone from the hero party would have. With just one shout, you can gather all the guild executives. Everyone would be gathering in response to my voice, but we will be returning their favor with ingratitude. How should we atone for this? With thoughts like that, including the guildmaster, several guild executives appear in the conference room. I truly apologize for calling for you all suddenly. I have come here today because there is a request I need to make. I want all the explorers currently diving in the Great Labyrinth to be immediately deported back to the surface. Originally, such negotiations are usually carried out by Orn or Oliver. Now that Orn isn't here, Oliver should be handling it, but since earlier, he has been silent and completely useless. Derek and Annery are not good at negotiating, and we cannot leave this to Philly, who has only just joined. That is why, by process of elimination, I am the one speaking on behalf of everyone. Seeing that it's you bunch, the heroes saying that, there's likely an appropriate reason. However, when asked to perform deportation, I can't just give an immediate answer. First, can you tell us the reason? The guildmaster inquired for the purpose. I have heard that deportation is a fairly costly magic. It's helpful that they didn't just reject us without listening. I don't have time to talk in detail, so I'll be explaining it briefly. I promise that I will talk about all the specifics after the incident is handled. Please acknowledge. I make sure the guildmaster nods his head in agreement before I resume talking. The reason for currently requesting deportation is that it is extremely possible the floor boss of the 92nd floor has moved to boss areas in the lower layers and above. While we're taking time to discuss this, those who meet the Black Dragon will end up losing their lives without being able to put up any resistance. After deportation, we will subjugate the Black Dragon. But first of all, I'm begging you to prioritize human lives and perform deportation. My remarks shake the guild executives. It would do so. It must be unprecedented for a floor boss to move from where they are supposed to be. Even the guild master, usually gentle and never lets his smile leave his face, has a look that suggests he cannot believe this. But that was only for one moment. He immediately moves to pass a resolution for the use of deportation. All guild executives agree and decide to deport. I thought there would have been more disagreement. It's decided this quickly. Only for those in the 45th to 50th floors can they be transferred to another place, such as, well, the plaza near the Great Labyrinth. Based on the information in my hands, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit will surely be exploring the 45th floor by now. However, they are an excellent clan, and there is also Orn. It appeared that they finished ahead of schedule yesterday, and now they should be somewhere between the 45th to 50th floors. If only the ones on those floors can be transferred to another place, we can locate Orn sooner. For something like that, there's no problem. The guildmaster, who listened to my wish, made appear a magic formation that I had never seen before. To be honest, I am completely unable to understand its structure, but might Orn be able to grasp it? For someone that could quickly understand my talent, I feel something like this will pose no issue to him. It looks like all the guild executives are pouring mana into the magic formation. The deportation is complete. We request Golden Daybreak to subdue the Black Dragon. We will support the explorers confused by the sudden deportation. Set out. All the executives immediately start to move upon the command of the guildmaster. Well then, we will also go search for Orn. Hey, do we really need that jack of all trades? To start, I don't even know how much of what Luna said earlier was right. Don't need him, right? That's right. Just now we lost because it was close to something like a surprise attack. If I had known from the beginning that we were going to fight a black dragon, I wouldn't have fallen behind like that. Even after reaching this point, Derek still complains about Orn rejoining us, and moreover, Annery still agrees. Chapter 30, Side Hero Party, Luna Dissonance. How much longer will these individuals avert their eyes from the truth? I'm already at the limits of my patience. In any case, after completing the penalty, I will immediately withdraw from a party like this. So I think I will spill out everything I want to say. If the deportation has already been completed, wouldn't it be all right? We still don't know what is going to happen, so I will say it clearly. As we are now, we are the weakest among all the S-rank parties. Such a party stands no chance of defeating the Black Dragon, right? The weakest S-rank, we're the hero party. There's no way we lose to other parties. Derek, even now, is still flaring up. We could stay as the hero party because Orn was here, didn't I say that? Especially you and Annery, without Orn's support, neither of you have greater ability than someone equivalent to a rank. Please understand where you stand. Sue, the one who should know your place is you. You're saying like you're stronger than me. Derek's entire face has turned red in rage. Goodness, he's really a guy who gets hot-headed straight away, although thinking about it, I might have said a bit too much. I'm not lying though. For someone on the level of Derek, if I'm thinking of dealing with him, I can kill him instantly. Derek and Annery are against Orn rejoining us, but I have no wish to die. That's why I can't give up on Orn's return. Challenging the Black Dragon as we are now will only lead to everyone dying. That is what I'm trying to say. Assuming you and I fight one-on-one, I will win. You're very confident. Even if you cry and apologize later, it'll be too late. Derek takes out his sword. Why is he this stupid? My good favor for Derek has fallen so low to the point where it is enough to break through underground to the Great Labyrinth. Pixie, please. What? Can't move. Derek's movements are stopped due to my talent. Following that, I construct a formula for advanced magic, channel a little mana, and make a magic formation appear in front of Derek's eyes as I inform him. That's a victory for me, Unless you think you can receive advanced magic from this close distance without any consequences. Is this also your talent? I never heard it could be used like this. I also still don't understand the full extent of my talent. But Orn seems to understand. Enough. Oliver, who had been quiet until now, finally opens his mouth. It's way too late. First, find Orn and then decide what to do. I won't allow any objection. The atmosphere in the party remains the worst, but it looks like everyone will at least follow Oliver's words. Section. Following that, we start heading to the plaza near the entrance of the Great Labyrinth. When I see the plaza, I swallow a breath. In the middle of the plaza is an enormous black thing, surrounded by many people. There's no way we can mistake what that black thing is. Why is the Black Dragon here? Damn! Oliver pulls out his sword and is about to charge. Please wait. I stop Oliver in a hurry. Why wait? If we don't suppress it here, there will be many victims in the city. Oliver isn't composed. Normally, he wouldn't be doing this. The situation is strange. Besides, even if the Black Dragon has appeared, there are too many people around. Let's approach the Black Dragon like this without relaxing our vigilance. We arrive at the plaza. Thanks to the people surrounding the Black Dragon opening a path after noticing us, we were able to smoothly reach where the Black Dragon is. How? I am rendered speechless by the sight that comes into my eyes after we pass through the crowd. The Black Dragon in front of me has shattered scales, is bleeding from all over its entire body, and is decapitated. In addition, beside the Black Dragon, there is a terrifying sword I had never seen before that Orn is leaning against. Does the fact that Orn is here mean that Night Sky's Silver Rabbit has defeated the Black Dragon? Orn. Orn responds to the words I inadvertently ended up saying. He looks towards me with eyes that appear unfocused. There are no significant wounds on Orn, but his entire body is filthy. Since his eyes are bleary, and there are traces of him forcibly wiping blood from around his nose, he has surely activated a considerable amount of magic. I have never seen Orn this exhausted. Ah, Luna, you're just in the right place. When Orn releases a soft voice and his hand from the big sword, that sword crumbles. Orn approaches me while staggering. Usually, I would have rushed to support Orn immediately, but I am too perplexed. I wasn't able to think of that. And Orn, who walks up to right before my eyes, puts his right hand on my right shoulder. The aftermath, I'll leave it to you. Hey, only notifying me that much, Orn continues past me towards somewhere. None of our party members can accept this situation. I'd like to talk to Orn, but I've been entrusted with dealing with the aftermath. And also, part of the cause of this situation lies with us. We surely won't be able to just leave this place. The black dragon has already been defeated. Oliver utters words with a trembling voice. Seems like it, isn't it? After this, while handling the aftermath, we found out that Orn had subjugated the black dragon alone. Despite no one mentioning anything, the shock that everyone received was palpable. Chapter 30, One Side Sophia Reflections. Today was an amazing day. After the guided exploration, they made us beginners quickly go back. But it can't be helped. That kind of thing happened. My sister hasn't come back yet. She's probably running about busily in many different places, right? My sister is very busy these days. I'm really worried her body might end up breaking down. Immediately after I came back, I had food, took a bath, and changed into my sleeping clothes. And now, I'm working on a report about the guided exploration that I was told will have to be submitted to my teacher, so I'm remembering what happened today. First of all, I asked Orn to teach me different things. Knowledge about being a magician, parallel construction. For now, it's all a bit too difficult for me, but I want to learn it little by little. And also, along the way, I fought together with Logan and Caroline, but even more than usual, we were unable to cooperate. Logan didn't give any instructions, and Caroline rushed in straight away. I was afraid of hitting them, so I couldn't participate in the battle very much. Someday, will it be possible to cooperate like how my older sister's party does? I think it's bad that I haven't been less shy and more active during our discussions. And in the end was, of course, that black dragon invading. I don't know the details, but it was a boss from the deep layers that even my sister's party couldn't beat. When I was glared at by that dragon, I was more scared than when I was surrounded by orcs the other day. Even recalling that now makes my body still shiver. I think it was unavoidable that my sister's party lost to something like that. I feel that I really understand for the first time what is so scary about the deep layers. But Orn defeated that alone. I was saved again. This is the second time that Orn has helped me. I can't be grateful enough to Orn. How should I return the favor? If there's anything Orn is troubled with, I will do my best to help him. I can't imagine a situation like that happening though. Even so, Mr. Orn's serious expression when fighting the dragon was really cool. He always has a gentle face, so I ended up thinking of unnecessary things. Is this what they call a gap? It was really cool. For some reason, when I think about Orn, my face gets hot. The door of the room opens as I fan my face with both my hands. I'm back. My sister is back. To say it in a terrible way, her face right now looks really horrible. She looks very tired. Sister, welcome back. As my sister approaches my bed while stumbling, she dives onto my bed. Sister, your clothes will be wrinkled, you know. Take a shower later before going to bed. Yeah. It may be the first time in a year that I'm seeing my older sister this tired. Or maybe more than tired, is she worried? What happened? To my question, my sister responds with a twitch. Sophia, what did you think of today's battle between Orn and the Black Dragon? After a long time, she asks me a question. It's amazing Orn is strong, I thought. When I give my honest impressions, my sister lost her strength. Did I say something strange? It might have been too advanced. I wonder if the beginners would be able to understand what happened. I did understand. What? My sister turned scary eyes towards me. Won't children cry if they see you like that? Don't look at your family like that. Orn's movements were very fast. He was leaping around in the air, shooting black flames from his sword, and using magic I never saw before, but other than that, wasn't it just the basics of combat? Basics of combat? Yeah, I'm a beginner, so I take many lectures at the Exploration Management Department. There, I was taught the basic combat styles of each role. The way Orn fought is the same thing as that, right? For example, the combat style of a rearguard attacker and a defender at the same time. My sister's eyes open wide in surprise. Today's older sister is showing 100 different faces. It's a little interesting. If you ask me, it looks like he was able to achieve the combat styles of all the different kinds of party members by himself. Right. That's why Orn's battle today was very helpful. Orn said, "What's important for a magician is whether you can contribute to your party even during your interval period." I feel like Orn was showing one way of doing that. That's why I want to work even more harder and become a strong and cool explorer like Orn. One way, Sophia is amazing. Somewhere along the way, my sister starts to have a refreshed look on her face. I wonder why. No way. My sister is more amazing. Yes, it's my sister who is amazing. To the me who had given up and only obeyed everything my father and mother said, I am grateful to my sister for showing me another path. I respect my sister who has been praised by many people for her own strengths. Because of Sophia, I've fixed my resolve. Thank you. Well then, I'll take a shower. Want to sleep together today. Apparently, something has been cleared up. I'm not sure what, but I'm glad my sister is feeling better. Yeah, it's been a long time since we slept together. I'll finish my report by the time sister comes back. Chapter 32, Indignation. It hurts. The day after winning that fierce battle against the Black Dragon, I woke up in the inn bed, and, rare for me, decided to sleep in. Then, when I tried to turn over, I felt severe pain all over my body and completely awoken. This severe pain is the effect from yesterday's battle. Yes, right now, I have muscle aches. I activate pain relief to alleviate my pain. This is the worst way to wake. Because I used too much magic yesterday, it seems my head still isn't working. Take out a few raisins and throw them into my mouth. I'm trying to eat raisins whenever my head isn't working too well. I feel that eating sweet things rather than raisins will be better for refreshing my head. Although, there's a possibility that's just my misunderstanding for me liking sweet things. Well then, since I returned to the inn yesterday, I've been sleeping like a log, so I don't know a single thing about what happened afterwards. Even as a corpse, a 92nd floor boss had suddenly appeared on the surface. There's no doubt that it would have caused a great deal of turmoil. With just a bit better timing, the corpse wouldn't have been left though. I wonder if I'm lucky or unlucky. Just before we were suddenly transferred outside, we were surrounded by a pale light. This is the first time I've seen this phenomenon, but based on the situation, it was likely that the guild had used deportation. Speaking of that, I did hear yesterday that the hero party was exploring the 92nd floor. Shortly after we moved to the surface, the hero party appeared. It seems very likely that the hero party was involved in yesterday's incident. For now, I should go to the guild first, To get information about the labyrinth as soon as possible, it would have to be the Explorer Guild. They're probably wanting to talk to me as one of the individuals involved, so I can also find out about the cause behind this irregularity, as well as what happened after I returned. Section: When I arrive, the eyes of the people inside gather on me. The information had already spread to the explorers, that's fast. Welcome, Orn. I've been waiting, thinking it might be about time for you to come. I hear a familiar voice. When I turn to the voice, Eleonora is there. She's a guild staff who I've been indebted to ever since I was a beginner explorer. Since she's also in charge of the hero party, back when I used to be in the hero party, I pretty much met her almost every day. Eleonora, it's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a while. Fufu, even though it hasn't even been a week since we last met, strangely, I feel nostalgic. That's true. So, you've been waiting for me regarding yesterday's incident, right? Yes, it's true that I've been waiting, but I'm surprised at how good your timing is. The timing's good, you say. Fufu, for the time being, can you follow me? Please talk over there. In the meeting room, I am guided to by Eleonora, several guild executives, including the guildmaster, as well as the hero party members are assembled in the same place. Among them, Oliver, Derek, and Annery turn to me with faces that look like they've swallowed a bitter pill. Next to Annery is a woman I had never met. Perhaps she is my successor, Philly Carpenter. My condolences that you got caught up in this kind of thing as soon as you joined the party. You did well to come, Orn. Sorry for getting straight to the point, but is it okay to hear from you about what happened yesterday? The guildmaster speaks with a gentle tone. As usual, he's a person whose smile never leaves his face. The Guildmaster's black hair is starting to be mixed with some white. He has a refined appearance. He's somewhere I completely can't grasp at all. I'm fine with that, but first of all, please give me a summary of this incident. I only fought the black dragon that suddenly appeared. I also didn't handle the aftermath, so if I were to mention the things I can talk about, it's just information of me fighting the black dragon. That's true. Luna, I'm sorry, can you not give us the details again? Understood. At the request of the Guildmaster, Luna begins to talk about the entire sequence of events. When they were exploring the 92nd floor, the black dragon suddenly appeared in a location other than the boss area. Realizing that they could not be victorious in that battle, they used the capricious door. As they tried to enter the distorted space, the black dragon interrupted, and instead, it was the black dragon that entered that distorted space. Immediately after that, they went to the guild and requested for deportation. What's up with that? I'm surprised at how upset I've become. After the deportation, there was some commotion with the corpse of the black dragon that appeared on the surface, but with the cooperation of the guild, everything soon settled down, and we come to where we are now. Thank you, Luna. Well, Orn, the black dragon transferred to the 50th floor boss area through the capricious door. According to Selma from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, the you that happened to be present subjugated it by yourself. Is that true? Orn. Logically, I know this should be where I don't get emotional and calmly answer the Guildmaster. But I can't suppress my emotions. I didn't think you were this stupid. Oliver, I'm disgusted by you. Without answering the Guildmaster's question, I lash out at Oliver. What you say? You just got lucky by defeating it after it had been weakened by Oliver and Annery's attacks. Why can't you shut your mouth from saying something like that? I'm not talking to you. Shut up, outsider. I was talking to Oliver, but Derek replied instead. I don't feel like having a proper conversation with this guy, so I dismiss him. Outsider, you say? I'm the hero par. Don't you understand language? I told you to shut up, shut your mouth. When I say again, instilled with my killing intent, Derek, who is still barking, cowers and closes his mouth. Should have done that from the start. I understand there was an irregularity. Of course, you can't expect that the floor boss would leave its area. However, starting from the beginning, why did you bring a newcomer enchanter so quickly to the deep layers? Luna must have objected. Did you think that since it's a place you've been too many times, you could afford it? Oliver just makes a bitter face and doesn't respond. Did I hit the mark? I said that we were only lucky to be able to clear both the 92nd and 93rd floors. I said that with your current abilities, there's only a low possibility of advancing farther into the deep layers. In fact, since we entered the deep layers, there have been so many cases where we would have been died if we'd taken one wrong step. Isu, that's why I replaced the enchanter. If someone who can use better support magic than you joins, we can proceed farther, I thought, and decided. Oliver responds to my remarks, but his voice gradually weakens. You made the decision, and the majority of the members agreed and kicked me out. I'm not angry about that. It's true that I had to use many small tricks and had to try everything I could. There are many enchanters who are above me. It was upsetting for me to be expelled, but you're the leader of the hero party. You have the duty to clear the Great Labyrinth. I'm not denying that. What I'm furious about when I think of it is you're belittling enchanters. I don't belittle them. I know they are important. I did replace you, right? Oliver strongly denies it. This guy really sounds like he thinks so. Do you understand that you're overlooking how wearing it is on the nerves of an enchanter exploring the labyrinth? For their first cooperation in the deep layers? There's no way, right? After all, for you guys, you probably asked of her from the start, the same level as what I've been doing, yeah. For someone who's just inherited the position, it's impossible for that to be achieved. Even a B-rank party can see that such a party will collapse. Tell me, exactly how will the enchanter's nerves be worn down? The enchanter just waits for the time to reapply the buff and gives instructions from a safe place, right? Isn't that easy? Anybody who can use support magic can do that. Are you seriously saying that? I'm at a loss for words. Even if I'm not serious, that's the truth, right? For the first time, here I finally understand. When your rage exceeds its peak, you will instead become calm. Oliver, 61 seconds. Annery, 134 seconds. Derek, 186 seconds. Luna, 140 seconds. Do you get what this is? Oliver is confused by my sudden question. Still, he seems to be thinking hard to find the answer to my question, but it doesn't look like any answer will come. It's time for your buffs to expire. Fundamentally, an enchanter has to cast an average of 3 buffs on each ally during battle. Moreover, the timing for activating magic is not the same for everyone. You have to keep track of the buff period of 12 different types of buffs, and above that, must also play the commanding role to lead the party. Oliver, can you do that? Heh, it's an application of parallel construction. If I get used to it, I can do it. Because you are a genius. It's true you might be able to do it. However, no one will tell you the numbers I mentioned earlier, details about you guys. Entering the deep layers and immediately testing your cooperation, you just went straight into fighting, right? Despite that woman, Philly, not having a grasp of your effective buff period. I don't know what that woman who isn't saying anything thought, but she should have definitely been thinking that you might die if the buff wears off. While with that in the back of her mind, she must have been desperately figuring it out through trial and error mid-battle. What's easy about that, you tell me? Oliver opens his eyes. As expected, it appears like I've conveyed what I wanted to about the difficulties of being an enchanter. Enchanters are always being chased by time. That feeling of losing strength at the moment the buff runs out is not something you can get used to. If that happens during battle, it's a fatal gap. Demonic beasts are not naive enough to pass over that chance. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the buff wears off in the midst of battle, your companions will die. This time, you came back alive because your luck was good and because she is an excellent enchanter. You guys need to express gratitude to her. With the end of my words, the meeting room is dominated by silence. Chapter 33, The Great Labyrinth of the West. No one speaks, and I have the illusion that a long time passes. I've gone and done it now. I let all my emotions out my mouth. What should I do about this atmosphere? Orn, I understand how you feel, but first, can we proceed with our conversation? As I was how to address this frozen atmosphere air, the guildmaster speaks. Why yes, of course, I'm sorry. I've showed you something embarrassing. Isn't my face probably bright red right now? I feel like it's been a while since my feelings have exploded like this. Though there's a part of me that's refreshed, there's a bigger part of me that feels ashamed. I don't think I've ever seen you this emotional. Because you're normally always so calm and collected, Eleonara was worried that you were dead inside. Very good, you do have feelings. Hey, Guildmaster. Suddenly exposed, Eleonara retorts against the Guildmaster with a panicked expression. Is this the Guildmaster trying to soften the mood? The hero party side is still somber, but on the side of the guild, they look like they've lightened up a little. Now then, let's get back on track. Orn, first Olive, I'm checking just in case, but did you defeat that black dragon alone? Selma from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit declared that you did. The Guildmaster asks. To be honest, I had wanted to report that I defeated it together with Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, but if Selma has already given her report, there's no point in trying to lie. From the gazes I felt when I entered this building, word of this must have already spread to the explorers. Yes, I defeated it alone. Just one person defeating a deep layer floor boss should be by all rights impossible. Did you use any special grade magic? When I affirm that I had defeated it alone, one of the guild executives present asks me excitedly. I can't tell you exactly how I defeated it. In the end, the only thing I can talk about is the fighting capabilities and weaknesses of the Black Dragon. There is an unspoken understanding that things related to an explorer's combat style or original magic cannot be pried into. Though the chances are it happening are low, it will be disadvantageous when conflict occurs between parties. And when it comes to original magic, I created them through desperate effort. There are few people who would have the hobby of unnecessarily revealing such things. However, explorers are obliged to report information obtained in the labyrinth to the guild, and the contents of such reports will be made public. Therefore, there is no same obligation to report your own combat style or original magic. Although in the process making the report, it is often the case that you can get an idea of how they fight. Since earlier, I had been trying to claim that the Black Dragon was not subjugated by me as a single unit, but even that was outside the scope of my reporting duties. After all that was needed is to disclose the characteristics of the demonic beasts encountered in the labyrinth, and the places where materials such as ores can be obtained. You don't have to say who did and how the subjugation happened. Of course, we know that. Then, let's talk about the Black Dragon. The Guildmaster acknowledges that the question of that guild executive will not be answered. I report on the new attack patterns I learned in this battle, comparisons with the previous battle, such as what was common. As usual, it's a report that only summarizes the main points. The Guildmaster mutters with an indecipherably complex expression. Is there something inadequate with my report? No, Orn's report is perfect. However, it's easier to understand from other explorers' reports how they fought. The hero party, despite its fame, has little personal information revealed. As usual, you're good at concealing matters. Well, there are times when knowledge is more important than strength. I'm sorry, but this is something I won't give in on. If there's nothing else lacking, I'll refrain from speaking further. What a sly guy. Oh, one last thing. I don't mind if can only talk about what you can, but I'd like to ask you about your future plans. Though you're a hero who has defeated the Black Dragon alone, you're now a freelancer who's left the hero party. There are probably countless parties and clans that want you. In the bid to secure you, there might be the possibility of some trouble, so the guild wants to keep track of your actions. Future plans? Frankly, I'm not thinking about anything. When I was at the hero party, I was busy with a lot of things and had little time for myself. Now that I have spare time and can say what I want to do, I'm unexpectedly troubled. Is this what you call a workaholic? Maybe it's different. I haven't thought of anything. There's no problem with me going about it alone like this. Well, I'm going to continue leisurely exploring. Eventually, I think I'll start embarking on challenging the Southern Great Labyrinth again. I see. By the way, Orn, do you know that the Western Great Labyrinth has been cleared? Suddenly, the Guildmaster asks about the Western Great Labyrinth. Currently, where I am is the city of Tutril in the Kingdom of Nohatant, southwest of the continent. And there's also a great labyrinth in the Sobel Empire, adjacent to the northwest part of the Kingdom of Nohatant, and occupies the western part of this continent. The name of that city is Sebel. Sebel had one of 4 great labyrinths on the continent called the Great Labyrinth of the West. If I'm not wrong, Philly Carpenter, the new member of the hero party, was previously an explorer from Sebel. About 3 months ago, a party with an explorer called Hero in that country reached the deepest part of the Western Great Labyrinth and found an extremely large labyrinth core that was about 10 meters in diameter, which was brought back to the surface. After that, demonic beasts no longer appeared in the Western Great Labyrinth, and it became possible to safely retrieve resources from the Great Labyrinth. As a result, many low-layer materials have come on the market, and their economy is booming. The only Great Labyrinth that has been cleared is that Western Great Labyrinth. Well, of course I know. What about it? Explorers based in Sebel should be moving to, including this city, the cities with the remaining 3 great labyrinths, and setting up new bases. There are many parties that have been dissolved, so right now, party recruitment will be becoming more active. I have no doubt that if it's Orn, you can handle things by yourself, but in the case that any big problems arise, we want you to inform us. I see. If materials can be safely obtained from the Western Great Labyrinth in the West, it's no longer necessary for explorers to enter the Great Labyrinth. Even if demonic beasts were to appear again in the future, there will be no income until then, so the choice to change where they are based is not strange. Though I'm not sure why their parties would be dissolved. I understand. This was all for what I had to talk about to the guild. Regarding the corpse of the Black Dragon, it was determined that as the subjugator, I would have sole rights, so I received all the undamaged scales and decided to sell the rest to the guild. I don't know the amount yet, but I think there's enough that I won't have to worry about money for a while. Though I already had quite a fair bit to start with. Anyway, this incident has been settled for now, but nothing has been solved. Why was the Black Dragon active outside the boss area? This was unknown, and even the guild didn't understand the reason. A situation where even the guild, with all their collated information about labyrinths, could not grasp. There is way too little information to make any kind of judgment, and there aren't any leads for following to start any kind of independent investigation. In the end, it was concluded that since this might happen again in the future, to not be negligent and be careful. Well, I'm always vigilant when I'm in the labyrinth. After the conversation at the guild ends, and I find out what I wanted to know, I stand and leave my seat to head back. The members of the hero party remained still with their faces down. None of the people in the guild are standing. Perhaps there will be talk of a penalty for using deportation. Let's get out. Chapter 30 for Invitation. With that, I left the guild. I was able to obtain some information about yesterday's incident. Since I'm still fatigued from yesterday, I think I'll just head back to the inn and indulge in a good rest. It's about time for me to end my stay there and find a proper place. When I arrive at the inn, I'm stopped by the receptionist as I'm about to pass the counter and enter the room I rent. Apparently, there's a visitor for me. A visitor at this time, I can't imagine it'll lead to anything but troublesome developments, though I also can't just ignore them. When I proceed to the restaurant attached to the inn as directed by the receptionist, I see Selma there. Apologies for the suddenness. How's your body? I did think she might be fearful of me, but she starts talking to me in the same way as before. It doesn't feel like she's acting, but I can't really say for sure. Yeah, there's no problem with doing things in my daily life. That's good. Selma shows a relieved expression, then she gets up from her chair and lowers her head. I'm thankful for yesterday. Because of you, not a single person was lost, and we were all able to see another day. I'm really grateful. I'm surprised by Selma's actions. Even if to express her gratitude, I didn't expect her to bow her head. I've received your gratitude, so please raise your head. Won't it be bad if you're seen in public lowering your head? Selma is an executive of the largest clan in the country. Moreover, she's also the daughter of a noble. If I'm not wrong, one with the title of count. Normally, it would be unthinkable for a woman like her to bow to me, a commoner. You never know who might be watching. Nobles must not show weakness. I don't think it's likely this will end up threatening her standing, but the possibility isn't zero. She shouldn't have had to bow your head. I understand it's true, I'm not in a position where I can easily lower my head. However, even so, I feel that I can convey my gratitude only by at least bowing. Not only me, you also saved the lives of our clan's beginners who still have their lives ahead of them. My pride won't forgive me if I just let it end with words of gratitude. What a straightforward person. For other people in her position, as the eldest daughter of a count, and in addition to that, an executive of a major clan, most of them would end up rather devious. Ah, I see. Maybe it's exactly because of that I respect her. Thank you. I'm honestly happy that you would say that much. Then, there's another matter. I would like to talk about the compensation for the guided exploration over the past days. If there's no problem, could you head to our clan headquarters with me? How does that sound? I don't have any plans, so that's all right. Good, let's continue this at the clan headquarters. Come with me. Section. I arrive at the clan headquarters, and in the room I'm guided to is Vince, the president of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Somehow, I feel a bit of déjà vu. Or rather, even though he shouldn't have known that I would definitely be coming today, why is this person already here? He doesn't look like someone who would spend his time on uncertain things. You came. With regards to the incident, I am very grateful to you for saving the lives of our members. Thank you. After confirming that it was me who had entered, Vince thanks me and bows his head. Not at all, since I took on the guided exploration, I did only what was natural. No, surely that cannot be called natural. In that situation, even if you were to escape on your own, nobody would have the right to criticize you. Yet you did not run away, instead you stood against it and overcame it. I think you should have more pride in yourself. Well then, the reason I am here is to hand you the reward. This is the compensation, take it. While saying that, Vince takes out from a storage magic tool something wrapped in cloth and hands it to me. There are probably gold coins inside. Thank you very much. After receiving it, I open the package and check the contents. Inside are 10 platinum coins. Platinum coins. I think the reward was supposed to be 10 gold coins. Did you mistake the coins? According to the original agreement, it should be 10 gold coins. 1 platinum coin is worth 10 gold coins. In other words, I have 10 times the amount of reward promised. Because you saved our members from the Black Dragon. For that, 10 gold coins is too cheap. There is no mistake. They probably won't accept even if I said I don't need it. Should I just receive this with pleasure? It's better to have money than not have it. Is that so? Well then, I will kindly receive this. If that's all then. Ah, wait, I have one more thing to talk to you about. Rather, you can say that I am here because I want to talk to you about this. After accepting the reward, I'm stopped by Vince as I'm about to head back. It sounds like what we'll be talking about is more important to this person, though I can somehow imagine the content of what he's going to say. Let me get straight to the point. Orn, would you not be willing to join our clan, Night Sky's Silver Rabbit? As I'd thought, an invitation to join the clan. Given that the top of the clan has come in person to recruit me, this sounds serious. If you join our clan, then of course we will welcome you as an explorer. As part of the first unit, we want you as the vanguard attacker of our clan's strongest party led by Selma. Vanguard attacker, huh? Is this the result of the Black Dragon subjugation from the other day? If not for that, there would probably be no one willing to accept me as a vanguard attacker. Furthermore, although this will require the consent of more than 2/3 of our clan executives, I want to recommend you as an executive. With your accomplishments, and your practical experience and knowledge of managing the hero party, I think there will be no objections to you as one of our clan executives. Clan executives are heads of individual departments. Looking at the clan as a whole, they are the next most critical personnel after the president. Normally, it's customary for someone to become an executive by accumulating results after joining the clan. So it can be said that suggesting to make me an executive from the moment I join the clan is unprecedented. Assuming in the event that I do become an executive, will Selma and I be in charge of organizing the explorers in the clan? This proposal is very attractive. I didn't think they would have me on board as a swordsman. Well, what should I do? What Night Sky's Silver Rabbit wants is probably the information necessary for clearing the 92nd and 93rd floors of the Southern Great Labyrinth, as well as the knowledge and know-how I've accumulated so far. These are things I've desperately, and sometimes literally risked my life to obtain. It's not amusing for me to just so simply have to offer this. That was a bit too sudden. There is no problem even if you cannot give an immediate answer. Can you take some time and carefully consider? He must have guessed that I'm conflicted. Vince sent out a lifeline. Thank you very much. Then, please let me think about it for a bit. After notifying them, I leave the headquarters of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit section. While casually walking through the city, I reach a familiar shop, the general store run by Grandpa. There are many murky feelings in me, so maybe I should try talking to Grandpa. While thinking about such things, I enter his store. Chapter 35, Advice. Oh, isn't it the hero who conquered the Black Dragon? Is it all right to be wasting your time in a place like this? When Grandpa sees me, he immediately teases me. A hero, I'm nothing like that. Still, you already knew that I defeated the Black Dragon. You defeated a deep layer boss by yourself. It might not even be enough to simply call you a hero. Besides, you're the talk of the town right now, you know? I might be hard of hearing, but word still reached me. Hard of hearing, huh? It was just good luck that I could beat it. I don't know if I'll be able to beat it again if I run into the same situation. Is that so? According to what I heard, Orn, you didn't even take a single hit. No, surely there's no way even that kind of information is out there. Occasionally, Grandpa demonstrates an ability to gather information that puts active informants to shame. I've known Grandpa for a long time, but I still don't know his depths. Well, even though it's self-centered, I think of Grandpa as family, so I don't care what kind of person he is. So, what do you need today? I just have a little something I want to ask. Oh, say it. Just now, I received an invitation from Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Grandpa has listened to my whining for who knows how many times. I don't intend to hide anything from Grandpa, so I'll be honest about what was said to me earlier. Well, it's only obvious. A swordsman capable of subjugating a black dragon wouldn't be overlooked by a Night Sky's Silver Rabbit that had recently lost their vanguard attacker. Yeah. Well, I think what Grandpa just said is 80 or 90% part of the reason. They also gave me a rather attractive proposal. I was told they would not only welcome me as the vanguard attacker of Selma's party, but also that they would prepare an executive seat for me. Oh, that's a good deal. Yeah, but I'm lost. Why might that be? Well, for me, During the time when I was in a party with Oliver and the rest, I pushed myself close to death and gave everything to the party. This city has a great labyrinth, so it's livelier than other cities. Aiming to strike it rich, many young people are always coming to this city. For that reason, the city is also filled with entertainment facilities such as casinos. There are many things to do in this city. Although I was interested in those things, I was pretty much the only one doing the work of negotiating with all types of people and handling the behind-the-scenes matters of the party. Sometimes Luna helped me, but she had her own training, and she had no time to spare. I myself decided to become stronger and became an explorer so I wouldn't just have to cry helplessly when facing unfair things, and I wasn't dissatisfied, but in the end, I was expelled from the party. Depending on who you ask, I think there might be some people who would say that me being expelled was unfair. But I don't think it was unfair. The party I had belonged to aimed to conquer the Great Labyrinth, so there's nothing strange about making someone who couldn't keep up leave. That would just mean that person was lacking in ability. In my mind, I know that, but emotions are not so simple. In the end, I did feel frustrated, and it made me want to cry out, "Why?" even though I'd done my best. After participating in Night Sky's Silver Rabbit's plans, I've become aware that it's a good clan. I do have a strong desire to join. But what Night Sky's Silver Rabbit wants is my knowledge. After being made use of, after I become unnecessary, I might be thrown away again. When I think of that, I get scared. I can't take that step. Ho 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 ho. Grandpa, listening to what I said, suddenly bursts into laughter. Sorry for suddenly laughing. Orn, you always look so mature, so seeing that you still hold thoughts appropriate to your age makes me happy, and I ended up doing that unintentionally. Appropriate to my age. You mean my way of thinking is still immature? I'm offended by Grandpa's remark, but I act calm and ask. That's exactly right. My question is frankly answered. Listen well, Orn, I think society is based on reciprocation. If I'm not wrong, reciprocation refers to a relationship where different parties benefit each other. People can't live alone. Everyone is supported by someone, and sometimes they can come to support others even without they themselves even knowing. Orn's relationship with me is the same. You make use of me to get what you want. I make use of you to earn money. Though certainly, it's hard to see how the term make use has a positive connotation. In that case, what you mean by make use can be considered and replaced by complementing what each other is missing. Complement what each other is missing. That's it. Orn, you look like you think after you enter the clan, you will be the only one giving, but is that really so? Won't you get anything back from the clan? When I hear what Grandpa says, I feel like the scales have fallen from my eyes. I'd been thinking that I would be the only one being used. If I join the clan, surely I will be able to request help from the clan. I'll lend my strength to the clan's conquering of the Great Labyrinth, and the clan will support me in various ways. Though I'd felt reluctant to join a clan or another fixed party, after listening to Grandpa's story, my perspective has changed. Until now, I've only done full-fledged labyrinth exploration with the hero party. I did think it was fun to explore the labyrinth with the members of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Certainly, I will be made use of by the clan. But after that, whether or not I'm thrown away depends on my effort, doesn't it? Even after I've handed over everything I have, it'll be okay as long as I can make the clan think I'm necessary as a talent that they can't do without. Grandpa smiles as he saw my face. Looks like you've changed your mind. Yeah. After all, Grandpa is amazing. Thanks for listening to me. You're welcome then. Listen up, Orn. Decisions made when you're conflicted will always leave you regretting. So, whether you join or don't join Night Sky's Silver Rabbit, you will probably come to regret it in some way someday. That's why I think what's important is for you to make a choice that your future self will be able to understand, even if only a little bit. Well, after all, it is because you don't know what's going to happen in the future that you're currently worried. Come to regret, huh? Having to decide between choices means that the future will diverge. I think it's a daily occurrence for anyone to have the thought, if only I had done this at that time instead. But it's exactly because of this that you should make a decision you'll be able to understand when you do end up thinking like that. As you would expect, the words of the elderly are heavy. I'll take that to heart, thanks for the advice. Next time, I'll definitely come to buy something. Good, I'll be waiting. Chapter 36, Restart. After leaving Grandpa's store, I immediately returned to the headquarters of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit. Looks like it was an excellent decision to give you some time to mull over it. Vince, who sees my face, utters with a smile. Vince, no, President, I will accept your earlier invitation. I say while bowing my head to the President. Then the door opens and Selma enters the room. Selma hands me a folded cloth. I unintentionally end up receiving it from her, and as I'm confused about what to do with it, Selma opens her mouth. Unfold it. As Selma says, I open it up. It's a long black and blue hooded long coat. Although the appearance is different, it's still very similar to what the members of the Night Sky's Silver Rabbit wear while exploring. The emblem of Night Sky's Silver Rabbit is embroidered over the left chest. I tried to get it made based on the long coat you usually wear. Try putting your arms through the sleeves. I test the long coat. Of course, I'd never told her my size. Because of that, the size doesn't fit, and it's too baggy. I feel apologetic since you took the trouble to get this made, but I can't wear this to explore the labyrinth. As I'm thinking that, the coat begins to shrink and becomes just the right size. What is this? I can't hide my bewilderment over a phenomenon I've never seen or heard of before. You didn't know about this, did you? This is one of our clan's secret techniques. Other than this, there are many others, but I'll tell you about them bit by bit. Of course, we can count on you to not tell anyone else. I didn't know such technology existed. I give my honest thoughts. Just seeing this made me feel good about coming here. Until now, I've been greedily devouring all sorts of knowledge and techniques. However, in the end, there are limits to what I can study by myself. Just thinking about being able to know things that I don't know makes me very excited. The President speaks to me with a serious expression. You were recently severely betrayed by a friend you trusted. I can only surmise at what kinds of emotional wounds you might have received, but I can understand at the very least that they are deep. That is why we are thinking of wanting to express our sincerity not only through words, but with our deeds. We will let you come to think that we are worthy of your belief. Night Sky's Silver Rabbit will definitely earn Orndula's trust. It's true that I was affected more than I thought by my expulsion from the hero party. Enough to make me think that I would be fine with temporarily being alone. What changed these thoughts were Grandpa's words. But that's not all. The sight of them celebrating each other after defeating the 50th floor boss during the guided exploration. Everyone laughing from the bottom of their hearts, a heart-warming sight even for me just watching from the sidelines. I also want to join that circle, I had thought. I also want comrades or friends that I can laugh with without holding anything back. This was a wish from my childhood, though I don't know why I had such a wish. Seriously, why was that? It's rare for me to be so forgetful. Is that so? Well then, let me see. Whether this clan is an organization truly worthy of my trust. As you wish. It's been 9 years since I became an explorer. Though I was kicked out of a party by a friend who had been with me since the start, as an explorer, my second life is only starting from here. Chapter 37, Side Unknown Report. A room in a certain building. An office where everything is in black. 2 men are facing each other in that room. On one side, a young man in his mid-20s is sitting on a chair in the office. His left arm is missing, and he wears an eye patch over his right eye. On the other side, a man in his late 40s whose black hair is starting to be mixed with white. His usual gentleness has disappeared, he is clad in his natural air. Judging only by appearances, the latter will look like the one in the higher position, but it seems that it's actually the former that occupies the higher standing. I apologize for my impoliteness for intruding on you without an appointment, Grandmaster. It's you, the content will surely be worthy. Yes, the details are important, and I am sure it will reach the Grandmaster's ears soon, but since there is a high possibility that the details will be embellished, I will give the report directly. So what are the details? 3 days ago, an irregularity occurred in the southern Great Labyrinth under my jurisdiction. The floor boss on the 92nd floor, otherwise known as the Black Dragon, was witnessed to have acted outside the range of its boss area. I see. Was this an error due to the elimination of the West, or was it by design? We won't know the answer without further analysis. It may be presumptuous of me, but but I would venture to think that it is the first. Oh, and why do you think so? Floor bosses should be powerful defense mechanisms, so much so that many resources are dedicated to bind these powerful magic beasts in place. Assuming the case where floor bosses are able to freely move around the floor. For the vast floors of the deep layers, there will be a chance that one can proceed to the next floor without encountering the floor boss. Is there a need to purposely commit to that risk? There is some truth to that. Perhaps we should consider this as a temporary error due to the elimination of the West. If so, then it will likely have been fixed. Will the next one to be erased be the East? I do think so. There are no deep layers in the East and West. I am uncertain about the North, but at least temporarily, the floors in the South will not be progressing. I will contact you as soon as the East disappears. If there are further errors like this case, report to me immediately. Understood. So, is that all for the report? It's certainly information that I would want to know as soon as possible, but I don't feel like it's information that would make you move this quickly. There is one more incident to report. In fact, I think this information will be more valuable for the Grandmaster, since the incident of the error seems to have already been resolved. Valuable, huh? What kind of information? This is related to the previous incident of the error. An explorer appeared who single-handedly subjugated the black dragon in question. That's amazing. The one who subjugated it was surely Oliver Cardiff, right? I see, the flower finally blossomed. No, not that individual. What? A being other than him who can single-handedly defeat a deep layer boss. Don't tell me. Oi, that guy's name was Orndula, wasn't it? You were aware. He had belonged to the hero party, but up to now, he had been more or less anonymous. As expected of the Grandmaster. You're lying. No way, no, it's impossible. If he had the power to single-handedly defeat a deep layer boss, he shouldn't have made the choice to subjugate it. What might you mean? Has there not been any change in that guy recently? No, the person in charge of him has also not reported anything unusual of that sort. Then what is that guy's attitude towards the guild? I think extremely normal. When I received the report regarding the Black Dragon the other day as well, I did not feel anything had changed from before. If that's so, does it mean that despite being in that state, he somehow managed to obtain enough power to defeat a deep layer boss? Kyukuku ahahaha, how much has he outdone himself? Still, that guy is a masterpiece. If that's the case, as things stand, he will be the one who becomes my savior, Orndula. And then all the things that have been done to me will be immaculately cleansed away. Ahahaha. Grandmaster. Apologies. I got a little overexcited. I'm already fine. Certainly the information about defeating a deep layer boss alone might have been exaggerated. Besides, Kyukuku, this information is highly valuable to me. Appreciated. Those words are wasted on me. Are there any more reports? Well then, you can head back. Yes, then please excuse me. The gray-haired man bows once and then leaves the room. The young man called the Grandmaster, now alone in the room, mutters. Never wake from your dream, keep dancing like this for me. For the sake of my ambition, ahahaha. End of Volume 1.